Let's Welcome to the stream, everybody. We are back. We have actually never been more back than we are right now. We're back with Bad Science, which I don't know if you know Bad Romance, but I feel like Bad Science is even more intense than Bad Romance. How is everybody doing? Thank you for the resubscribe with the Twitch Prime Cax Maroon. That means a lot. Whenever anybody parks their Twitch Prime here, it means a lot to me, right? You only have one of those, and the fact that you give it to me is awesome and warms my heart. That's what it does. Yeah, chat, I'm getting like old school vibes. I don't know what's up with that. Old school NCC vibes. I mean, I don't have blue hair, but a lot of things could change. The backest that anyone has ever been. True, yeah. In fact, I would even say that no one has been as back as we are right now. So we are. Look, I got my sody pop. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look. 2 lemons. 2 lemons. 2 lemons. And it also, the now and next need to be changed. That's true. But also, before we start, May the 4th be with you. Wait, no. May the 4th be with. I'm so trolling. I know that's not Star Trek, but it's close, right? May the 4th is Star Wars, right? Because I know that. I'm not as much of a nerd as Rebecca Watson, but I'm a little bit of a nerd. I'm enough of a nerd to know the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars, even though I do sometimes say the wrong one for whatever reason. Where are we even at? What am I even doing it? Oh my god. So many good remixes, but the one I'm looking for is this one. That's right, everybody. Oh my god, thank you, V! Thank you, V, for remembering. See, we already had a resub on Twitch, and we had a remember NCC Wars. That's right, the ship is named after me. Did you know that? Yeah, because like technically Star Wars, Star Trek takes place in the future. So they know about NCC, and in the future, everybody's like, NCC did nothing wrong, so why not name a spacecraft after me, right? Why not name a spacecraft after me? It's your birthday! Happy birthday! You're celebrating with queso and coffee? Okay. Your stomach is stronger than mine is. I don't know, I'm not allowed to like eat. If I eat 2 different things, that my stomach gets all weird. Star Trek, yeah. Wait, Star Trek would be cool. Like Star Trek, but with truckers. Like Breaker 19, we got some Romulans up ahead. Some Romulan Smokies up ahead. They may be cloaked. See, I know a lot about Star Trek. I probably know more about Star Trek than I do about Star Wars, to be honest. And that's good, because like, look, this is my sponsor, okay? Yes, I'm sponsored again. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Type in, oh my god, I should change the stream name to that. There it is. Okay, so I gotta change the stream name. Now I don't know if we could, whoa, look at that. That's a bird of prey, right? Is that the name of that spacecraft? I think it's a bird of prey. Is that it's a Klingon vessel? Yes. I know a little bit about this stuff. Okay, yeah, I'm sponsored by Star Trek Fleet Commander. And in accordance with that, in accordance with the 7-year mission to discover other planets and do lots of other cool stuff. Let me, first of all, get into, Modcast. That's the first thing. In accordance with that, I need to change my stream title. Let me do this in the background here. It's a D1 battle cruiser. Am I wrong? It's not a bird of prey. It's a Klingon bird of prey. Wait, you saw the one I'm talking about, right? We got a lot to cover today. Obviously, Rebecca Watson and Sabine. Oh my God, what? Hossenfelder. Yes, Hossenfelder. That's Sabine Hossenfelder. That's Rebecca Watson. We got a little controversy when it comes to trans healthcare, and we're gonna sort it out. So there's that. And then, oh my God, I got literally, I'm so all over the place. Oh yeah, the Illuminati is back. Well, actually the Click is back. The Click is one of the people that Illuminati mentioned in her video that we watched last week. And the Click has some bones to pick with Illuminati's, what Illuminati said about them, right? So we're going to take a look at that in the interest of exploring both sides. Also, Ethan Klein talked to Ollie London. Oh my God, I can't spell Ollie London right. Ollie, there's no E in it, right? And then we got to add exclamation point star. And hashtag ad. I think we're good. There we go. Wait, is it one L? I think it's two L's and one I. Am I right about that? Not more Illuminati, just a little bit. Just a little bit, right? Because like Illuminati said some stuff about the Click, and the Click has receipts. So, maybe we heard wrong from Illuminati. Or maybe not. In the Star Wars universe, weasels are real. They live with the Ewoks? I mean, that's adorable. Are they like pets? 1L. Okay. I was right. Wow, NCC was right. NCC was right. Oh, also, we got some interesting stuff that I'm gonna try to add in as we go, right? And maybe the thing that we should start off with is a little Rip Bozo. We got some Rip Bozo today.
Of the Proud Boys, that far-right extremist organization, they've been found guilty of seditious conspiracy for their roles in the January 6th attacks on the Capitol.
Let's cover this up front.
And that alleged plot to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Joining me now, ABC News senior reporter Catherine Faulders, also the former chief minority counsel of the U.S. Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, Jeff Robbins. Catherine, let's start with you. Let's talk about these verdicts and what exactly happens next.
Yeah, so this is a big victory for the government here so far. Those seditious conspiracy charges against the leader of the Proud Boys and three other members. We're still awaiting what the jury decides as it relates to a seditious conspiracy charge on another member of the Proud Boys here. But look, this came after.
So I think there's like 4 or 5 of them charged with a number of things for what happened on January 6th, including seditious conspiracy. And 4 of them have been convicted. The other one, there might be like a disagreement on the jury about the last one, but they've all got they were all found guilty on some charges. 4 of them on seditious conspiracy. One of them, the jury may be in conflict about, right? And we'll see how that shakes out, right? But so that this is One thing that always bugged me about Star Wars, nobody spoke anyone else's language, but everybody understood everyone else's language. Is that true? Yay, justice, boo justice. The main dude got charged on all, convicted. The main dude, Enrique, Tario.
A 3-month-long grueling trial by the government. And what this does, and again, we're still waiting for more verdicts here, but what this does is it essentially takes down what used to be the core leadership of that far-right extremist group. You see photos there from January 6th in the Capitol on that day. But look, this was in addition to the other far-right group that we've heard a lot about, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. This is a significant decision here, but in terms of what happens next, still waiting on some other verdicts and 2 other charges that encompass all of those involved in that trial.
And so, Jeff, was seditious conspiracy the way to go here? And what should we expect, you think, at sentencing?
Well, the maximum that some of these people can receive is 50 years in prison. If one thing is clear, it is that when Donald Trump promised people a wild time if they came to Washington, D.C., there are some people who wish they'd taken a rain check. And what we're going to see is not just pretty stiff sentences handed out here, but moving against several categories of people with the benefit of these prosecutions under their belt for conspiracy. There are dozens of people who may be tied up in some respect with the January 6th issue, with the phony Electra issue, with the purloined documents in Mar-a-Lago issue, who have reason to be concerned about these, and yet one more successful conspiracy.
So I think what he's saying is that because of these convictions, right, convictions of little fish, and I mean, like, these are big fish in the sense of that organization, right? But they're little fish maybe in the grander scheme of things, right? So if there was any communication between anyone higher up on the food chain and these dudes, these guys now have all the motivation in the world to talk about it, right? That doesn't mean that they will. And, you know, what we're seeing is a little bit of an aberration. Understand this, right? The cops are on these dudes' side, okay? Despite the fact that they got, you know, they got brutalized during January 6th, the cops, right, you know, writ large, are generally on the side of these kind of brown shirt groups, right? And you can see this in Portland with how stuff works. Like there, you can see this with, you know, who gets charges. Usually it's, you know, anti-fascists that are getting charged and convicted and arrested and all the rest of the things. This time it might have been unavoidable, right? Because they did kind of take things to a pretty wild extreme. I would be happy, but I'm kind of worried they will be absorbed by it. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Okay, so Step Ion, you're onto it, right? These groups tend to break apart and like reform as other groups, right? Like, and there's a ton of other groups that they can sort of like, what was that one Patriot Front used to be? Project something or other else. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they you know, the organizations like tend to break apart and come back together as different things. Yeah, Identity Europa. Yeah, that's the one, right? So yeah, reformed as Patriot Front. There's a lot. There's still a lot of sussy bakas out there, but these charges involved the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. So it looks like, or sorry, I think the Oath Keepers were in a separate trial, but it sounds like both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers leadership has been somewhat put out of commission. We'll see for how long. Now, you know, there's somebody that would love to offer all these assholes pardons, right? There's somebody in Mar-a-Lago that would like to offer all these jerks pardons. So, you know, still not out of danger, not by a long shot.
Prosecution. And beyond that, there are no doubt hundreds of people who have been engaged in domestic terrorism, extremism, white nationalism, who have more reason to fear as a result of this verdict that DOJ may be coming after them next. So it's a very big.
All this really tells you is, in spite the fact that if you're one of these groups, the cops are more or less on your side. They will call you more mainstream than the anti-fascist protesters. They will protect you from the anti-fascist protesters and let you run up on those people. They will turn a blind eye when you beat people up, right? But if you take it to the extreme of trying to literally overthrow the government, of trying to literally interrupt the transfer of power from a losing candidate for president to the winning candidate, then yeah, they're gonna, they'll throw the book at you.
Deal, just exactly as Catherine has said.
So, Jeff, it's quite a blow to white supremacists and those who follow this ideology.
It is a blow. And speaking of patents, it looks as though the Department of Justice is beginning to develop a patent on these conspiracy prosecutions. And that's a successful model, a template that individuals spread out all across America who may have had nothing to do with January 6th, who may have had nothing to do with, obviously, Mar-a-Lago, but who are engaged in conspiracies to undermine democracy or to target people of color, LGBT community members, Muslims, Jews. And there's obviously in process now a very robust effort to seek those people out and to use the conspiracy statutes against them.
They also have tended to charge them with things that have a maximum sentence, but not the minimum sentence stuff they always charge leftists and BIPOC with. Good point,
Catherine,
Shakespeare.
These convictions come after Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers, who was also convicted of seditious conspiracy. These cases are similar in many
Convicted of looking like a pirate
ways. So let's just talk about the state of January 6th.
Sorry, that's like the least of the,
and the prosecutions. And could there be other cases, too, that we see forward here?
There could be, Kira, and they are similar in many ways that they involve that seditious conspiracy charge. We know this is the biggest investigation in the Department of Justice history. They've charged more than 1,000 people. They're looking to identify more than 1,000 additional people who they've seek to identify here. So there will be more trials. This is the last one relating to seditious conspiracy that we know of. But I think what's key here is when we talk about the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, the leader of those two groups, they have charged and convicted two leaders of these groups who were not physically at the Capitol that day. That could be significant in the special counsel's investigation. Jack Smith, for example, who is also investigating January 6th and investigating people who weren't physically there. That could...
Okay, so we're talking there about like what I was talking about before, higher up the food chain.
Signal potential conspiracy charges down the road. Of course, this is all tied together, Kira.
All right. Well, Catherine, Jeff, we'll follow it. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. George.
Oh my God, George Stephanopoulos. Okay. So yeah, that happened. And yeah, don't anybody think that we're like out of the woods. Don't anybody think that the danger is over. It's definitely there. Like I said, all these people need to get, all these guys out, right? Is to elect Trump again, right? So, it's something. That would implicate Nick Fuentes and them. Wait, no, Nick Fuentes was there. Am I wrong about that? I believe that Fuentes and Baked Alaska and maybe, was the Catboy there? Q Shaman was there? Like in the building I'm talking about. I'm talking about like in the building. But yeah, we're going to be taking a look at this today. This is Rebecca Watson, noted skeptic, noted atheist from back in the day. But before you get sketched out by, didn't Rebecca Watson used to be Skepchick? Or is Skepchick somebody different? I don't even know. But regardless, right? Rebecca Watson is one of the good atheists, right? There was a split in the atheist movement way back in the day between people like Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens and all the kind of reactionary right-wing atheists and people like Rebecca Watson and Steve Shives, who were a little bit more on the left, right? Skeptic was her atheist podcast. Okay, I was not wrong. Once again, NCC was right. NCC was right. Who knew? Who knew that I could be right about something once in a... Yeah, that's right. A+ is Atheism Plus. It was also her blog. Okay. So I do remember correctly. This time. But yeah, so like, and then Sabine Hossenfelder, whose name I cannot seem to get straight. Sabine Hossenfelder is a physicist and does, you know, science, does a science-based channel. Now she's, you know, obviously got, her degree is in physics. People, there's this, like, there's this pattern of, you know, well-respected academic people in certain fields. They go outside of their field and they screw up, and it's looking like this is what we're dealing with today, right? Sabine started to try to talk about the controversy of trans people, right? And just does this real centrist take on it. And Rebecca Watson has got some things to say about that, right? We're also going to be talking about, yeah, like we're also going to be watching the Click's got a video going over the Illuminati stuff, and then, oh god, Ollie London. So much terrible stuff that we have to cover today. But let's get started. Yeah, Rebecca Watson's usually pretty cool. Let's see what her take's like on this.
Last year, I made a video about how the mainstream media was screwing up the reporting on a nuclear fusion breakthrough, and in that video, I referenced Sabine Hossenfelder, a theoretical physicist with a very
Rebecca shows a comic strip explaining why these atheists become right-wingers. Interesting. I just watched the H3 Ollie London debate. Oh my god, yeah, that was... I've got some thoughts about that. I've got some thoughts about Ethan, you know, even taking that debate. I don't know. Sabine should not be in our lane. Well, not without a little bit more research and realizing what a crucial time this is and how high the stakes are. It seems that's anyway. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Let's get into it.
Popular and often entertaining YouTube channel in which she goes over science news. A lot of physics stuff, but she also covers other fields, you know, and other tech news as it arises. And when I made that reference, you know, I had already seen some of her videos, but I honestly don't watch everything that I sub to. So I went through her channel and I scanned through her.
Wait, I gotta ask people, especially you on the YouTube chat. I especially want to know from you. One in chat, if you still look at your subscriptions feed. Now I'm talking about the subscriptions feed, not the home feed, not the one with the house on it, right? When you go to look for stuff on YouTube, do you hit subscriptions? Do you hit that play button? Or do you hit the house, the home feed, right? I'm curious. You still hit the subscriptions feed? As a physicist myself, I can confirm that there's no correlation between any branch of physics and being knowledgeable about trans people. True. Okay, 2. So there's some people who still, yeah, 2 if you, 2 you're a home, you know, homebody, home person. So a lot of people still use the subscriptions feed. I don't know. I thought, well, I mean, that's good for me. That's really good for me because, like, I don't know how reliably I'm showing up on your home tab. Oh my god, thank you, Buffy. We're only 2 likes away from our target of 20 likes. Yes, we're starting strong on YouTube. Starting strong, so if you haven't liked it yet, go ahead and hit that like. It opens up so many possibilities for us. So I'm getting that there's a mix. There's still other people like, I'll be honest with you, I hit the home tab, right? I don't remember half of my subscriptions, and I know there's some stuff that I've subscribed to that are like, you know, just random things from way back in the day that I don't really care about anymore. It does get overwhelming at times because I'm subscribed to like 300. Oh my God. I am probably subscribed to like multiple thousands, right? I've had my YouTube since I was like much younger than I am now. I could try the subscriptions feed. I just never thought about it. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. It used to be that the default was the subscriptions feed, and at some point they changed that to home. I remember being irked by it. I remember being really, really annoyed by the fact that they changed it to defaulting to home. And then at some point I just forgot about the subscriptions feed. And anytime I accidentally click it, I'm always like clicking to home. Subscribe to almost 200 channels or so. I hit the subs feed like 80% of the time. I use the home feed when I'm bored, and oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because home will give you some stuff that you're not necessarily that's like in your lane, but you don't know about yet. I use both depending on what I'm looking for. That makes sense. Shakespeare, good take.
Videos to make sure that she was staying more or less, scientifically accurate as far as I could tell. And most importantly, not being problematic about social issues, because, the stereotype of an older physicist turning in.
Now, in and of itself, if that got clipped, right, because I paused it and then I talked and then I unpaused it, right? Let's just remind everybody that Rebecca Watson is talking about like somebody that she like supported, somebody that she promoted, right? And so she's not just saying like, I'm looking at everybody out there, do you got anything problematic in your video? No, that's not. She's not like policing like people's like videos or anything like that. It's specifically because if you're going to promote somebody, if you're going to support somebody, you got to kind of know what they're doing, because like some people could be like really good on one thing and really not great on the other. Okay, so somebody said 53 the physicist has a natural life cycle. Oh no. So is this specifically on physicists? The juvenile physicists mostly roll around in books. Once they reach maturity, they are productive and fun. But, well, as they get on in years, they reach the telling other fields they're wrong about everything phase. Yo, who's that one guy, that physicist that says, like, I can't remember who it was, but, like, there is no chemistry. There's physics and stamp collecting, right? Was it Bohr? I feel like it was Bohr. Right, and like obviously, with chemistry and physics, you can really make an argument that you can look at a lot of the same stuff from a physics point of view or from a chemistry point of view, right? And you could see why they both are kind of competing for like who gets to, because they are kind of describing a lot of the same dynamics, but just looking at it in a completely different way. But this was like in the 1800s, right? When they were both fairly new science. No, were they new science? No, they weren't. Physics was not a new science. And chemistry like traces its roots back to alchemy. So neither of them are really new sciences, but physical chemistry is pretty cool. Yeah, my brother does theoretical chemistry. Ooh, interesting. Wait, like quantum chemistry? That was my favorite. That was my favorite section in but like Chemistry 101 was the quantum.
To a giant crank about topics outside of their field, it's not entirely without merit. Like, no one is going to be right about everything all the time, but I don't want to accidentally promote someone who turns out to like mindlessly parrot transphobic talking points or something, right? Sabine, Hossenfelder, and Terfs read the subject line of an email I got from a viewer named Daniel a few days ago. And oh dear, I thought as I opened it up. Daniel explained that Hossenfelder's latest video was titled, "Is Being Trans a Social Fad Among Teenagers?" And Daniel was wondering whether that seemed just a bit turfy.
Michael says, my guess is all scientists and your atheists, tend to have that life cycle.
TERF, of course, stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. And that's a craze that's really taken off over in
Zara, if you were in my chemistry study group, you would have gotten a lot of my mnemonics. Yeah, I was the queen of chemistry mnemonics.
England and elsewhere, though.
I used mnemonics on like everything.
Here in America, our transphobes tend to not pretend to be feminists. They hate all of us, cis women and trans people alike. And generally, you can recognize a TERF because, they're cis people who, for some reason, just simply cannot stop talking and thinking about and worrying about and hating trans people. I'm not talking about people who have measured disagreements about things like, should we have clubs specifically for cis women, or do trans women who went through puberty before transitioning have an unfair advantage against cis women in professional sports? Something I believe I saw Hossenfelder talk about, but it's
okay. So she's been talking. So this is not her first video on trans stuff, right?
Seemed pretty measured. But no, I'm talking about people who believe that any gender affirming care, like using a child's preferred pronouns, is child abuse, and that, even adults shouldn't be able to transition safely. That's TERFs. People like Graham Linehan, for example, who TERFed so hard that his wife...
Okay, so I would caution Rebecca on one thing, right? The discussion of trans women in sports is very much a Trojan horse, right? It's how they get that language of biological gender, biological sex, right? It's how they ship that in. And once they start talking about biological males and biological females, they're able to kind of hijack the argument with that terminology, right? I've talked about this before, that terminology is more important than we think. It's not just slivey toves and mome rats, right? It's framing. And when you frame the debate as like being about like biological males and stuff like that, you're granting like did Professor Dave do that? I can't remember who did this. Who did this recently? It was not Professor Dave. It was Dave or Ben Glebe, not Dave. Ben Glebe, I think, and obviously Anna Kasparian, right? When you start using their terminology, you really get into trouble. And I feel like the trans women in sports debate is kind of how they get their foot in the door. And a lot of people want to, like the TYT, like Ben Glebe is, a primary example. Now, I'm going to give him some credit. He changed his mind. And he said so on a YouTube video. So, credit where credit is due. I think he then flipped on like another issue and like, I can't remember what it was, but like, yeah, he took one step forward, 2 steps back was what Ben Glebe did in terms of that. But I think it's more, a lot of people will try to offer it as a gesture of good faith. Well, of course, we all know that like, it's unfair for trans women or biological males to participate in sports. But I mean, that is like literally how they get their foot in the door. So please don't talk about that issue unless you're ready for a deep dive, because you're talking about sports science. And as much as like sports science is a jockey science or whatever, it's deep. It's not, it's science. It's biology. It literally is a deep biological science with like a specific like application towards sports. But don't let that fool you into thinking that it's simple. It's not. It's absolutely not. And a lot gets glossed over when you go for their thing, because like a lot of people want to be like, okay, so there's sex and then there's gender, and like okay, so like so since there's sex and gender, your sex is male, Irene. You're biological male, right? And like it's actually more complicated than that. Even sex, like gender, obviously is a social construction, so it's very complicated. But the way we talk about sex, most of the time, we are kind of talking about a bit of a construction. It's not quite as straightforward as you want to think. And like like I said, nature. Science does not know a male and a female. Like it's a vast oversimplification of many processes of development.
divorced him. If you want more examples, go ahead and scroll down beneath this video. There'll be the people absolutely losing their minds.
Wait.
Actually, and on that note...
I'm going to take you up on that, Rebecca. Do we have anybody? Oh, look, we have somebody from chat, but not losing their mind. Looks like a good comment. Thank you for defending the crazies, for spending your time. So I think Rebecca gets into that later, that basically Sabine characterizes just the trans affirmative viewpoint as being the crazies, right? And that's where she starts to go off track. And for spending your time and effort to present a well thought out scientific humane counter argument. Yeah. And so that's exactly it, right? The people that should be involved in this discourse are people that are willing to wade into, science, right? Not people that are just like kind of like, well, I'm generally for trans people, but blah 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 blah. I mean, like that. It's not effective, right? In fact, we're gonna see later with Ethan and Ollie, if you're going to debate somebody like Ollie London, you kind of need to be able to run circles around them, scientifically and otherwise, and really know this issue as well. I feel like a lot of times people that are just have a casual interest and a general support for trans people, like Professor Dave, like kind of wade into these discussions, and they give way too much ground. They give important ground, and more importantly, they give framing away to the opposing side in an effort to be good faith, right? Effort to present a well thought out, scientific, and humane exclamation point counter argument. Okay. Do we have any people getting mad in the comments here? I'm guessing they're going to be further down. Yo, how many people came in? How many people joined today's stream from this video? I feel like I'm recognizing a few people here. Anyway, if they're there, oh yeah, you know what? If you want to see the wild comments, right? You gotta sort by newest first. Actually, the comments aren't too bad. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, Rebecca Watson commenters, you're doing good.
Oh, I just allow me to address something that happens every time I make a video talking about trans issues. Inevitably, some hardcore transphobes will show up and comment that I myself am a trans woman, and the comment makes it obvious that they think that this is an epic burn. Friends, I need you to know something.
Okay, so I'm really proud of Rebecca for this next take. Watch this.
I don't think it's an insult to be trans, because I know a lot of trans women, and I know that they have all kinds of different appearances, including some being way hotter and way more traditionally feminine than me. So you, the person making the comment, you're the one who thinks that it's an insult, not me. That's why it doesn't work as an effective insult. It would be like me calling you a fascist. I think of that as an insult, but you think of it as a perfectly legitimate political position. So
these are words to live by, right? And this doesn't just apply to to arguments about trans issues, right? This applies to so many different things. About a year ago, there were people, there were trolls and streamers actually. Chud Logic, Xander Hall, quite a few people. I don't want to name too many people because I know for sure Chud Logic and Xander Hall are guilty of this. That had a go at my mental health, right? And the knee-jerk response to that from most people is like, I'm not mentally ill. How could you dare call me that? That's a horrible thing to accuse me of. No. You can't do that. You got to make sure that when you refute stuff like that, that you don't do it in a way that implies that there is something wrong with being mentally ill. There's a problem with the pejorative against mental illness. Mental illness is something that it doesn't make you a bad person, right? So I can't come at it as if I've been accused of being a bad person, or as if I think that I'm thrusting that, accusation away because I think that if I was mentally ill, I would be a bad person. Now, like, on the real though, we got to start talking about the fact that, like, I don't know anybody who doesn't experience mental illness. If they're out there, right? Maybe they're out there. Maybe there's somebody out there with perfect mental health, but dis-ease, right, is a state of unwellness. That's a pretty subjective thing. And on the real, like, I don't know why there's this artificial division between things like depression, anxiety, things that a lot of people experience, and then some of the more, rare things that people experience. There's a tendency to, cut that off and say, okay, those people are out over there, they're crazy and they're dangerous and they're creeping around the corner coming to get you, right? But we, we're okay. We just have, depression, anxiety, this, that, or the other, right? And it's like, you don't need to make that division. There's no need for that. There's no need to reinforce the pejorative against mental illness, because it's something that everybody experiences, and that's not a dig on you. That's not a burn on you. That is just a state of being in the human experience. And it's one that we all experience in some way. So instead of saying, I am not mentally ill, and no, actually, I have anxiety and depression. I've experienced anxiety and depression, and I don't think I'm proud of myself. I love myself. I don't think that I'm worse for having experienced that, and I don't think less of anybody else for mental illness. So but I love that this is the tack that Rebecca Watson took, because it's so easy to just, I don't know, like somebody says that they think that you're trans, and you're like, oh yeah, well, you're not even showing your face. No, that's the wrong way to handle it. And that's not, luckily, Rebecca is one step ahead of the game here. Between depression, anxiety, substance abuse disorder, alcoholism, I feel like everybody suffers. Yeah, exactly. From mental illness, at least, and it's weird because, like, sometimes the people making those accusations are people that, are publicly have experienced those things. And it's like, where are you getting off exactly? Right. I'm not going to name names. Right. But I think some people know who I'm talking about, that it's just a really strange thing for them to come at me over issues of mental health. Right. I don't think that their, issues with mental health make them a bad person. And I don't see why they should be attacking me for that either. Right. So, something to keep in mind. That's what I thought about gay. Yeah, it's not an insult. Yes, that's so important. That's so important, because so many people will just the knee-jerk reaction is just to, kind of be like, I know you are, but what am I? But really, that reinforces the pejorative. And I'm so glad to see Rebecca Watson not doing that here. It's like a temporarily embarrassed millionaire type of attitude. Yeah, it really is. My boyfriend is possibly the most well-adjusted person on the planet, still has a couple of diagnoses. The stigmatized diagnoses. It hurts people seeking help too, because, they get discriminated against. The Great Bros are famous for this, right? They're famous for this, right? That's and even people that I somewhat agree with on most of the issues, like Hassan. I hate how he sort of knee-jerks to the, that's psychotic. It's like, no, it doesn't have to do with psychosis. It's a very, very, very wrong opinion. And it's easy to spot, how it's wrong, but you don't need to bring that into it, right, Hassan? And I mean, I know he's doing it to talk to the normies, and he would be like, you don't know how to talk to normies. Okay, Hassan, okay. You have fun with your normies.
Just doesn't work. I hope that this helps.
I'll have fun with the rest of humanity, because normies don't exist.
You craft some better insults for today's video. Thank you. Moving on, let's talk about what Hossenfelder actually said in her video. And I got to say, she didn't get off to a great start.
Should transgender teens transition? This rather personal question occupies a prominent place in the American culture war. On the one side, you have people claiming that it's a socially contagious fad among the brainwashed woke who want to mutilate your innocent children. On the other side, there are those saying that it's saving the lives of minorities who've been forced to stay in the...
So, does anybody know Sabine is Sabine German? not that I'm trying to put this on German people or anything like that, right? I just want to know, because I'm wondering if like there's a different sort of discourse in different places. Oh my God, how did I not get my sody pop? She is German? Yeah, I just wonder, you know, because like I don't want to make the assumption that we're dealing with the exact same discourses. And I mean, not to like let her off, you know, for any, you know, harm, that Sabine is a French name. But Hossenfelder... Is Sabine is German. Okay, so, you know, I don't know. From Frankfurt. Yeah. So that's, you know, something to kind of keep in mind, right? That the discourse is different in different countries, right? I don't know. Like how mainstream is what she's saying? Anybody from Germany?
Washed woke who want to mutilate your innocent children. On the other side, there are those saying that it's saving the lives of minorities. People claiming that it's a socially contagious fad among the brainwashed woke who want to mutilate your...
Also, we can't really tell what she's saying. If she's like, you know, like, is she, you know, like saying there are the brainwashed woke, or I don't know. There are definitely more rad films and Terfs in Europe.
Innocent children. On the other side, there are those saying that it's saving
Also, what is meant by minorities here?
the lives of minorities who've been forced to stay in the closet for too long. And then there are normal people like you and I who think both sides are...
Like, I mean, best assumption, best case scenario, she means sexual minorities. But yeah, that does seem like weirdly normal people. Not saying radfems are... Oh yeah, no, they're not synonymous. Terfs would like that to be synonymous, but it's not. I don't like how she sets up... Yeah, I think that's Rebecca's problem with what she's saying too.
Crazy, and could someone please summarize the facts in simple words, which is what I'm here for.
The normal centrist has entered the chat. Excellent. So sorry to stop her so quickly into her video, but I guess since I am solidly on one of those crazy sides she mentions, I just wanted to address it first and foremost. You know, we're saying that allowing transgender teens to transition, which I think she means get gender affirming care, is saving lives. And yeah, it is. Association of Gender Affirming Hormone Therapy with Depression, Thoughts of Suicide, and Attempted Suicide Among Transgender and Non-Binary Youth, published in the Journal of Adolescent Health in April of 2020.
When she says normal people like you and I, does she mean frothing ions? Wait, frothing lawns?
2022 found that the use of gender-affirming hormone therapy was associated with lower odds of recent depression and seriously considering suicide compared to those who wanted therapy but did not receive it. For youth under age 18, therapy was associated with lower odds of...
Did she just assume my normality? Loons. Okay, sorry. I thought you said... I was like, ions? Are we talking about scintillating ions? What are you talking about here?
Of recent depression and of a past year's suicide attempt. Mental health outcomes...
I'm sorry, like ions don't really scintillate. Isotopes scintillate more.
Transgender and non-binary youths receiving gender-affirming care, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association Open Network in February of 2022, found that in 104 trans and non-binary youths aged 13 to 20 years received gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormones.
Yeah, this is funny to me because as a fellow YouTuber, I'm always screen capping stuff on my desktop, right? Obviously, Rebecca Watson screen capped this on her phone.
Was associated with 60% lower.
Still waking up. I'm right there with you, Adada.
Lower odds of moderate.
That's why I'm drinking caffeine. Oh wait, caffeine. Let's make that caffeine happen. Let's make that
or severe depression.
Let's make my drink froth.
And 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month follow-up. Pubertal suppression for transgender youth and risk of suicidal ideation, published in Pediatrics in 2020, found a significant inverse association between treatment with pubertal suppression during adolescence and lifetime suicidal ideation among transgender adults who ever wanted this treatment. These results align with past literature suggesting that pubertal suppression for transgender adolescents who want this treatment is associated with favorable mental health outcomes. Psychological profile of the first sample of transgender youth presenting for medical intervention in a U.S. pediatric gender center, published in 2017 in the American Psychological Association's Psychology of Sexual Orientation and Gender Diversity, found that
Hossenfelder went to a decently prestigious university, the Goethe Institute. See, I pronounced it right. I think I pronounced it right anyway. Goethe University, Frankfurt. It's not Heidelberg or Berlin, which are the Harvard and Yale of Germany, respectively. But her ideological roots make sense.
Older, trans and non-binary youth
coffee.
Seeking medical intervention experience poorer self-confidence, higher levels of anxiety, and decreased happiness and satisfaction than the younger patients. The results provide further evidence of the resiliency of a significant number of transgender youth, as well as the severity of mental health concerns for others. New to the existing literature are the results showing older transgender teenagers as more distressed, supporting the clinical recommendation to consider earlier medical intervention for appropriate youth and to always incorporate mental health support and assessment.
Okay, so this is crucial because a lot of the arguments against like trans healthcare for youths are based on an idea that somehow doctors are being reckless. They're playing mad scientist kids, you know? They're just like, oh yeah, you know, like let's, you know, like that that it's just done without any thought. And if you know how like standards of care work, like if a doctor's doing any kind of medicine with no thought, that is a doctor who is very likely not to last very long, right? Standard of care is all based on a calculation of the benefit of said intervention versus the potential harm. So they're aware of potential side effects, potential harm. Almost everything has, you know, potential side effects, but they're also aware and like here's literature that, you know, you would cite, you know, in your assessment of this kind of thing to make a decision of you know what course of treatment to take. Here is evidence that waiting on this, you know, being quote unquote conservative, like they think it's somehow conservative medicine. They think it's more thoughtful. They think it's more, you know, like a safer course of action to wait longer, right? It's actually not. Here is rationale for early intervention and understanding that, like, you know, that prior to puberty and you know, into, you know, young adulthood, what's done is puberty blockers, right? Not steroid hormones, and that, you know, can come like later, right? But there's a lot of like, I don't know how much of it's disingenuous and how much of it's just ignorant. But like when you talk to Matt Walsh, you get the feeling that, like, you know, 12-year-olds are getting bottom surgery or something. That's not happening. That's not happening at all, right? They'll twist it though. They will absolutely twist it. You know, they will, you know, confuse like different stages of treatment with each other and just prey on the fact because people don't know the standard of care. If you are not a doctor that is involved in this specialized, you know, type of medicine treating, you know, trans kids, you don't know what the standard of care is. So if Matt Walsh tells you that they're turning kids into walruses, you're likely to believe that, right?
Okay, I'll stop there. That was just a really quick search of the literature. The evidence is overwhelming. Gender-affirming care, which includes the use of puberty blockers sometimes, and even more importantly, hormone therapy, most likely prevents suicides.
The people that, some people who watch this kind of content are ignorant, but the people actually pushing transphobia have to be in on it, says Smartest Man.
You can disagree with those studies if you'd like, even if you're just a physicist, but is...
Yeah, Shakespeare is pointing out that it's against medical ethics to do bottom surgery on trans children. That's based on science itself. And I don't want to go into the details of it, but if you think about, like, if you know about bottom surgery, you would know that certain things need to develop in order for that to be an effective intervention, right? It doesn't make sense to. Anyway, we shouldn't have to talk about this, but they're just playing off of ignorance. Yeah.
Is it fair to call those researchers and the people who accept this preponderance of findings, this consensus, crazy? I don't know. Hossenfelder's opening statement is akin to saying, on the one side, we have people who think vaccines are a way for Bill Gates to inject us with microtransmitters, and on the other side are people who think vaccines are safe and effective ways to reduce...
Reminder that intersex kids have surgeries forced on them all the time, at a much younger age. Watching waiting has a better ring to it than purposeful neglect and conversion violence to these parents. You'll change your mind is a refrain of entitled parents who can't bear their kids being, in other words, give me more time to change your mind, right? When, oh my God. And this all stems from this tendency, tendency to regard parentage as like ownership, right? You're not your kid's owner. Right? You are your kid's caretaker. You are responsible for their well-being. You do not own them. You do not get to tell them who they are, right? If you care about who they are, which you should, then you got to get that from them. And you got to trust them when they tell you who they are, right? That's what being a good parent is. Many conservative parents live their own lives through their children's lives. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a whole, psychological thing that goes on with parents. It would be quite literally impossible to do what they claim is happening. Yeah, but because there's so much ignorance, it's biblical complementarianism. They need to pretend that there are only two sexes because the Bible says so.
The spread of disease. And then there are normal people like you and I who think both sides are crazy and could simply use...
They think they perceive it as a moral failure unless they can fix their kid. Not only that, but I think there's probably some psychology of they think that a good life is a normal life, and they think that a normal life is a binary life, is a cis life, right? And if their kid's telling them I'm not cis, they actually take that as a failure on them, right? And so fixing their kid in a way is like, fixing what they perceive to be, mistakes in their own child rearing or mistakes in, I mean, there's a lot that it's complicated. The psychology that probably goes into this, right?
Someone to summarize the facts, which is, what I'm here for. This is known as false balance or both sidesism, a rhetorical trick that pretends to demonstrate an unbiased viewpoint, but in reality, you are being biased by default by comparing something backed up by reams of scientific data.
That's why so many of the laws go after gender-affirming parents. Yeah, and when you have a situation where there's a divorce or there's a disagreement between the parents, then it gets really vicious, like the Florida law enabling essentially the kidnapping of kids that don't even live in Florida. If one of the parents is in Florida, they're passing laws that would let them go after the child and reverse the custody. It's weird stuff like that. A lot of parents think they make their kids into certain people, so they must have messed up if someone isn't quote-unquote normal. They don't want parents listening to their kids. They might also be afraid of their conservative friends. How the conservative friends will treat them worse if they failed their own child. Yeah. They also see it as the child ruining the families. Oh my God, Ken. That resonates. that's why I didn't tell my parents for so long. I internalized the idea that our family was supposed to be normal, and that it was my responsibility as a member of the family to continue that tradition of normalcy. We were normal. That was our identity as a family, right? And the fact that I, when it became apparent that I wasn't normal in terms of, being cis, I resolved that contradiction by just cutting my family off. Because as long as they didn't know that I was trans, they didn't have to deal with my weirdness, right? They didn't have to explain it to other family members. They didn't have to explain it to friends. They could continue to pretend that they were a normal family just with one kid that disappeared. And oh my God, that was such a mistake. Like, right? I don't know. When I got back in touch with them, they didn't know what had happened to me. And they surprised me because actually their reaction to me coming out as trans was better than normal. In other words, they said that they loved me and they didn't try to get me to change my mind. I mean, it was kind of too late by that point to I don't know. They didn't try to argue about it, right? So yeah, they're not normal, but in a really good way. Actually, you are normal, not typical. People confuse these things. My mother told me I was possessed by a witch. Oh no, oh no. I mean, that's kind of badass, but no. Like, I told her when I told her I was a girl on the inside. Oh no. Oh, thank you, Shakespeare. That means a lot. Yeah.
With something that has no basis in reality. You're equating those two things when they are not, in fact, equal. While it's a terrible and fallacious start, the whole video, I have to say, isn't that bad, luckily. She does, for instance, correctly state that transgender people have been around for ages, that many cultures accept and codify the existence of a third gender, and that transgender people today are very much stigmatized. She goes on to say, though, that the number of children expressing gender dysmorphia is higher than the number of adults, which she calls puzzling.
Wait.
She refers to
Is there gender dysmorphia, or is that just like a... Is that just like a... Was she trying to say gender dysphoria? Yeah. Google is like, did you mean gender dysphoria? What is the difference between gender dysphoria and dysmorphia? Okay, body dysmorphia. Yeah. So I think she meant dysphoria.
Rapid onset of gender dysphoria, the idea that kids just decide to become trans randomly and quickly one day based on their friends and internet memes.
Yeah, gender dysmorphia isn't a real diagnosis. I think she meant to say dysphoria. Like, right, I think she makes these videos pretty quick, so. The brother did every... Wait, am I missing the beginning of the statement? The brother did everything right, went to Ivy League, made a ton of money. His own brother still dislikes him for being gay. Wait, let me change it to sometimes if I have it on top chat instead of live chat, I don't see every... There we go. I have a wealthy relative who... I knew there was another part to that. I have a wealthy relative who hates LGBT so much, he pretty much never interacts with his brother who is gay, and he's like Pete Buttigieg. It's not just the parents, it's... Oh, can be brothers and sisters. Yeah, true. Dysmorphia and dysphoria get confused so often that even cis people with expertise get it confused. I do wish, however, that people would recognize that third genders and being transgender are not the same thing as such.
And again, here we have false balance. She correctly states that the term was popularized by a paper written by Dr. Lisa Littman.
Yeah, people, V's pointing out that trans people could also have people don't realize that trans people could also have dysmorphia. Yeah, so you have dysphoria and dysmorphia.
Was controversial as it only described the opinions of parents of transgender kids, and those parents were all found on forums for people who don't think transgender people exist. Also, not all of the people surveyed could even be verified to have any transgender kids. She says that this paper was criticized for not being a real study, but just surveys. And that is a ridiculous summary. People don't have trouble with surveys. Surveys are part of doing science. This paper was framed by the author as describing a real scientifically supported phenomenon, a framing so dishonest that PLOS ONE had to issue an apology along with a major rewriting of the entire paper to make it clear that these surveys were used to develop a hypothesis that rapid onset of gender dysphoria is real, but not actually test that hypothesis. Hossenfelder goes on to correctly note that a follow-up paper found no evidence for the existence of rapid onset of gender dysphoria. But she says that that study was also criticized because some of the survey questions were vague. So she sums up that
the brief summary of this controversy is that at the moment, there is no conclusive evidence neither for nor against the existence of rapid onset gender dysphoria.
But you can see like what's wrong with adopting, giving this any credit, right? As a theory, because it's clearly a cope. This term exists because parents don't want to admit that their kids are trans, and they're looking for any theory, even if they have to go to irreversible damage for that, for that theory. They're looking for like it's denial, rapid onset, why wouldn't you tell me your, oh no, rapid onset gender dysphoria, aka why wouldn't you tell me your, it's a massive cope, basically. Yeah. Parents can't cope with them not knowing all their child's thoughts and feelings. Yo, and like, the only parents who really know all their child's thoughts and feelings are parents who don't give their children a reason to keep those private, right? And I'd say that that's probably the rare parent, right? The same as abusers accusing victims of having BPD to discredit them. Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Though it seems to be supported by anecdotal reports from doctors working in clinics who treat the children.
This is a stunning example of false balance. First of all, in science, if there is no evidence for a hypothesis, then we cannot put any stock in that hypothesis, period. Doesn't matter if someone was critical of the study design of something else that found no evidence. Where is the study?
Like it's like say AGP or something like that, right? That like you don't like say, okay, well, so Blanchard said that AGPs were a thing. But then there's not really any scientific proof for that, but let's just still like, treat it like, well, I mean, maybe AGP's a thing or maybe not, right? No, it's created by a messed up person who had no business in that part of science. Somebody who had a conflict of interest, let's just say, that's putting it mildly when I'm describing Blanchard, that to say that he had a conflict of interest when it came to researching trans people, right? This is somebody who never should have been involved with that in the first place. And like, it's pretty clear that a lot of what he was doing is, the worst kind of pseudoscience.
That did find the evidence. There isn't one, then we can safely dismiss that hypothesis until there is one. One side says the Easter Bunny exists with a survey of 4-year-olds who all say the Easter Bunny exists. The other side conducted a survey of actual rabbits and found none with the ability to lay eggs. But many are critical of the author's use of Bayesian inference. So at this point, we just really can't say one way.
So while absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, you can't use that to be like, therefore the flying spaghetti monster having created the world and running the universe and being a godlike creature is entirely possible, since we don't have, there may be an absence of evidence for the flying spaghetti monster, but there's not evidence of absence. You can't falsify the flying spaghetti monster. Physicists approach this topic in the same way as they approach the issue of flying saucers. Never enough proof either way.
The other about the existence of the Easter Bunny. No, we need a study first showing evidence for the hypothesis. But this particular line is not just false balance, because then Hossenfelder goes on to put her thumb on the scale by saying, though rapid onset of gender dysphoria seems to be supported by doctors working in clinics that treat the children. Excuse me? Like, citation? She just throws this line out there with zero evidence, leaving the average viewer to say, oh, no real evidence either way, but if doctors think it's real, I guess it must be real. No. As far as I can tell, there's absolutely no evidence that rapid onset of gender dysphoria is anything other than a boogeyman made up by transphobes obsessing about trans people.
What is with these transphobes and their weird acronyms? Like, right? Like, it's always, maybe it's because they think an acronym sounds scientific. If you call it ROGD, it sounds better than, like, I made it the F up, right?
Online. And maybe Hossenfelder does have a citation for this. Maybe I've just missed all of the doctors who are saying that this is a real phenomenon. But I couldn't find that citation, and more on that in a second. But first, back to some of the not terrible stuff. Hossenfelder gives what appears to me to be a pretty accurate overview of the ideal gender-affirming care timeline, which is, a child can change their name or choose new pronouns around age 10 or so. They can choose to go on puberty blockers if they'd like to have more time to consider whether or not they would like to transition. By 15,
Why is she coming after the Easter Bunny? I thought you were cool, Rebecca.
Can start taking cross-sex hormones. And then as an adult, if they would like, they can decide if they would like to have surgical procedures. She goes on to say that side effects of puberty blockers include things like bone density loss. And she says that it's irreversible, which is a pretty unnuanced take. And dare I say, maybe...
My God, bone density. So now I talked about the trans women in sports argument before as being like a Trojan horse for transphobic framing, right? I also want to point out something really, another parallel is like, we talk about bone density there in terms of the trans women in sports debate, that one of the few things that they can find in research, and again, it's not, I don't know if this research is conclusive, but you can find research that says that trans women have like a higher bone mineral density, right, than cis women, right? And they'll jump from that to like, oh, see, biological advantage, no fair. No. You're talking about a biological advantage in sports. Show me where having slightly higher bone mineral density is like gonna increase your sports outcomes, right? And it varies according to more than just like cis trans status, right? You could use that bone. In fact, people have used that bone mineral density argument to try to argue, for segregation, racial segregation in sports, right? So it's ridiculous. Also, whenever we talk about bone mineral density, we don't talk about that metric. Like there are measurements of bone mineral density, yeah. But what we talk about is incidence of fractures, something that's like, that's the real thing that we're interrogating there, right? So, there's bone mineral density in that debate, there's bone mineral density in this debate, being, oh my God, thank you, Paul Squall, for the 100 biddies. Bones are feeling extra dense today, right? Yeah, so but there's also a weird thing about this debate, right? Is that the reason that they will they'll use bone mineral density as a argument to like prevent trans women from competing in sports. And I say that, right? I say competing in sports writ large because that's the effect of not allowing trans women to compete in women's sports, right? Trans women would be at a significant and measurable physiological disadvantage competing. You know, the you know, kind of canard is that like you just compete with the other biological males in sports, right? No, then they're really that actually is not fair, right? But you know, they'll use the bone mineral density thing as, you know, as justification. But then when it comes to this, like, right? So like, what would the reason that bone mineral density is different is because a lot of times trans women don't get intervention until into adulthood, right? So the solution then maybe would be, well, you know, could intervene earlier. Oh, but they won't let us intervene earlier, right? They have a problem with that because they're now protecting you from yourself, right? You might not know. You might think you're trans. It could be a social contagion. It could be rapid onset gender dysphoria. We haven't proven that this exists, but a lot of parents like to cope that it does. So, you know, we'll just say, like, in the off chance that it does exist, we're going to protect you from that, right? So it's just like no shot. You know, either way, no shot, right? You're just kind of screwed. What's up, Moni? I watched a video where a guy was arguing that based on fast twitch muscle fibers. Yeah, that's another. Also, trans women being put on menopause levels of E probably contributes to poor bone density.
Even an untrue take. As I said in a previous video on this topic, researchers are still looking into whether bone density loss is actually a problem, how serious it is if it is a problem, and then whether or not your body readjusts when you stop taking the puberty blockers. Though a 2019 systematic review did find that while these blockers slow mineral accrual, after discontinuation, bone density appears not to be significantly different from that of their peers by late adolescence. Reports of BMD among children and adolescents verified a decrement in BMD at the achievement of near AH, while accrual resumed after therapy, regardless of whether or not calcium supplementation was given. By late adolescence, all subjects had BMD within the normal range. She then says puberty blockers might increase the risk of heart problems, though none of those studies are particularly conclusive due to a small sample size. And I had actually never heard this one. So again, I went looking for the citation. And I realized that, like me, she includes her references with the transcript over on her Patreon. But unlike me, she hides those behind a paywall. Being unwilling to part with my precious $2.50, I searched for any studies looking at heart problems in kids on puberty blockers, but I was only able to find data about hormones and cardiovascular issues. I did find someone who points out that they think Hossenfelder might be talking about studies that suggest that older men treated for prostate cancer with GnRH analogs as a testosterone blocker may show an increase in heart problems, which that seems to be like more than just a small sample size. But again, I might be missing out on the citations.
So what you're getting in this diagram, right, is like a very, very simplified illustration of endocrinology. And you could see even this simplified diagram is, you know, if we could blow it up and you could see what's on there, it's more complicated than most people realize, right? You know, the people that are making these arguments are not scientifically literate. They are definitely not literate of endocrinology, which in and of itself is one of the most complicated fields in medicine, right? Looks like the picture of D's nuts. Oh no, got him.
behind a paywall. I'm sorry. Hossenfelder goes on to downplay the huge number of studies that show an obvious benefit in mental health for those kids who are able to get gender-affirming care. She reduces it to just the
conservatives should worry about the bone density of minors when they deny them abortions. Yeah.
use of puberty blockers, as opposed to, the entire support system that a trans kid deserves and needs, like a supportive community of family, friends, school officials, government officials who don't ban all the books about trans people from the local library. But even with the absolute basics of mental health resources and puberty blockers, plus the option to go on hormones, the evidence is simply overwhelming, but Hossenfelder dismisses them for often having a lack of a control group. She does address one of these studies I mentioned earlier, the one that showed a 73% reduction in suicidality, but she dismisses it for two reasons. First, because she points out that the mental health of the kids in treatment didn't improve so much as the mental health of the kids who didn't get treatment was way worse. It declined significantly. Sabine, we call that a control group. You were literally just complaining about the lack of a control group in other studies. That's a control group. And that is a valid result. Kids who don't get this treatment, their mental health goes all to shit. The kids that do get the treatment maintain their mental health. That's good. That's evidence of good in that treatment. The second reason she dismisses it, she circles this on.
So yeah, I mean, like, this is a little bit embarrassing, but understand that if you're not used to like parsing studies like this, even studies in a particular field, right? Just because you have a background in science, like it's not gonna necessarily save you from that kind of error. And the solution is to stay in your lane, I guess, right? Unless you're really gonna weigh into this, right? Because that's embarrassing to call a study out for a lack of a control group, and yet the control group is sitting right there. You just don't really understand that concept. It's if it's not like put to you as this is the control group, you don't recognize it as here's a cohort that has had no intervention, right? What is that called?
On the screen to point out that the untreated control group at the end of the study consisted of only
conservatives are using the Bible. Oh my God! Thank you, Kira's. Thank you, Shakespeare, for re-upping Kira's Twitch sub. Meow.
7 people, which is a very small number. And also, this is super disingenuous because the researchers noted that depressive symptoms and suicidality were 2-fold to 3-fold higher than baseline levels at 3 and 6 months of follow-up as well, not just at the end of the study. And those groups had 38 and 24 people respectively. Out of 100.
This respected scientist sadly has libertarian centrist reactionary brainworms. True, Ubafly. Hofstetler completely ignored research, ethics, and other factors affecting mental health, like being bullied by a physicist. I kind of disagree. As a scientist, Hossenfelder either didn't do her homework here or she did it on purpose.
108 total.
I mean, we can look at her video too.
Subjects. That's a perfectly valid amount for a control group that is obviously going to get progressively smaller as the study goes on and as more of those kids finally enter into care. But hey, that's just a little evidence in favor of my hypothesis as opposed to the zero evidence in favor of rapid onset of gender dysphoria. So I can see why she thinks I'm crazy for being swayed by the former and not the latter. She wraps up by saying this.
Just exactly what is going on, no one really knows, but the reasonable expectation is that the current increase in reports of gender dysphoria is caused by a mixture of 2 causes. Young people are more comfortable being openly trans, and some of them erroneously believe they are trans because they've heard so much about it. I'd say that anyone who insists that one of those possibilities doesn't exist is pushing an agenda and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Now, as bad as her both sides be crazy introduction was, I did at least have a little respect that Hossenfelder didn't straw man my beliefs, as I really do think that the evidence shows that gender affirming care is, quote, saving the lives of minorities who've been forced to stay in the closet for too long. But now she's ending with a complete straw man. I've never argued and would never argue that there aren't kids out there who think they might be trans but aren't. And I'm not aware of anyone who has argued that, and she doesn't present any evidence of that. But you know, it's a big world out there. I bet somebody has. While Hossenfelder has presented no evidence of anyone saying that, she's also provided no evidence that these hypothetical mixed up kids are managing to get themselves on puberty.
Yeah, and also like this whole idea that, look, I mean, this is the trans trender trope, isn't it? Like that's essentially what this is. This is an assumption that something goes from overnight being like an unthinkable pejorative, like, right? Being the subject of movies that portray trans people as monsters, as killers, as like, you know, mentally, you know, like just messed up people, right? That's gonna go from that overnight to like, okay, so now there's this like idea of social acceptance among some parts of society. Okay, maybe now it's trendy. Maybe now it's considered cool. Maybe not. Like, no, that's not there. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist, right? You don't go that. We're so far off from that even being a concern, but and yet there it is, right? Hey, what's up, Amanda? And Ubafly, good to see you both. Same shit Calvin G was using to attack other trans people. Oh, as his competition, rather than having solidarity. Left-handedness is a social contagion, right? Yeah. I mean, you could see the difference. You know, the rates of that increase. You know, along with social acceptance, or really, it's not even just social acceptance, but a lack of an attempt to suppress it, right? But that doesn't mean that people are faking being left. You know, like, are you a lefty trender? You know, I don't know. There's a, but like that being said, there's a lot. It's a lot easier to imagine, like, you know, left-handedness being considered like I mean, left-handedness is so much closer to be considered to being considered cool than being trans is. Let's read some chat here. I mean, if anything, this is academic dishonesty. This is literally misusing science, and also Sabine could have learned more in depth about the topic and then spoken deferring to experts in the fields, not just saying random stuff. Yeah, it feels like she was just trying to get a video out on a popular topic, you know, which as a YouTuber, I mean, still not great. You still hope that they take the time to get the information right, but this is so much, you know, this is as a science YouTuber on an issue where marginalized people have so much skin in the game, right? It's like unforgivable. A lot of people see what they want to see. They pay attention to what confirms their beliefs and ignore the rest. Definitely cooler to be left-handed. I can see why people would want to fake that. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if you're, especially if you're in fighting sports, you know, that's like I mean, the word sinister literally comes from the Latin word for left-handed. I liked Sabine before this. Her transports video left me feeling uneasy. Okay, I never saw that either. I remember that popping up in my feed, but like, I guess I assumed the best because I had only heard good things about Sabine up until then, right? So I thought that maybe it was a good take. Maybe not. What's up, Chef? Yeah, I had to unsubscribe at that time. I was forced to use right-handed scissors. Oh my god. That sucks, because, like, I can remember at school, every time they ran out of right-handed scissors and I tried to use the left-handed scissors, like, is that what it, I mean, I'm assuming that's what it feels like to try to use right-handed scissors if you're left-handed. Don't left-handed people have an advantage at volleyball? Maybe we should ban the, oh god, there's probably, like, I mean, obviously shouldn't ban left-handed people from sports, but like the argument against trans women in sports is so weak that even that argument, it would be stronger.
Blockers or then cross-sex hormones or then surgery without being properly vetted by doctors. Let alone the idea that they're being pushed into this by enthusiastic doctors. There's certainly wiggle room to debate the relative seriousness of the side effects of certain medications and whether it's worth it and what the best timeline looks like to protect the mental and physical health of patients. But here, Hossenfelder asserts, or at least implies, something that has no evidence at all, that a significant population of kids falsely believe that they're trans because they've heard so much about it and are taking dangerous, irreversible drugs because of that. There's no evidence for that at all. There's only evidence of doctors who are working together with patients and their families to determine the healthiest path forward, all while dodging the roadblocks thrown out.
I hated that people would use left-handed desks to store their stuff in college. I can use right-handed scissors, but not right-handed desks. Don't say that. You're gonna rapid onset my left-handedness. Oh no, it's a social contagion.
Transphobic legislation, and of course, our piss-poor healthcare industry. All right, this has been exhausting for everyone involved, I'm sure, so I'm just gonna wrap it up with this. Do I think Hossenfelder is a TERF or transphobe? Labels can be useful, and if it's useful for you to put that label on her and avoid all of her content going forward, that's up to you. But people can be complicated. So I'm just going to say that whether or not she meant to, she repeatedly used a misleading rhetorical device to elevate transphobic talking points to the same level as scientific evidence. And she did that in front of a very large audience. That would be bad enough for any topic, but in this case, she did it with a topic that is related to politicians drastically ruining people's lives here in the United States, banning kids from even learning about trans people, banning books that mention them, requiring children's genitals to be inspected before they're allowed to play school sports, stopping people from being able to change their identification to be more accurate, rolling back non-discrimination laws so employers, businesses, and even hospitals can turn away trans.
So yeah, do we know what's in Sabine's heart of hearts? No, there's no way to know that, right? You know, is Sabine a TERF? I couldn't even start to approach that question without first watching that video and maybe the sports video as well. But regardless of the intent that Hossenfelder had, Rebecca's going over the impact, and I do want to credit also Rebecca for not saying, now she's not a TERF, she's just wrong, right? We don't know that, and not being a trans person, it's probably not a pronouncement that you should make, right? So Rebecca Watson kind of leaves that up for you to decide, what you feel. Like I said, I got to be agnostic about it because I just really don't know, what's going on with Sabine, and I haven't really, unless we looked into it further, I wouldn't even feel comfortable hazarding, a guess. But regardless of that, yeah, there's some pretty big stakes for those of us involved. There's some pretty big stakes for those of us with skin in the game, and so what we should be concentrated more on rather than what label that would define Hossenfelder is the effects of her rhetoric, which are unambiguously negative.
Trans people, censoring drag performances, blocking insurance from covering trans-related healthcare, forcing teachers to out their trans students to their families, and so much more. I'm sure Hossenfelder would say she finds most
Ubafly says Sabine has always been sus. In other words, Sabine just pulled an Anna Kasparian.
if not all of those things, abhorrent, but her video misrepresents the data in the same ways many of the proponents of those bills do, and her lack of nuance convinces the average viewer that this side of the debate is worth listening to. It actually reminds me of the problem with the New York Times I talked about.
Yeah, and also, isn't there something kind of cowardly about not looking deeply into a subject and covering a subject that's got a great amount of interest, that's got a great amount of discussion to it in social media, and then just kind of taking the both sides approach, right? It's kind of cowardly. It's kind of a cowardly thing to do at the very least.
A little while ago, where the editors might be against this sort of legislation.
Hey, Bread Bro.
But their words are being cited in the bills used to draft this legislation. You're going to be taken out of context, and you need to be aware of that in a situation like this.
Hey, Amanda.
So sadly, videos like this are dangerous to trans kids, to trans adults, and even to cis people who would prefer to not have their gender performance policed or their genitals examined just to be able to use a public bathroom. In a time like this, we need more nuance, more compassion, and more scientific precision, not less.
Now, I've never thought of this before. Oh my god, a cute dog. Oh! Do you see the ear wiggle? Can you see the ear wiggle? Oh my god, that's adorable. Wild.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please
look at that wildness. I've never thought of this before, all right? This is a hot take. Yeah, definitely hit that like button. Ubafly is 100% right on that. Hitting that like button not only helps me out, it helps you out as well, right? It will make for a more interesting stream down the line, and it keeps me streaming. It allows me to reach a larger audience. It allows chat to be more interesting by bringing in more people. Now, that can be for better or for worse, but mostly it's for better, right? YouTube algorithm is starting to know who I am. It's starting to know who my viewers are, and it's starting to pull more people in. And you can convince it. I know the dog is adorable. Okay, so here's my hot take. Okay, now I haven't thought this out. I could be wrong about this, but for the people who want to gatekeep trans women out of sports, and if you're on that biological men shouldn't play women's sports thing, that's what you're doing, right? You're not giving us a league of our own. That's not ever going to happen. That's not realistic. If we had one, you wouldn't come and watch it. There'd be no support for it. There'd be no money for it. There's not enough of us to fill the league, right? There's so many reasons that's not really going to happen. Competing with cis men, also not going to happen. Not fair. That's really messed up. If you want to get us hurt, that's what you'd be saying, right? So that's not real either. But for the people who want to F around with that stuff, right? For the people who want to gatekeep us like that, all right. If you want to continue to compete in sports, I think you should pay for a karyotype test, because I don't know. You tell me that your chromosomes are XX. You tell me that that's what you care about. That's how you define biological male, biological female. Prove to me that you've got XX chromosomes. Oh, you don't have that test, do you? Because it's a very expensive test. Yes, if we want to continue with sports, everyone should get karyotype tested, or you should shut the fuck up and stop gatekeeping trans women out of sports. Come on. Stop inventing a problem where there is none. The International Olympic Committee settled this issue long ago, okay? And there is not really a problem with it, right? There's just essentially a moral panic. But that's my hot take. I'm not sure if it's right or not. I mean, there are literally people who, because they did gross academic misconduct, exceptional cases of plagiarism, etc., have had their licenses, even PhDs, MDs, JDs, be rescinded by their granting institution. I'm sure Sabine has received comments explaining what she did was wrong. If she doesn't listen to them and re-examine her takes, I'd feel comfortable calling her a Terf. What's up, Law Jordan? This kind of legislation makes me worried about predators using the safety of women as an excuse to examine strangers' genitals. Yeah, there we go. There's a real thing to worry about, right? As opposed to all this moral panic nonsense. What's up, Crafty Kaiju? The more we progress as a civilization, the more obvious it becomes that willful ignorance and blind conservatism is harming our society. I think she's sort of already doubled down, saying that she expects both sides to get upset. Oh, in her video or on Twitter? All right, so let's go back to this screen, right? Because we got some cool Star Trek stuff going on. What is this? Why do I have Star Trek on my... Yeah, it's May the 4th, right? Do I not know the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars? No, I actually do know the difference, right? But I am being sponsored by a mobile game. A mobile game that you play on your cell phone, okay? And if you want to find out more about it, oh my god, I should have put this on YouTube too, right? Go to my Twitch channel, go to the About page, and you can find out more about this. You can sign up, but I wanted to kind of like, so I'm gonna show you the game on desktop. However, if you wanna play the game in a way that helps me out, because like that's what they're looking for here. They're not looking for anybody to spend any money on anything. I think they're just looking for people to play the game and get to a certain level, and we're gonna try to do that. I don't think I can play it today. I was trying to get my I got to use a software called BlueStacks in order to play a mobile game on desktop. So I'm going to show it to you on that. But I wanted to just like really quickly take a look at this game, Star Trek Fleet Command. Let's just take a quick look at how this game works, right? I wanted to play it for you today. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that. How long is that? 18 minutes. 18 minutes. But we're going to have to do some cool stuff for this, right? We're going to have to start a guild, because this is one of those games that has like alliances or guilds. So I'm thinking Weasel Federation will be the name of our guild. God, this is like kind of complicated. Here, let's just take a look at this 4 years ago. Okay, no, we need one that's like a little bit newer than that.
Fancy intro music, yeah! Woo! You're here. I'm here. We're here together to talk about 5 things in Star Trek Fleet Command. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These you should be doing with your new player or a player who's...
The Intergalactic Weasel Federation, yeah. So this is Star Trek Fleet Commander. It's a mobile game. This is an interesting sponsorship, right? Because it, like most sponsorships, like, I'm selling something, right? I'm like saying, sign up for this or buy that, like, right? In this one, they just want to, they just want to get people playing, right? And reach like certain levels and metrics, and we could do that together, and we can form an alliance in this game. And I'm going to play it along with you. I'm going to be playing on desktop. You're going to be playing on mobile. I need to get my BlueStacks set up so I can actually do it, because I ran into a little problem with that. But I just wanted to look at this really quick and see what this game is all about.
Has been here already. Some things that you should know, some helpful tips.
Yo, Twitter's been getting worse and worse, hasn't it? I'm sorry you dealt with that, Amanda.
To keep you going and keep you pointed in the right direction. Now, I'm trying to give...
Oh, yo, this already kind of looks like... This already reminds me of other mobile games I've played.
Tips that will apply whether you're brand new, so you've been playing a couple days and you're level 10, and things to be working on now and look forward to doing, or if you're level 35, 45, things that you should probably already be doing if you're not already, to make sure that you're EA Sports. It's in the game. Let's start with number 1. which is the importance of grinding and maxing out officers. Now, as a low-level player, this is obviously going to be pretty difficult. And I'm here on my level 18 account. This one's, about a month old, and you can see that I've unlocked some officers, but still a lot of the big names I've not unlocked. However, that process is starting for me right now, and there's a couple things that you can do as a player to increase the rate of your officer pools and starting to work towards, which is probably the most important aspect of officers right now, maxing out officers so that you can start getting transporter patterns. Now, for those new players, transporter patterns are...
Okay, I'm seriously just like, please, beginner guide. Oh, it's 56 minutes. Why? Why? Okay, we'll give one other...
Hi, my name is Beck and I like plants. And today is not a vlog. A gift and...
I'm scared of your music. I'm scared it might not be...
daily checklist for where I was at. Now, a couple things have been added to that checklist. Whenever you start getting into the 20s ops levels, other things.
I thought this would be so I thought this would be so easy. Okay, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, there's no good on-ramp. There's no good intro. Like, it's just like a bunch of like stuff that we don't need. And also, like, one person is like dominating this, like, the discussion of the, like, it's like one. Just like, okay, never mind. But just know that the sponsorship is there. I'll be talking more about this later. I don't want to get into a whole thing. I don't want to do a segment about this. I don't want to do a reaction to a 50-minute video or even like a 18-minute video, right? I just want to get us playing as soon as possible. I'm gonna look more into this, right? And try to get my own thing up and running. If you want to use my link, it's there. It's on the About page on Twitch, right? So go to my Twitch channel and click on About, and you'll find, you'll find a link there that you can click on to get started playing. We're also going to put something in the Discord. If we could, join the Discord if you have not already. And we'll be... I am a little bit like, okay, anyway, the click. Let's go to the click. Sorry, that...
Should I do the classic, like, YouTube...
I've got to pee. I will be right back.
And then I turn on the camera. No, okay, let's skip that. Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lassos. Welcome to the Click. You smell amazing today. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Excuse the mess. I'm in the process of upgrading my PC for streaming. I very much need to upgrade. I realize some of the PCs I have in it are like 8 years old. So, yeah, time flies, doesn't it? So I wasn't really planning on recording anything for a couple of days, but a situation came up that I couldn't really ignore, and I think it's time I talked about it. So this video is going to be a bit more scripted than usual, hence while I'm reading here, yes, I can read, to stay on topic and be as concise as possible. My intention is that this is the last address of this situation. I've gone back and forth about how I wanted to make this video, and I think it's been a long time coming. I don't feel great about bringing drama to my main channel, as I know that's not what people are here for. For a little bit of context, I made a thread a few days ago outlining in rough detail why I left the old Sad Milk collaboration channel, partially to clarify that I wasn't associating with iIluminaughtii anymore in more recent events and my reasoning for that. She kept getting into trouble and people kept asking me about it and kind of roping me into it. This blew up way more than what I intended and also made some other people come forward with their own stories, both in private and in public. The old Sad Milk members, old editors, ex-staff, you name it. And this whole thing blew up way more than I ever intended it to. Commentary channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos. It was interesting to see, for sure. A response video was made by her, which, among other things, dove into some pretty gnarly accusations about myself and presented a very dark picture about my morals, my Discord, and how I run things in my community. I wrote out a few different scripts for this video, some of them very long and extensive, but after some reflection I realized I don't want to drag this out. I'm not a drama channel and I don't work with hit pieces. My main grievance with iIluminaughtii wasn't necessarily the behavior that made me leave. It's in the past and she lost many friends over it. I think I can let that speak for itself. My main grievance was her insistence to create new rumors and slander about myself, one topic and others after we left, and how she wouldn't leave us alone. This was super hard to address in any capacity, as she rarely made the accusations directly, always talking through someone else's mouth or hyping up some young impressionable fan or associate to the point they would try to expose me, or simply vague posting on Twitter with very suggestible timings. I will reference all of this later on in the video. Very easy for me and my colleagues to tell where all this was coming from, but really hard to actually prove to an outside audience. Therefore, almost impossible to defend yourself against.
So we're back.
The talking points she tried so hard to sneakily spread for the longest time are actually the exact same talking points she brought up in her video. And I was also sent evidence of this by an ex-staff of hers that reached out to me during all this. So even though it was not my intention, my thread that ultimately led to her video pretty much baited out the fact that she was the one behind these claims and ideas all along.
Meow.
I also have full receipts for everything later on in the video. So I'm going to address her most grievous allegations factually and concisely, with full receipts, context, and any additional information that might be needed. Finally, after 2.5 years, I get to set the record straight. Number 1, the Discord situation. Content warning, mention of predatory behavior and adult topics. The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation, basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now, the first detail that was conveniently
Okay, so this is the main reason that I'm covering this, right? Is that, like, of all the things that iIluminaughtii, you know, alleged, counter-alleged, disputed, etc., like, this was the one that seemed legitimately concerning, right? The click and iIluminaughtii showed us what seemed to be like a tolerance or a complacency at an abusive situation that was going on in the server between a 19-year-old and a 12-year-old, right? In addition to a mod separately, another mod who posted NSFW in a server, which obviously, you know, had some people who were underage, right? So, you know, that seems legitimately concerning. I you know, a lot of what iIluminaughtii said, you know, I disagreed with to a certain extent. But this was one thing that I was like, no, that legitimately, like, you know, looks bad. So because I portrayed or, you know, sort of allowed the clip to be portrayed in such a bad light, I feel like it's my responsibility to cover the click's response to that, right? And see what's really going on with that. Because the last thing I want to do is, like, transmit something that's not true about somebody through covering other people's content. So that, if you know, I don't really want to, like, I don't want to get stuck in the commentary cycle that is going on right now about iIluminaughtii. Hopefully this will be the last we watch about it. And, you know, I have seen some examples of some commentary channels being just absolutely toxic to Blair in a way that just is not justifiable in any way. Digging up old stuff on you know, Blair in an attempt to embarrass her or make her look bad. And we're not going to be covering that, but I do need to cover the click's response.
Left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone, this occurred around 2 a.m. and within the span of me sleeping, this random creep in question had already gotten banned. I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs on my server, and here it is. He was banned at 2:14 a.m. my time zone.
Ooh,
She brought
Carlbot,
one
yeah.
topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what—
So, what we got from iIluminaughtii was the idea that the click had, iIluminaughtii and the click had mods that were modding for both Discord channels, right? And some of those people that worked for both channels let Blair know that this was going on in the click server, and the claim was made that the click wasn't doing anything about it, that the click had seen it and was, you know, gonna like let it slide or whatever, right? That sounded pretty bad. The click is disputing that, right? So my problem is that this is the misogyny that comes out. Oh my god, no, I've seen some really toxic stuff about, yeah, like and like regardless of whether you know, you think that the click was portrayed in an unfair light in this by iIluminaughtii's video, right? It doesn't justify some of the toxic stuff that's coming out. And like, I'm not gonna go over what I've seen, all right? But basically, there are people that used to be friends with Blair that are mad because she's not a part of their toxic community anymore. And they are just bringing all kinds of garbage up that doesn't really, you know, it's just to embarrass her and just to, you know, it's gross, right? There are nonstop take videos on Blair from every corner of the internet, but few click takes besides yours. My problem is just that the misogyny that comes out. It reminds me of Lindsay Ellis and how people were just waiting to, yeah, that's what the commentary community is doing to Blair. And, you know, I think it's important to sort of like have some, that even when, you know, somebody's been dishonest or not forthcoming, to stand against that misogyny, to stand against, you know, things that don't have anything to do with this, or it really just seems like revenge. It seems like there's just a whole group of content creators that were waiting, like Jules said, to pounce on iIluminaughtii over this.
What to do? Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves the P word. What is going on? In click server and click knowing. 19-year-old and 12-year-old combo public server, blah blah blah, did nothing, and this was on the heels of click's admin sending naughty stuff. And one topic says, hang on, I'll walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But, as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost 3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems.
That's more than mine.
When it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up, as well as the platform teams. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention. This isn't a Click's Discord issue, it's a Discord issue. By the time I woke up, the staff spaces were in chaos. I assume she had asked her crossover staff to leave my server after the two teams clashed, fighting, tossing around odd allegations, and blame. Keep in mind, the creep that joined the VC was already banned for many hours. And this is what I saw when I woke up in the morning. Tons of messages.
I definitely have more bans than I should on Discord, because of the harassment that we dealt with. There's a lot of, like, you know, harassment accounts that we've banned. But yeah, not anything close to what he's showing. Also, his server is much bigger than mine, I think, too.
Just in staff chats, arguments, white names from people leaving. I tried to get an explanation to what had happened, and it took me a good few hours to dig through everything, talk to people, try to de-escalate, and evaluate who had done wrong, and so on. the situation recap wasn't exactly presented to me on a silver platter. In the allegations against me, it is
That's
claimed—
right, Shakespeare. If more people like the stream on YouTube, we can make that Discord server way bigger. Also, if you sign up for the Discord server,
that I didn't react or respond to the situation.
and I'm gonna start a Weasel Federation channel for everybody that wants to play Star Trek Fleet Commander with me. We'll try to get that up next stream. I'm sorry I don't have it today. I'll try to have that stuff up tomorrow. I thought I could get it, but there was just there's a little snafu that I need to fix.
Situation. Number 1, being at sleep at 2 a.m. detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Illuminati reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations.
So that's the thing. When I cover a video like Blair's, you know, if there's something left out, I need to cover it. I wouldn't be doing due diligence otherwise.
And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time, I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the Warpath, it seems. Warpath referring to the teams arguing and fighting, not actually the ban itself. As I said, that had been issued 16 hours before this conversation took place. One sec, I'm on a call with OT. Can I bring him in too? Sure, no problem. Here is a zip file, which is all the images that she showed in her video of the DMs with the creep, etc, etc. By the way, gonna talk to my admins in 15. That's when this person is back and can VC. Okay, I'm writing in the group DM right now. I will let you guys know when all actions have been carried out. I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time after our voice call, that it worked out quite well. Of course, important to know that this conversation was also an outreach to resolve the Discord Teams issue, not about the ban itself. To further clarify, the ban had been issued 16 hours before this conversation and before I ever woke up. And yes, it was later brought to my attention that there were a couple of mods who failed to act initially. This was evaluated by me and the team to take proper action. It's important to keep in mind that these people aren't trained law enforcement, but community volunteers. Myself and the admin team I work closely with do our best to resolve.
I will speak that from my experience, unless somebody's been an experienced mod, and in general, the tendency is that they want to wait and inquire about other people's opinions, right? Mods are hesitant to take unilateral action, especially when it comes to banning somebody, right? Because the consequence of banning somebody who, you know, is innocent are pretty much that person like leaves the server, like, right? Legitimately, you could reverse the ban and allow them to come back, but most of the time, you know, feelings are going to be hurt by that time. I mean, in this case, I don't think there should have been much doubt, but a lot of people, you know, they don't want to make a decision unilaterally. So if there's like one or two mods awake, the tendency is for them to wait for more people to thank you for the follow, J Davis 553. Oh, welcome to the stream. Switching over to the Twitch stream. So I can still read you in YouTube, just so everybody knows, like, right? If you're in the YouTube stream, I can still read you. I can still see you. We just have a issue with OBS where it hasn't shown up. Somebody gave me an idea of a way to get around that. I'm going to see if we can use that, but it's going to take a little bit of doing.
Of any situations that occur in the Discord. Also important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random—
I see chat. We mods decide everything like in Danganronpa. I haven't played that yet.
Creep statements in his work drive. It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord as is insinuated in the video for some reason. If OT was really so disgusted with me and how I run things, isn't it odd that we've been close friends for the 2.5 years after this happened? It's a very odd thing to try to twist in her video. Of course, she would retell the story quite differently
Danganronpa's like Among Us
to anyone who would listen. Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months." Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks after we had left Sad Milk. The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually left a month prior.
Oh, the other thing that was really missing, conspicuously missing from iIluminaughtii's video, and I mean, this doesn't necessarily imply malice, right? It's just a lack of context, right? Is like a timeline, right? And, you know, there were some legitimately confusing things that might have been cleared up with a timeline inserted, right? Giving us a sense of what happened when. Because without a timeline, you could so easily misunderstand, misconstrue things.
So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while. As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with
Okay, thank you so much for actually like obscuring the artwork. So there were some questions about this on my last stream. I actually cut it out of the video. You know, if you rewatch the video, you'll notice that the artwork that that Illuminaughtii shows is not there at all, because it didn't seem like it was blurred very. It seemed like the blur filter should have been turned up somewhat. Now, there was nothing TOS, you know, that was shown. And it wasn't, just to be clear, this was artwork. This was not anything to do with underage anything or real people or anything. It was artwork that a mod showed that was in SFW. And it's Click's going to explain that mod was you know, banned as well.
Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed, as troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off...
I mean, that's definitely something I've experienced too, is that like sometimes one mod doing something inappropriate will not be seen as inappropriate by their friends, and as a result, their friends need to be demodded as well, right? That, you know,
with passive-aggressive behavior towards other staff and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session, and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think it's an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Illuminaughtii one-on-one about this very...
Did Click attack Blair on Twitter first, or did Blair attack Click on Twitter first? I'm trying to think. Okay, so this all started because of Blair attacking Legal Eagle, and saying that the editors for Legal Eagle had you know, had essentially done plagiarism, had essentially taken a stylistic element that Illuminaughtii and her editor team, you know, were like that was, you know, proprietary towards Illuminaughtii, right? And then after that, Legal Eagle said, "Hey, I think there's been a misunderstanding." The interaction between Legal Eagle and Illuminaughtii was pretty civil, right? Legal Eagle wasn't mad, wasn't upset, didn't take a lot of umbrage towards the accusation, but just clarified that, you know, their editors had done nothing wrong, and indeed Blair apologized to Legal Eagle behind the scenes. Now, after that happened, there was the H-Bomber revelation of a, you know, essentially, depending on how you see it, either a case of plagiarism by Illuminaughtii in terms of an old documentary that had been, you know, kind of you know, a lot that there had been at least a paragraph kind of copied from this old documentary, right? And you know, like, I mean, Blair explains it as more of an oversight on her part in an attempt to make the video more watchable, that the attributions weren't shown in the way that, you know, would credit them for. But you know, that didn't really hold up, right? And then after the H-Bomber, after H-Bomber brought up the issues of plagiarism on Illuminati's part, that was when the Click, I don't know which came first. Yeah, there's another issue where we kind of need a timeline, right? Because I don't know if like if Wonder was the first to say something, if the Click was, if Oz was the first to, but basically various members of Sad Milk brought up issues that they had with Illuminaughtii and said that, you know, they wanted to speak and that they normally wouldn't expect to be listened to, but since, you know, people, you know, since Illuminati's name was kind of trending, this was, you know, when they chose to to speak up. So that happened, and then Blair made the video, disputing what a lot of them said, and it was pretty harsh in terms of the way that it portrayed the clique. Oh my God, Jade Davis, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Twitch Primes mean a lot to me because I know that you only have one of those, and the fact that you choose to choose to give it to me means a lot. Love watching your streams on YouTube, so you figured you'd try Twitch, right? So I'm reading both chats, but unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can't get YouTube on screen right now just because of the Oh my gosh, I've missed so much chat. Nice butterfly. Thank you, Chef. Wait. Chef, that's how you pronounce your name? I think I was pronouncing your name wrong before. Click is just... Oh my gosh. Blair's Socko Puppet just appeared on our chat. I'm guessing this isn't... Blair's Sock Puppet, are you claiming to be Illuminati? Or is your name a joke? I'm guessing your name is a joke. One of the reasons I stopped watching Illuminati's channel is because I was noticing a heck of a lot of casual plagiarism. It wasn't bad before she expanded and didn't have time to write her own. You know what? I have noticed some things that like seem to have been hurried. Their bio says just a big fan of Blair. Not Blair, but I know her? Okay. I don't know who started what, but it's the sort of allegation that you have to respond to. Yeah. I mean, these are some pretty serious allegations against the clique here, so.
Very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the...
Oh yeah, I just realized, Blair Sockbuck, but your name is kind of a reference to something that we're going to see in this video a little later.
Same standards as the rest of the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for. I think every creator can relate to that fact. I think it's about how you build your community in general, what values you endorse, and how you act when situations happen, because situations will happen. And to be clear, the chats were cleaned out because I wanted to ensure the chats were as safe as possible. In retrospect, I do believe the situation escalated to the point it did, so she could replace my staff and have more control over my Discord and community. But it's hard to tell if it's intentional or a byproduct.
Okay, so this is something that Click alleged on his thread, and that Illuminaughtii disputed, and it looks like he's kind of backing off of this claim, saying, it's impossible to know for sure. But it seemed like to him that this was an attempt to gain more control over his Discord. They do a lot of promo. Oh, Cash App?
Product of just constant
Promo on
conflict
Twitch.
escalation and nitpicking. And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible. We have chill chat rooms, meme channels, a Minecraft community server, art contests, edits and fan art sharing, stream clips channels, you name it.
Wait, what's photoshopped?
It's just a good vibe. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's right there. You can actually just go look. Nice little Discord plug. Hashtag sponsored by my Discord, heck yeah. Number 2, click using abhorrent language. Content warning, mention of...
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky thing, because, like, at the same time, I don't ever want to, suppress people's, right to disagree, or their ability to disagree on Discord, but you run into an issue, like the issue that I always have is like, when somebody's talking about another content creator or even just a Twitter account or something like that, right? A lot can be said about that person that that is damaging, right? And there's a thin line between somebody expressing their opinion and somebody doing, defamatory stuff on Discord. I always try to prevent defamatory stuff, or like my Discord being used as like a platform to like hurt other people, but at the same time I don't want to stifle people's ability to talk. However, if you all were to go into my Discord and just like choose a content creator and just start saying shit about this person, right? I would be blamed 100%, right? That's kind of how that works, right? Even though like, it would just be people in my Discord saying things. It's not necessarily stuff that I agree with. Like, it's pretty common practice for the creator to be held responsible for the content of their Discord, right? You've seen this with Polly. I don't think anybody's ever yelled at me about my Discord, but I don't trust him. There's something off about him, but I can't put my finger on it. Receipts are photoshopped. Wait, his receipts? Or I'm sorry, is this like, are you joking?
Slurs. I will be brief here because there isn't
Sorry if I'm being obtuse.
really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Aziwazi, Uwu, among a few others.
Osmedia's who we were talking about, Uwu.
So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in, but just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the r-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A. over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B. Blair and I had discussions in relation to this, and I'd...
Okay, so now we're talking about the r-slur. This is something that I think the clip like copped to doing long ago as a teenager, but I think he's saying that he wasn't aware, being like not a native English speaker, of the ableist nature of that word. And indeed, like, I mean, it is a word that gets thrown around by a lot of people who act like there's nothing wrong with it, right? Obviously, it reinforces the pejorative against people in terms of, it reinforces ableist pejoratives against people, right? So, it's definitely wrong, but I think that, let's go back a little bit. I got distracted. I want to air this out. I don't buy this excuse. Okay, so click using aberrant language, mention of slurs. He's from another country, and I don't doubt he didn't know. It was even said in Mean Girls. Yeah, that's the thing that's a little bit... That's the place where I'm willing to... I don't know.
Of slurs. I will be brief here because there isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Aziwazi, Uwu, among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in. There isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's...
Okay. So there's iLluminaughtii, there's Oz Media, and then two people who've been redacted. Just to make things clear, at least one of y'all told him it wasn't cool, right? Because I think that the r-slur, I'm guessing, because I think that is blanks. Okay, so there's a third person we're not seeing. The third person is behind so there's the blue person, the pink person, and the orange person. These people are all redacted. Their names aren't being shown. probably because they're not content creators. And then this red dot is to cover up the cover up a bad word. So that's not a fourth person. That's just a bad word, a no word, and not a slur, but a a curse word. Okay, so Osmedia says, I've made it clear I was uncomfy with it while we were playing CNC. What is CNC? I should know. Command and Conquer. Yeah, plus the silence should have been enough, but still, he still would say it. Okay, so that's Osmedia saying that Click would say the R slur, and then iLluminaughtii says yes, and then the redacted blue says, yeah, so he is for sure a lying S-bag. Good to know. Then Orange comes in and says, redacted Orange says, he also seemed to have realized, at least by the time of that stream. Osmedia says, Click's language barrier isn't an issue. He's known English for a while, and the R slur in Sweden, it was really frowned upon since the early two. Do we have any Swedish or Scandinavian people? Can we confirm this? I don't have, I don't know. I know there's a lot of English speakers in Sweden and in Scandinavia in general, right? I just don't know, how, for instance, you know what? It makes sense to me, though, that the R word would be frowned on. Go with me, okay? My understanding is that Scandinavian English speakers generally learn British English, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some exceptions to that, but that in general, the teachers that are available for English will teach you British English. And my understanding is that British English, the R slur is not as prominent, it's not a go-to insult, and B, if there are people using it, it's edgy, it's edgy kids, right? That are picking it up from American gamers or whatever. I don't know though. I don't know. This is my moment. I'm Swedish. What do you think? What do you think? How is the R slur in English looked at in Swedish in Swedish among English speakers in Sweden, I guess. From what I remember, Swedish kids learn English much earlier than he claims here. Usually they begin when they're 7 years old. Yeah, it's really common to speak English, but I can't speak for his particular. Yeah, there's that whole. I'm guessing. Yeah, this is sad milk stuff that we're going over the allegations that. If I can remember the back and forth. Click said in his tweet that the ties were cut over some old stuff, some videos that they did when they were a teenager, right? Some old stuff, right? iLluminaughtii said, no, it wasn't about those old videos. Yes, you said some awful stuff in the old videos, but those are not, that wasn't the reason I cut ties. I cut ties because you still used the R slur, and this was the receipt. And it does seem to be Oz and two redacted Discord users, the blue user, the orange user, and it looks like there was another user who we don't see their anything they said, but we see their name in pink, right? Actually, everywhere in Europe, kids start study English. I study English since I was 6. I think I got the Click Guys vid in my recommended. I mean, let's see. This video's on almost 7,000K, so it's definitely doing some numbers. Okay, I knew a person from Finland who learned American English. Okay, so I'm not necessarily right about the British English in Finland, who learned American English, and her sister learned British English. It depends on your teacher. Oh, that's true. You could just as easily, yeah, like a language, they could just as easily hire an American, although I'm guessing more, I'm sure the person being belittled feels better after a grammar lesson. No such thing as a dictionary definition. Wait, what am I saying? Alpha Dorito is clever. We hit 35 likes. Yay. So, BSP, are you claiming that Blair's receipts are photoshopped, or that Click's receipts? People who use the word regularly know what it means. No such thing as a dictionary definition fallacy. PewDiePie fans claim that Europeans have never heard of the N-word. Sure, the person being belittled feels better about the grammar lesson. Oh my god, I'm sorry I'm being so obtuse, BSP.
Talking to Aziwazi, Uwu, among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in, but just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat. However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the r-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A, over-embellished to further feel accepted.
Okay, so this is Oz responding. Oh my gosh, it says today, I hate how Discord does this. I hate how Discord does this. I really wish that it just like, I mean, and I know there's probably settings, right? You could set it to be different, right? You could set it to say, no, just say the date. But I really want it to say the date because like it says today, but like that's today of whenever the screenshot got taken. So we don't know if it's, you know, is it, I'm guessing though that means that this is more recently. Okay, so that's what I can glean from this, right? God. Okay. So Oz basically said, yeah, the click was saying the r-slur, you know, I thought the silence should have let them know it wasn't okay, you know, like there are people in that conversation being like, why is Click saying this stuff? This isn't okay. I don't feel good about this, right? And they're all kind of corroborating each other's, yeah, Click said it, right? And then Oz, this is Oz more recently. Now, obviously, like Click and Oz are on the same side of this blow up, so I don't know if that plays anything into it. But Oz is responding to, yeah, why did you say that Click uses language like this? It should default to like today, yeah. We need receipts for these receipts, yeah, right? Oh my god, so complicated, right?
Of the tone of one instance. Never, of course.
This is the problem with covering drama, is that then you're just kind of obliged to cover people's responses and to try to adjudicate. And I never want to be in a position of like, you know, accusing somebody of something that they didn't do, or helping somebody else smear somebody, or I don't know. I just kind of want to do what's right by everybody. Yeah, there's no cultural or language reason to justify his usage besides ableist language being more accepted in his country. Even in Mexico, people who learn English, which is very common in the part I am from, you never hear the R slur, etc. And American English generally is what is taught. There are Swedish celebrities who say ableist things, etc. all the time and don't get canceled like they would. So it's accepted culturally to say the R slur. To be fair, knowing English wouldn't be the problem. There are Americans who only recently learned it was bad to say. I think the last time I heard it thrown around casually was in 2011 in New Jersey, which wasn't that, yeah, only 12 years ago. Giving everyone a chance to have their say. Yeah, and like, look, if I back off on it, it's because I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't know. When it's indeterminate, like, I guess I just have to let the receipts speak for themselves and let you make up your own decision. I don't want to, like, take a stand of like, saying like, because like, I mean, it's really easy to do things like, that person doesn't seem trustworthy to me, right? And there, you could be picking up on something, or they could remind you of somebody from your own life who wasn't trustworthy. So yeah, it's really hard to, and I don't want to get into true, I don't want to turn this into like a true crime stream or a JCS, or be reading people's body language or anything like that.
First, realizing
It's
the damage
tough.
it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B, Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof. C, there was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that you said this like way back in 2019. I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not great on my part. It would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment cost, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that I have made, and when all this went down. I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that I honestly, for the life of me, can't remember. As for Blair claiming you use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the
Thank you for the follow, iLluminaughtii.
two of you are playing Dark Souls 3, you refer to enemies or shadows or ash as endlets, or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought up until after Sandmilk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man.
Okay. I gotta say, I don't necessarily trust Oz now, which is, it sucks because I kind of, like, I want to like Oz. Like, I've actually watched a little bit of Oz's content now, and I mean, there's some edginess to it for sure, but Oz's thread seemed to be the most, like, mature, like, of anything I read. Like, I kind of felt for Oz based on the Twitter thread, but that's just a Twitter thread. It's feeling like that it feels like Oz is just supporting whoever's like his friend, right? Like, yeah, no, that was really yikes. No, I didn't like that. It made me uncomfortable when Click said the R slur. That was really bad. Oh, geez. Well, did I say that Click said the R slur? Oh, maybe I misremembered that, or maybe I was that. Can we go back to that? I'm sorry. That it just seems sus. Like, I don't know any of these people. Okay, let me read the. Okay, so this is Oz's explanation. I either over-embellished to feel further accepted. Okay, so if you did that, if that's what you did, if you over-embellished what the Click said to please Blair, I don't trust you. Like, and I legit don't know which you're definitely over-embellishing to please somebody, but I don't know if you're doing it to please Blair back then, or if you're doing it to please the Click right now. Sorry, Oz. Like, I just, like, I don't know. There's something that doesn't sit right about this. I mean, I get that, look, I get that you can have different takes at different times. You can voice different, like, you could be on the fence about something and kind of say something in one group and say something in I'm not saying that Oz is a bad guy or anything like that. I don't know you, Oz. Okay, so that's one, over embellished to feel further accepted of a one-off instance. Never. Okay, so there was like a one-off instance where the Click said the R slur and that Oz embellished it, right? So that's one possibility. Never, of course, realizing, and I also understand not completely remembering, right, a situation. That's that I can understand. Never, of course, realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about that. if this is the case. B, Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was look. Okay, so this is what. Okay, so option 2. Like, I talked to Blair. We corroborated a story and we decided to go forward and portray this as the truth. And if that's the fact and you've changed your mind and now you're being honest, you had a pang of consciousness, you had a pang of conscience, and you want to do the right thing now. Great. That's entirely possible. That's what I mean by I'm not saying that Oz is a bad guy, right? I'm not saying that Oz is a dishonest person. However, the fact that your claim of the clique being guiltless is based on what sounds like deception. That you're claiming that you and Blair engaged in deception, right? That doesn't make me trust you, right? You gotta understand that, right? Okay, so oh, they lived under the same roof. Yeah. Okay, so they lived together. This is an important part of the story. I'd kind of forgotten about it. It's very common when we live together under the same roof. There was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, what I will say is that watching Blair say just the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Okay, I think I get what Oz is saying. Oz is claiming that what he said then wasn't true, either through like an unconscious like attempt to get to be cool with Blair, or through purposeful deception that he and Blair engaged with, right? But the net effect of this is that I'm now looking at Oz as an unreliable narrator. Like I said, this doesn't mean Oz is a bad person. There's every chance that Oz, did some things that they're not proud of and that now they're being honest, but I kind of have to take Oz's testimony now and set it aside. Does that make sense? Like I'm not imbuing, like I'm not necessarily trusting Oz. I don't think he's playing both sides. That's why Blair broke up with him in her video. Click also said that he will continue to use the slurs, just not on camera. Oh, that's messed up. Now that I'm thinking about it, that slur is used as almost synonymous with stupid. Yeah, well, I mean, that's how a lot of people in the United States use it too. The literal translation for stupid is never used as an insult. Oh, okay, yeah. Not justifying it, just overthrowing it. Talking about Swedish. Okay, yeah. Sorry, overthinking. Sorry, yeah, I thought you meant something else. God, I mean, like, look, like I said, like, I'm not accusing anybody of being deceptive or being bad. I just, like, I really don't know. I really don't know what to do. Click is using fear down technique. Click's furrowed brows. Okay, so this is memeing about body language and stuff, right? All kidding aside, if anyone is totally innocent, but Blair is the one that put it out in front of 160, actually, yeah, 160 6 million, or sorry, yeah, 1,660,000 subs for no reason. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like, yeah, so does that make sense, right? Like, understand that I don't know any of these people. There's every chance that any and all of them are good and decent people, but gotta put Oz's testimony to the side now, because I get the feeling that Oz, much like, I mean, this is something that's kind of relatable, right? Of like being around people. I'm a people pleaser too, I guess is what I'm saying, Oz. And like, you're claiming to be a people pleaser to the degree that it's getting in the way of you telling the truth. Either it did it then or it's doing it now, but I can't tell which. And so as such, I just gotta kind of pull back my trust a little bit.
And when all this went down, I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that are honestly...
We don't have taboos or about swears or slurs in state-funded media, so we definitely are less mindful with language than in America. Granted, America doesn't really have state-funded media. True.
For the life of me, can't remember. As for Blair claiming to use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the two of you were playing Dark Souls 3, you referred to enemies or shadows or ash as N-lets, or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought...
So, oh God, here's another question. When, in that screenshot that Blair was showing of Oz saying, yeah, that made me uncomfortable too, is it... I'm assuming it's the use of the R word that was making Oz uncomfortable.
Up until after Sad Milk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope you get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just gonna point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language, yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And to add an extra layer of transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020. So it's possible I said it before that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people...
Yeah, and it's also possible that you didn't understand the gravity of the language that you were using and that you're a different person now. So where does he say that he still uses it in private? Somebody mentioned that earlier. Until he was 27 years old. Where does he say that like somebody mentioned that he says that he's going to continue to use it in private, but he's not going to say that like in content. He's about to say it.
People came to me around this time and told me they had had a word used against them.
Look, what I'm saying is that like it's possible for Blair to be justly skeeved about your use of that language and to not want to have anything to do with you based on that, and for you to like, have changed your mind about it and still be like a good person, right? That like, like both in this case, both people's truths could be real, right? Sounds like a family reunion. This is messy. I didn't anticipate it being this messy.
For being neurodivergent, I was surprised.
I feel bad because I opened up this can of worms by watching Blair's video, and now I feel responsible for, I just don't want to help anybody smear anybody else, right? If that makes sense.
That had not been the case around me when I grew up, but I personally stopped using it in my content
on either side.
I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content, simply because I didn't want my community to get the wrong idea about the values I held. I personally don't find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world, but I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship and regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination.
He didn't exactly say that he wouldn't use it, or like he didn't actually say that he was going to continue to use it in private, but that he hears a lot of people say it, and that is true, unfortunately. Yeah, it's like there were like, I swear to God, there was a few years in which people were really trying to back off from that, and in which it was like, it basically was like, if you cared about ableism, you didn't use that word. now it's being kind of brought back in, and all those like gains, as far as the use of that word as a pejorative, have kind of been lost, right? Can you go back to what he said? I want to make sure I heard it correctly. Which one? Okay, sure. Yeah, let's do that.
To get the wrong idea about the values I held. I personally don't find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world. But I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship and regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination due to the events mentioned. Content warning.
He could have also just ignored people saying it because he doesn't take them seriously. So he'll listen to his fans, but not to Blair. I want to make sure I heard that correctly. What he personally thinks is not the point. Yeah, yeah. And like I said, you know, if he's... The discrepancy that we're trying to adjudicate here, basically, is that he says that he got, God, I'm trying to remember the whole timeline from this, right? Is it that he got pushed out of Sad Milk because of his old videos? That's what he says. And he says that's unfair because he was a teenager then. And, like, that was years and years ago. And, like, those things that those videos that he made doesn't represent him now. Blair's saying, you still use slurs when we were playing video games. And that's why I kicked you out. That's why, you know, I cut ties with you, not because of the videos, right? You know, you're right that was a long time ago, and you know that in and of itself isn't reason enough. But the problem isn't like your past usage of slurs. It was your usage of slurs at the time where she cut ties, right? And here, I don't think he comes off as particularly strong. I didn't even get like a denial or a sense of denial. You know, it's mainly just like, well, you know, I didn't think that was that bad to say. Oz's testimony is the one thing that kind of cuts against that. But again, I'm telling you why I can't take Oz's testimony as like reliable, right? And it's for a relatable reason. Oz, I'm a people pleaser too. I try not to, you know, I hope I wouldn't do that in this situation, but you know, just because of just due to the fact that you're claiming like I spoke incorrectly back then to please people, right? Then what about now? I don't know. It's just, oh God, this is such, oh my God, this hurts. The word isn't outrageous to him, so yeah, he's gonna stop using it because he understands how harmful it is. Instead, he's gonna stop using it because people, yeah, in his community didn't want him to.
It sucks to have your channel deleted. I don't know, man. This is just a punch under the belt, isn't it? Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, and I appreciate my friends who had my back throughout all this. I even thanked them in my return video, her included. Here it is. But the fact remains, she wasn't
derogatory. He means ableist. Let's get it started. Oh God, the Black Eyed Peas song.
The one who saved my channel. If you want to get into specifics, Oz and Salty are the ones who networked me with this network initially, but the rest was done by myself and the network. We fought for 3 weeks over Christmas to get my channel back. Very odd high horse to try to climb on top of and claiming I should have lost my entire livelihood because of the events stated earlier in this video. Jeesh, man. On a happy note, here's a little celebration chat I had with my network rep after we got the channel back.
Wait.
Wee! Emoji.
Did she say that? Did she say that he should have lost his channel? She said something like she was sorry that she had helped with that, right? If I remember correctly, but I don't think she said that she thought he should be banned.
Whoa.
And to be fair, his ban was for sexual content on the YouTube channel. As far as I know, nothing to do with the Discord issues and nothing to do with the slurs, right? That's what's bothering me about this. He's only thinking about himself and not about how his actions could impact other people. Why exactly is everyone upset with Blair? Oh my gosh. So if you're just joining us or you haven't been ass deep like I have in the Illuminati controversy, it all started from Illuminati's accusation at Legal Eagle that Legal Eagle's editors had stolen a technique from their channel, right? And these weren't techniques that are really, you can't claim proprietary, you know, ownership over the techniques of doing the ripped paper like you've seen that in a lot of YouTube videos, right? It's not Illuminati's, it's something that everybody uses. And then the other one was highlighting, like the highlighted text on a paper, right? So though so anyway, she accused Legal Eagle of having, kind of plagiarized her techniques there. A, those aren't proprietary techniques, and B, it doesn't sound like the editors actually got any information from Blair's editor. So, right, and she, apologized about that, right? Now, secondarily to that, H Bomber Guy showed a video of Blair's in which it did look like she was doing either, she claims unintentional, but, others are looking at it as intentional plagiarism of a documentary from the 80s, or documentary from like a long time ago, right? An old documentary that like was kind of word for word with what Blair had. She says that, she had this listed in her sources and that, indemnifies her, but, in a paper, you would quote it and you would have the attribution, right? In a video essay, well, she's claiming because it was a video essay that, it's not a paper. I can't quote it and do the attribution, but you've got to kind of let people know in some way. So, either intentionally or unintentionally, that those sentences were kind of pilfered, right? And then this is the click. She talked about the click. She talked about an incident in their server where somebody had a 19-year-old had an inappropriate relationship or inappropriate messages with a 12-year-old, right? And she claimed that Click didn't take this seriously enough. He's pretty much shown receipts that he did take it seriously enough. And then there was a mod who posted inappropriate NSFW stuff. He said that the mod was banned. Then the third thing was the claim of the claim of like of slurs, right? And he's using Oz as kind of a witness, right? Oz was in Blair's screenshot saying that he did use the slurs, and now Oz says I must have just said that because it was what Blair wanted, right? In my mind, what that does is that takes Oz out of the realm of like a credible witness, if that makes sense. Blair has been accused of ableism on numerous occasions and had to delete tweets and private videos because of it. So I hope we're not adding to her side of the scoreboard on this. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to do a scoreboard here, right? I'm just trying to kind of give voice to the other side of the discrepancy than what we watched like last time, right? The last time, what the Blair's video, right? Well, now like Blair did used to run with those commentator kind of like channels, right? And they're really toxic to her now, right? So there's every chance that she's changed in the time in between. It's a long story, but she started with a spurious accusation of plagiarism. The drama that unfolded led to 3 or 4 of her old contacts saying she was a bully / mistreated them as employees. Several hour-long videos about it on YouTube. What he's choosing not to say is important too. This seems very debate bozo in that he's confident he could use logic to defeat the attack against him. Whether Blair was ableist in the past is not relevant to this situation. Yeah.
Number 4. The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior. These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 AM, that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong if someone you know
Well, no, the issue of him being ableist, right, is like, so the discrepancy there is that Blair says that that she cut ties with him because of his use of slurs in when they were gaming together. He says that the ties were cut because of old content of his, like that he's essentially being canceled for stuff that he said as a teenager, or videos that he did as a teenager, right? Blair says that's not why. It was the, it's your videos from way back are one thing, but you haven't changed that much. You were still saying slurs, right? So that's where the discrepancy about Click saying slurs is coming from.
Take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth, and here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing our departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminati and retweeted by Sadmilk.
Oh yeah, so it looks like we've got 23 minutes, YouTube chat. 23 minutes to get 3 likes. Can we make that happen? I bet we can. I bet we could get it done in like 8 minutes. What do you think?
This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left...
Wonder did a hit piece video on OT and Click? Or did a... Wait, where is this? Where is this? Wait, I don't see a hit piece video. I don't see a critical video here. This is our Gotcha Life. Okay, this is the Click. Our Gotcha Life cringe. Wonder. Where's Wonder though? I don't see a video by Wonder here. Anyway.
She retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained.
Okay, so the video's been retracted.
And I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life. He's a sweet guy who got caught.
He's showing the vid like a capture from the vid he's talking about? Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not... So in the vid, they were looking at the... Okay.
Caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sadmilk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without Click, and you can see there are multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as crossover. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks like more people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn, it's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter.
I don't know who that is. Trinity Blackburn? I have a feeling Blair did something and she's about to get canceled. Something like what happened to Dan Plan, maybe? Anybody know? Or, okay, I don't know. Her exposing Wonder's message about wanting to... Oh, God, yeah. That was... Yeah.
I didn't see the N-word in old videos, just saying. Oh damn. It's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of, things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago, and at the time I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference to American culture. I am sorry about those statements, and I apologize to anyone who feels affected. I do not stand by it. I never intended any harm.
What do you think about that? Like, right? So, like, he said it in reference to American culture. So the idea is this, like, and I've heard this in chat, like there's no taboo against, like, you know, saying these words in Swedish culture, right? Obviously there is an indeterminate taboo in American culture. There was a few years where, you know, it was considered universally ableist and a bad thing and a bad look and not cool in American culture to use the R word as a pejorative. I still think that it at least puts you, it makes you sound like a child on the playground, right? And like, no, this is me talking about, like, as the culture as a whole, how does it consider the R word? I would say that, like, you know, there was a while where it was like legitimately like considered bad and ableist. Now it's kind of reverted back to being, it's immature and inappropriate, right? Is how it's seen in American culture. But the fact remains, it's taking ableism and using it as a pejorative, right? So morally speaking, regardless of how American culture views it, regardless of how Swedish culture views it, it's wrong, right? But then how do we, this is, and then it's even more complicated by the fact that you've got, you know, Swedish English speakers who generally learn English at a pretty young age. So, you know, you're not talking about somebody who just has like 3 years experience of English, 2 years experience of English, and is like, oh, sorry, is that a bad word? The people that I talk to learn English, right? The people that I talk to online, they all use it. Was I saying something that was actually ableist? I just thought this was the way that we say, you know, such and such. I don't know. God, it's exposing his message to make him look oh yeah, the talking about wonder, talking about sex, wait, is not ableist. Wait, what was, where did that come up? Oh, not sex, the other s dash side. Yeah. Now Click is mocking Blair with his female voice impression.
I was trying and failing quite miserably to be funny. And to be honest, it actually feels good to talk about it because she's...
Xanderhall is teaching Swedes English clearly if they think the R word is okay. Good call, Brenzo. From Norway, call someone the Norwegian N-word and you will have to pay a fine. It's not okay. So the N-word is not normalized the way that... And there were accusations about him using the N-word, but was that from way back? Was that from when he was a teenager, or was that more recently? Again, like, not having a timeline here makes me just want to step back and say, I don't know, right? I don't, it's... N-word is not okay at all. But I'm not even sure where she's accusing him of using the N-word. Did she say that he used the N-word on when they were playing Command and Conquer? Yeah, just like in America. Like the kids say, it's a skill issue. Anyone angry at me using such slurs it's just too in American culture, such BS. Did we get 40 likes yet? Are we at 40 likes on YouTube?
Held this over my head for 2 years. As people have started reaching out to me and other ex-members from Sad Milk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. All these screenshots take place after we have left Sad Milk. We left in early October and she posted about us leaving in early November. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got banned from, in this case, One Topic's Discord. They spend hours of their life to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least any content creator can do or should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have been the backbone of every YouTube community and so on and so forth. Ah, this OT and click poo has me heated. These stupid fricks. Oof. How could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? I would like to point out the hypocrisy here, that in regards to my own Discord, she has been constantly suggesting me not being harsh enough. But when a staff member actually is kicked for breaking rules, she does this? All right. Here she is, twisting the facts about the VC she had with OT around the time the pedo was banned around 2 a.m. Note that the dates mean that she has been spinning this twisted narrative of what actually happened for a very long time, about 2.5 years. Here she is, still harping on the
Not a
same
good
Discord
strawberry.
situations yet again, venting about it in some group DM. This is all after I had left Sad Milk. Venting and nitpicking my wording in a DM. At this point, the argument isn't even
Look.
if the situation...
Like, this is messy. This is more complicated than I realized. There's a lot that I would like to have access to or would like to know to be able to feel comfortable about adjudicating this or you know, even just sort of taking a side on this. But the one thing that this has convinced me of, right? I don't want to be a drama streamer. I don't want to be involved in the commentary stuff. I don't want to be involved in, I don't know. I'm convinced. I'm starting to be convinced that this is not my lane. I don't know. Isn't it it isn't nitpicking if you're calling out slurs. Yeah. This is the confusing part. In some aspects, we are more restrictive on language. We don't have freedom of speech, quote unquote, or free speech. You will be fined if you get, and you can get in legal trouble if you use a slur targeting someone the slur is related to.
was resolved or not. And to clarify, yes, I do think there is a distinct difference between personally targeting a minor with nudes or extorting them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room. Both are bad, but they are not in the same ballpark. Me clarifying that is a very odd thing to nitpick and vent about. Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a collab video from myself and OT. Trigger warning, pedo stuff. We were watching an old video from OT and Click last night, and part of the discussion, they were discussing OT memes, and they made a driver of the free candy van joke. Holy poo! What the frick? Really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? I mean, as if the Discord stuff wasn't already misinterpreted and overhyped enough. What is this? Are you serious? Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool. Oh my god, if straws were growing on straws, this would be the straws that were being grasped at, man. What the hell? Here she is, leaking and nitpicking a message from me to my staff, proving that she did indeed have insiders in my mod team after she and I had parted ways and the crossover staff had officially left.
Okay, so this was another one of his claims that there was spies. There was Illuminati spies. In his team. And then that's extremely hard to adjudicate because, like, how do you differentiate, like, Blair, you know, how do you differentiate, like, spies from people that know Blair, that were in your server and that are, like, talking to her, right? That's, you know, we would all agree that that's not a spy, but what makes somebody, where do we draw the line? Oh, thank you. Good to see you, Live Laugh, Lul. Just discovered you the other day through a VOD of yours from a few months back regarding the Hogwarts Legacy discourse, deconstructing how certain leftist streamers handled the discussion. Oh, you thought I did a good job. Well, thank you. That means a lot to me, and welcome to the stream. So to be clear, how is the internet reacting to this situation? Are people taking his side or hers? They're taking his side, right? They are, you know, she's the subject of a lot of videos right now, and for various reasons. You know, some of them, like the question of plagiarism, you know, seem fair, but other ones are literally people bringing up old videos of hers that they're trying to, like, embarrass her with, and you know, There's a non-zero amount of edgy commentary bros that I guess she used to be friends with that are like they you're not allowed to leave. If you're in that community, apparently they will haunt you. And I'm talking about like Augie, right? Augie's been doing videos on her. I'm not to start at fights with anyone. Augie, if you see this. No, no, I want nothing to do with you. I want nothing to do with any of that stuff, right? I'm not a commentary, despite the name No Comment Chick. I am not myself a commentary streamer. You know, I am not fun to start drama with. I'm way too nice. So, yeah, that's. But yeah, like I'm some of the stuff that's being dredged up just doesn't seem like it's not anything she did wrong. It's just stuff to try to embarrass her and I don't know, chase her off the internet or something, right? So yeah, there's a mix. There's a mix. Some of the like, you know, she's not a perfect person. I can see that, but she doesn't deserve to be harassed. Does that make sense? That's my take, in a nutshell.
He says, yikes, and here is me saying that, oh yeah, you noticed the staff has left again. Basically, what happened is that OT and I left Sad Milk. It was becoming an increasingly tense environment with the group, but at the end of the day, we had no real option.
All the
to take a step
Inklings
back.
think NCC
With that
is
change,
so
not
cool.
surprising that staff from Sad Milk was asked to leave, and I hold no grudge over it. The positive side to this is we will have more freedom within our own ranks to form this place as we want it to be without too much influence from outside parties. Paired with that, I will now have more time on my hands and I can help with day-to-day tasks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in staff chats or DMs. I apologize for this rocky road, and I hope it will be.
I've seen this "you can't leave" thing happen over and over again. It's always women who get singled out. Yeah.
Easier in the near future. I will also book yet another.
Well, no, I mean, like, you could compare it, actually. Like, I can the one example that comes to mind, actually, is iDubbbz, right? iDubbbz was definitely part of the edgy shitlord YouTube community back in the day. Obviously, iDubbbz is not like that anymore, and they're kind of going after iDubbbz and his partner in a really similar way. I definitely think this backlash, although, like, to be fair, I like, let me just be really clear. I'm not comparing Illuminati to iDubbbz, right? Obviously, iDubbbz was a lot edgier, I think, than I mean, I don't know about like Illuminati. Like, you know, I know who she hung out with, and they're people that I wouldn't hang out with. But obviously, she's not hanging out with them anymore, so that says something. And neither is iDubbbz, but like, yeah, iDubbbz was like, you know, kind of famous for saying the N-word. As far as I know, there's nothing like that about Illuminati, so it makes sense. She did mess up, but she's being demonized out of proportion. Yeah, iDubbbz is a target of theirs too, and like a lot of it just comes down to like people like have a weird parasocial attachment to Sam Hyde, who is a Nazi and a kind of a creep. Kind of has some really weird takes on issues involving kids, if you know what I'm saying, right? Sam Hyde is an absolute creep, and a lot of the backlash against iDubbbz is just like, oh, you don't like Sam Hyde? Well, yeah, when Sam Hyde is constantly talking shit about you and your partner, yeah, no, I don't think you would like Sam Hyde, and you shouldn't. Like, no, like, is that a problem? Is not liking Sam Hyde a problem? God, don't clip this.
They're meeting Lamau in the near future. Love y'all. He just lied to his staff about what really happened. What, I just said that people left. They did, though. They weren't asked to leave. Oh, wait, I read that wrong, but he's pinning it on me. Why are you spying on my Discord, man? She's just spying on private conversation I'm having with my, like, 7 mods, nitpicking specific wording. Yeah, I said she told her staff to leave because her staff left. And
so Smartest Man in the World is saying, I think it's more that a lot of iDubbbz fans... Oh, that makes sense. So if you were a fan of iDubbbz back during his N-word phase, that you might be a fan of Sam Hyde now. Yeah. Because iDubbbz has changed a lot. iDubbbz released a video about all that recently. Might be good for the stream. Yeah, I was thinking about watching that. I mean, the only reason I don't is because it's definitely commentary, you know, community adjacent stuff. And, you know, but it's not any... There's toxicity all around, it seems. I do like the eyes on the mic. Not saying that Hyde didn't have a fan base from beforehand.
the middle of the night without explanation. Nobody told me anything else. What exactly should I have assumed? All I had was this when I specified to the
Oh my
staff that they were
God.
still friends. I want to let you know that one topic and I are leaving Sad Milk. There's no bad blood, but the project's moving in a direction I simply cannot follow. I know this might cause some conflicting interest for the staff that are both here and in Sad Milk, and if you want to talk about it, I'm always open. In my book, you're welcome independent of what projects are happening. And they're saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay here, I'm your friend, blah blah blah. But when I took the screenshots, the names were already white. They left in the middle of the night, and the only context I had to this was a random piece of a no mic VC chat that read like this. What the, of course, I'm just confused, understandable. Has everyone left Click already? Okay, I'm gone. Team Blair all the way. F those dudes? Of course not. The Click is going to be interesting from now on. Good luck with that. It's going to be interesting. Any coffee for this Click was my original home, but still F him. So I don't know exactly what was said about me, but I suppose her telling her mods how horrible I was, just as was done in her video, isn't technically asking them to leave, I guess. It's probably worse. Going back to the rumor machine, here's the same chat room again.
Okay, so what context are we missing there? Is there something that so obviously there's nothing from iIluminaughtii in those Discord logs, and I don't know if it's did she type stuff in there and delete it? Did she say stuff in voice chat? Right? But he said you can see what that is, and that is one of those moments where you can see that two content creators that a lot of people both are friendly with both are butting heads in an irrevocable way, and they're sort of choosing sides there. I wanted to be on her side until she blocked me for mentioning how he mentioning Wonder's mental health as evidence of anything. How she mentioning Wonder's mental health as evidence of anything. I've lost friends to depression and had to intervene to help friends from similar fate, so I can't really take her side because of the Arsler. I'm disabled, but I also have / almost lost people that I love and would hate to have their messages publicized. I'm not anti-Blair, but I think a lot of valid criticism is being washed out by a few bad actors. Yeah. Her mentioning his mental health made you uncomfortable. Okay. That is fair. Yeah, I know what you mean, Black Phillip, about that YouTube Shorts algorithm is super toxic.
Digging through my very oldest content looking for dirt. Let's play Minecraft with Crazy Part 2. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Ah! The R word is here. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Jesus Christ. I was a high schooler in
Yeah, Alpha, Minecraft Alpha, you're talking about 2009, aren't you? Is that, have I got my timeline right? Beta was such a big improvement from Alpha that there were very few people that would have been still playing Alpha when Beta was out, right? So the fact that it's an Alpha, a video from Alpha, tells you that it's 10 years or more, 10 years older or more. Wait. Okay, so let's say if he's 30, he is 30 years old? Oh, is he? Okay, so that's minus... Oh, wait. So potentially, we're talking about he would have been 17, 16... Yeah, it's definitely a long time ago.
2010, playing Minecraft.
Oh, he's saying 2010.
For my 12 followers.
So 13 years ago. And he would have been 17.
Oh. And here's the chat that keeps going. Ever since she made some announcements, some fans are putting it together. While I am mostly the big bad bish, some are figuring it out. Listen, I have Click on video saying the F slur and R slur. He will put himself up with his own ego like I won't have to do anything of that. He's gonna muddy his own hands and unravel it himself. Oh yeah, it's in his old videos. They are still live on his channel.
Well, her contention is that he was still using ableist language, and she says slurs, and that's where right? Because there's a big difference. If he's using the N-word, anyway, she's saying that as the reason that she cut ties with him. He's saying that she cut ties with him to help cancel him over, his old videos, like that one that they just showed where he uses the R word and ostensibly maybe worse. I mean, that's where that's coming up.
Hobbies are a good way to spend your time. What the hell? And this is her just hyping people up to more hateful towards me because of my old bad jokes when I was a teenager. So much for this.
So that's it. That's his claim. His claim is that she was canceling him for stuff he did when he was 17, and she says, no, you were still using slurs on when you were playing video games with us, right? That's so yeah. That's
just happening.
That's the he said, she said of it. Click has not apologized once this entire video.
To come out when I left Sad Milk. This, to me, looks like a very planned smear campaign, and she had a very big hand in it. Here is her talking again. I'm a level with y'all here, reading through the things and seeing this person in the chat excusing Click saying the R slur because it was 10 years ago, and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me. Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't even in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now, because it was never appropriate. And here is the same chat keeping going, digging through even more of it. It's like, oh, here's another video where
I mean, ableism is wrong. You'd like to think that people, you know, deserve a chance to change, but yeah, I guess that's the difference. That's the he said, she said of it, is that, like, he says he and Oz are claiming that I guess that he wasn't currently using, like, slurs, and she says that he still was, and that's the reason that she cut ties. So now we're adjudicating the split of Sad Milk, right? Which is, like, partially because of a voice call where she told one topic at a time to shut up, and one topic at a time logged off, and, you know, never wanted to have anything to do with her after that. And then with the Click, it's about this, like, ableism. He says that, you know, she's basing it on his old content from when he was 17. She says that he was still like that.
It was a bad word. It turns out even the...
And unfortunately, Oz has changed his story, so you can't really use him as a like a neutral party, right? It just feels like Oz is gonna say whatever supports his friend, you know, at the time. And that may be wrong, Oz. If you end up watching this, I doubt you will. Like, I apologize if I've got you wrong, but I just understand that I can't use you as a, like, I can't base, like, you know, what you either were, like, getting pushed to say the wrong thing then, or you're getting pushed to say the wrong thing now, and I just can't tell. There's every chance that you're a good person, and I like to, you know, think that people are good people, and so I'm not trying to, you know, say anything about your character or anything like that. I just can't use you as a, you know, as a reliable narrator here, I guess is what I'm saying. OT is the only one I feel bad for. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've seen some OT videos and they were pretty good, if I remember correctly. I don't think this was an apology video. He's apologized on Twitter. Oh, for the old stuff, yeah.
Random allegations against mine and OT's podcast we had to address last summer originated from this group, with the same people involved hyping up the person making the allegations both publicly and privately, at least according to people that have come forward to me.
So just for the record, as far as I know, none of these people are, like, right-wingers or are, you know, like right, nobody in this group is like is like super, you know,
So based on what I have seen, she, along with some staff and others, would sit in this chat and just hype up each other's hatred for us, grasping at straws. And if this wasn't enough, here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me.
Okay, so it's a conversation between Redacted and Oz Media, Redacted Red here. So we don't know who this is, right? But they were talking to iIluminaughtii. Let's take a look. Let me see. Like I need I need like a magnifying glass to like read this. Okay. So iLluminaughtii says I need you to work with blank. Okay, so that must be a different person, but yeah, it's confusing, right? Because their name is in red too. I need you to work with blank to help me find clicks saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. Redacted Red says I can do that. Let me get a shower and I'll be down. Okay. So then iLluminaughtii says she claims he said it in a Sad Milk video, but can't remember which one. Okay, so the other redacted said that, and we don't know who that is, right? We don't know who Redacted Red is. We don't know who the other person that's being redacted here is. And she's over her head with shit. I'll pay you $200 to find it. Okay. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word, the R slur, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private, according to Redacted Red. And then Oz is using like an emote. I don't know what this emote is, but would you say that for the record? Then Redacted Red replies, I mean, I have no proof, but circumstantial for the last bit. But yeah, you guys would be able to use the screenshots. Oh, here's the one that she paid me. Okay. God. YouTube chat, what's up? I haven't been paying enough attention to you. How are you doing? Meow. I apologize for... I guess I didn't realize how like I'm appreciating now that this doesn't necessarily feel good to see this, right? These people were all friends at one point, and it really devolved, and you know, there's every chance that there's reasons for them not to be hanging out with each other anymore. You know, people's like boundaries got pushed, people's, you know, lines of what's okay and what's not okay got pushed, but yeah, it kind of hurts to see this.
Looking for dirt, more specifically the R word. I needed to work with this person to help me find clicks saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sad Milk video but can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment. I mean, it's just an example, I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private. Oh my god, is this like serious drama at this point? It's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man?
If someone has said the R word, that's on them. People trying to expose it are not to blame.
And to be honest, I don't care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years of decade-old content, and compiling...
I've been through some shit when it comes to Twitch politics, but this is above my pay grade here. Like, I wonder if anybody was ever paid to dig up dirt on me.
I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you... Oh my god. Some rounding off thoughts. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything? If she genuinely believed children were being harmed in my Discord, or I was a rampant racist...
Oh shit. I just realized how... That is like one of the questions. Oh my god. Chat, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a minute here, because, like, this is just bringing up stuff for me that I haven't really thought about in a long time. Especially, like, in terms of, you know, people who used to be friends, like, going at each other. And it hurts, and I'm not, like, I'm trying not to let my own emotions like sway me in any way. I'm trying not to see, myself in any of these people, because that's gonna, bias like my analysis of the situation. And it's not about me. Like, I mean, this is, this needs to be, I'm just trying to do due diligence for a can of worms I opened, in my stream on Friday that in case I signal boosted anything that wasn't true, I want to let like kind of everybody have their say on my channel. But God, this is tough. What's up, Musburbs? You didn't miss anything. Anything too silly? I mean,
Homophobe, ableist. Why was the best thing she could do is start rumors, vent in Discord, and vague post on Twitter? Why would she do this? When I left, I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best. Why? Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money just to try to ruin myself and others? Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend? Well, hello there, it's Click from the future here. I was just finishing editing this video where I got a few more things from ex-staff of hers and other people that have burned that bridge. The first couple screenshots is from one of her ex-admins showing that they did indeed reach out to me about the issues in the...
Thank you for the dono, Mossburbs. Wait, I'm assuming that was Mossburbs. Yeah, I'm trying to... I'm sorry. I'm sorry this is affecting me like this. It's not like, it's not about the situation. It's about like it's just bringing up stuff for me that like I thought I had kind of gotten past, and I thought I wasn't still hurt by it. But I mean, like, I still care about everybody that has ever helped me do content, okay? And like, a lot of what some people have done I don't understand, and I don't think I'll ever understand, but it still sucks and it still hurts. And I can't even stop caring about people that I probably shouldn't, that obviously don't care about me, right?
Discord, and here is me confirming that I did indeed address it. Here is that same person talking to Blair about the information in the Discord, claiming that I did indeed take action when the information reached me. So that's all well and good. There is a second story basically confirming my innocence and that I'm not a horrific Discord owner. But what has me a bit surprised is the next few screenshots. Here is iIluminaughtii having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, dirt-digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen, now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc.
Thank you, chat.
This
That means a lot.
matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit, and this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth. And I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched some of his old videos. So this is actually Blair on an alt account making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly.
Okay,
she totally
wait.
wasn't paying people to dig up dirt.
Oh my god, did I miss it? How do we know this is Blair? How do we know this is Blair again? I think he showed us something that he, let's see. Okay, here we go. This is redacted red. Now, here's the other thing too. I don't know if this is the same redacted red from before or not. The redacted red that we just looked at was somebody that had helped Blair look for the evidence of Click saying the R word. Yeah, I think this is the same person. Do you need me to keep looking through his old stuff for more? So I guess they found something, and iIluminaughtii says, not at the moment. I'm writing up the post. I want to see the direction. Want to see the direction or wait for the surprise? Okay, so do you redacted red want to see, you know, what I'm thinking, what I'm like what's in progress as far as the post, or do you want to wait for the surprise? And then redacted red says, well, I'm a nosy bitch, so let me see. iLluminaughtii says, I saw the sad milk announcement. I follow all the milkmen. Milkmen? Did they call themselves milkmen? Or the men, maybe the guys from Sad Milk on their social media. Now I'm seeing the comments on blah blah blah. We can all agree it is obvious they did not end on good terms. Blair tweeting, oh my gosh. So I mean, like, okay, so something I want to bring up for sure, okay, is that in a high profile situation like this, most people are not going to use fake screenshots, right? However, it's a possibility. It's not out of question, right? Fake screenshots get passed around a lot. I've seen screenshots of myself supposedly saying the N-word, right? And which is wild because I've never, you know, done that, right? So obviously screenshots can be faked or accounts can be faked, and you know, especially on Discord, a lot of shenanigans can go on, right? So take this with somewhat of a grain of salt. I'm more likely to think that this is genuine given the fact that there's so many eyes on it, right? With this much scrutiny, passing off fake screenshots as real screenshots would probably be more risky than anybody like Click would want to do. Like, this video's got 700,000 views on it, right? I don't know how many views Blair's got on it, but there's a lot of people paying attention to this, right? So you would think that something like, you know, doctored screenshots or fake screenshots, or, you know, this is not really iLluminaughtii, this is somebody that's making their Discord account look like iLluminaughtii, you would think that that would be out of the question, right? It's probably not fake. If it is, though, then we're going to expect to see, like, iLluminaughtii making that claim, saying, hey, wait a minute, I never said that. That's fake. That's not me, right? But yeah, this is, if it's to be believed, this is iLluminaughtii posting as a fan and like under a fake account. Oh my god, this is like
stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit, and this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth, and I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched some of his old videos. So,
what's up, Vitingale? What's up, Iron? We don't know if that account is her. Yeah. So, like, we don't know if the Doobie Schmertz account is her. Oh my god, I love the emote spam. Oh my god, I love the emotes. Thank you. Thank you. I needed that, right? I'm sorry I'm getting so like um so like I said, screenshots of me have been faked. I've seen screenshots faked of other people. It does happen. It can happen. It is a possibility. If that's what's going on, then we're gonna expect to see um Illuminati, disputing these screenshots, right? And I don't know that the problem is that like can you prove a negative? Not exactly. But what that looks like is like, what Click is saying that we're seeing is so is what you're saying. Yeah, verklempt. I don't know. I guess that fits. Don't apologize for being a human being. Thank you. A water break, stretch bio break. We'll be here regardless. That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. I appreciate that, everybody. Milk truck just arrived. Yeah. So like I guess what I'm saying is that like if this is God, where are these supposed to have like this is I feel like I wanted to make sure to cover all angles of this story just so that I'm not propagating one person's opinion over another. This is that. Okay. So a real question is the source of this receipt, right? Like Redacted Red, who are they? I think it's got to be I mean, this looks like DMs between Illuminati and Redacted Red. I can't tell though. I can't tell. It could like there's nothing to say that this isn't like in the Discord proper. Now we saw before. Okay. Just like going through Discord screenshots, like it brings up like some really bad memories for me. I have had to look at more Discord screenshots than here's an example. Okay, so this is Redacted Red talking to Oz. Okay. So the source I'm just trying to make sure like Oh my God. Okay, so this is Redacted Red talking to Oz Media. We don't know if this is in a server, or this is in a Discord channel, like a public channel, a mod channel, or just, I mean, I would assume this isn't in a public channel, so it'd have to be in a mod channel or in DMs between Oz and Redacted Red. But the whistleblower here is the person that supposedly took $200 from Blair to dig up dirt on Illuminati. So the question is I don't think that like this wouldn't be Oz making up the screenshots, right? If these screenshots are forged somehow, like cause like you're seeing these screenshots of Illuminati talking to Redacted Red. And we don't know who that is, right? it's not impossible, for somebody to make their account look like Illuminati, right? On Discord, you could change your name to whatever, her name is in that screenshot. Yeah, Illuminaughtii, and you could get her profile pic. People have done this to me, right? So this isn't impossible at all. All the person would need to do is to copy her avatar and to change their name. Because we haven't seen anything like, generally, if somebody wants to show you receipts that are more airtight, what they'll do is they will record video of the DMs and they'll scroll up and scroll down. I don't know what it is about that, but people do that to like supposedly there's something that you could tell that's a way to show that they're not fake screenshots, that they're not doctored in any way. If you're scrolling up and down on Discord, I'm not sure what the mechanic is behind that, but I've seen people do that in the past. And the other thing that you'd want to do if you really wanted to show that this was Illuminati is you'd want to hover over her avatar and let it show the information of her user, right? And that would give you like a code to verify that this is in fact Illuminati, right? Because like there's two numeric codes. One is a 4 character numeric code, and the other one is, I don't know how many, but it's like more. It's like 8 or something. It's a longer numeric code. The longer numeric code is what kind of verifies that's the user, right? But somebody could look up your user number and probably fake that. Like it is really hard to verify Discord screenshots, 100%. However, like I said, there are so many eyes on this that if this turns out to be fake, it looks really bad for the click. Are you saying Sharky doesn't agree with Voosh on that stuff? Oh, are you talking about like Shark's definitely like some evidence behind the claim, behind the Doobie Schmertz claim? I've seen doctored stuff against Lily. Oh, Lily Orchard or Lily Simpson. People do make up shit. So I'm not saying it's all faked, but Lily never accused anyone else of totally unfounded bullshit like Blair did so publicly. H. Bomber Guy also feels confident enough to drag Blair. That reads to me like she did something. Well, yeah, she's apologized for the accusations against Legal Eagle, right? So that was the one real, unambiguous apology she made. She apologized about making the claims against Legal Eagle. But with everybody else, it's, there might have been like a little, I'm sorry this happened, or I'm sorry it went down that way, but there was nothing as definitive as that for the people in Sad Milk, right? But yeah, so that's the caveat that I'm going to put on this, right? Is that seeing Discord screenshots of somebody's name and avatar, it is not proof. However, putting this up as proof, putting this up as receipts is subjecting it to, countless people who might be able to verify this or falsify it, right? So, but if there's somebody that's lying here, it would be redacted red, right? If these are forged, if these are and that's a person who's redacted. We don't know who this is, right? So
Dollars to find it, and here's the payment. I mean, there's just an example. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private.
So this is like redacted red talking to Oz Media, right? So yeah, I'm definitely not suspecting Oz Media of having forged anything. if there's something forged, it's this correspondence between Redacted Red and Illuminati. So yeah. So Yolkio's bringing up Bad Empanada and Shark 300, right? Shark 300 made weird specious claims against Bad Empanada about about running away from Australia because of being in legal trouble for doing something horrendous, right? Being a predator. And then Bad Empanada produced a screenshot of Shark 300, which was Shark 300 like having said that like he had some conviction or something like that. Now, obviously the Shark 300 one we're pretty sure isn't real, but I think that Bad Empanada's point was, if you're gonna lie about me, then here's fake screenshots on you. If we're gonna spread untrue rumors about each other, then let's go, right? Like that was the Bad Empanada and Shark 300, and it was unless Blair did something else, I doubt he'd just decide to get involved and use his brand to tip the scales against her. I mean, even if this is like Redacted Red making this stuff up, like, honestly, I'd be afraid to come forward with this as my receipts. You kind of need more. Like, if you want to show that Blair did this stuff, you need to have Redacted hover over Blair's account and show that that is actually her. Show that code, right? This isn't ironclad, but it would be very brazen of Click to, have false or even to. Well, no. Click could claim, oh, I'm sorry, Redacted Red sent me fake stuff. Not my fault. I believed it. Yeah, that, oh my God. This is messy. This is actually quite messy.
Oh my God. Is this like serious drama? At this point, it's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man? And to be honest, I don't care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years of decade-old content, and compiling it. I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you... Oh my God. Some rounding off thoughts. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything? If she genuinely believed...
Oh no, is anybody else having problems with the stream? He should care. That's not the issue. I hate it when people don't come with their receipts right. Yeah, try refreshing if stuff is weird. Oh my God. Oh my God, thank you, Christy. That means a lot. Yeah, thank you everybody, like offering support in chat. Like you don't know, like it does mean a lot to me, like, right? I just I have this thing where, when I like people, I sort of bond with them, and so, it really hurts when somebody that I care about says like untrue, things about me. I'm not, again, I'm not projecting this, like, I mean, this situation this is their thing. This is separate. I'm at the point with this stuff that I can't tell you one way or another, right? If Illuminati said those things, if the Click has got, like, something like a scroll up, scroll down from Redacted Red, yeah, that's what I would say is get that, get some real ironclad receipts. If this is real, if this is really going on, that's horrible. That's horrible what Blair did. If that's real, like, right? That's just like, wow, super, super dishonest, right? But as of now, it's provisional. it looks bad. You know, I hope for the click's sake that this isn't, you know, doctored in some way or manipulated by, you know, by Redacted Red or anybody else. I'm guessing Lily Subsid then, because Lily Orchard accuses everyone else of transing wrong. It's just Twitch. Oh, it's Twitch doing it.
Children were being harmed in my Discord, or I was a rampant racist, a homophobe, a ableist. Why was the best thing she could do is start rumors, vent in Discord, and vague post on Twitter? Why would she do this? When I left, I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best. Why? Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money just to try to ruin myself and others? Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend? Well, hello there, it's Click from the future here. I was just finishing editing this video where I got a few more things from ex-staff of hers and other people that have burned that bridge. The first couple screenshots is from one of her ex-admins showing that they did indeed...
Okay, so that's an ex-admin. Now, if this is like a Discord admin, like then that means that she gave like her, you know, Discord, like that this person was like, you know, the like okay, so if you don't know, the way that Discord is structured is that there's an admin controls the entire channel, right? A mod can, you know, usually ban people that are not mods, or if there's a hierarchy of mods, can ban, you know, people that are lower than them in the hierarchy. You know, essentially, you know, like there's a hierarchy of roles within that, and an admin is the highest. That's like somebody who controls the, you know, the Discord. That must have been somebody that, you know, if it's indeed a Discord admin, that's somebody that iIluminaughtii trusted, you know, without any caveats, right? I don't know what other kind of admin they could be meaning here. Okay, so it has been brought to my attention that things have been happening in your mod chat, in Click's mod chat, that you might not know about. Blank and blank both brought screenshots to me about this. Really, you know, like the other thing too is this is kind of sloppy here, right? So I'm saying Redacted Red here. I think this is a separate person. I think that the Redacted Red that's got the smoking gun receipts is like this person, I'm guessing, but they're just doing it all in red. So when you do this stuff, you generally will use like a different color for, you know, if you want to show receipts, if you want to show like kind of like who said what, right, and give people make it transparent, give it a way for people to kind of follow. You would code, you'd have one color here, one color there, and then one color for this admin, right? That's not how it's being done, but I'm just guessing from the context. Brought screenshots to me. Okay, so this is Redacted Red and somebody else brought screenshots to me because they didn't know how to approach you about it and what to do about it since they were brand new mods. Redacted Red woke up to okay. Thanks. Okay, so no, that's not Redacted Red. Thanks for the heads up, admin. I woke Redacted admin, I guess we can call them. I woke up to pinks in my admin channel, so looking into it now. It has been dealt with. Thank you for letting me know as well. Redacted admin. Redacted admin says no problem. The weed is working. Nice.
reach out to me about the issues in the Discord, and here is me confirming that I did indeed address it.
I will have a little bit of vape after we get done with this.
Here is that same person talking to Blair about the information in the Discord, claiming that I did indeed.
Oh, okay, so that is redacted red. Important question. When was Click given the folder of his... I don't know what that says. Something with a P, P admin behavior. Because the P is... I don't know what to make of that. Pretty much as soon as we got it. When was Click given the folder of his P something admin behavior? I remember correctly, we gave him the, I guess that's that person, when we gave it to Oz. And then we found out about blank, and we gave it to him. Then we found out more, and that's when he demodded blank. As for the exact date, I have no idea. I'm not the one who gave him the stuff on blank. If you wait, I can look back through for blank. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Take action when the information reached me. So that's all well and good. There is a second story basically confirming my innocence and that I'm not a horrific Discord owner. But what has me a bit surprised is the next few screenshots. Here is iIluminaughtii having a conversation with the same admin, sharing.
Okay, same admin. Click is saying the R word in a video, apparently. Yikes, which one?
The same kind of, dirt digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next...
Okay, the alt account is gonna love this, so that seems sus. Again, what we're missing is, like, something ironclad that shows that that's really iIluminaughtii, right? We don't have that. Like I said, on something this high profile, it would be super brazen to be posting, like, fake screenshots, but it has been known to happen. I thought, oh yeah. Who are these people and weekdays going on here? I know you spent a lot of time on this. A quick recap. Oh my god. Okay. So iIluminaughtii's a content creator. She does video essays. She's part of the leftist mafia. She does, they're kind of like little mini documentaries. She does like 3 a week, so it's a lot of content. They're not as in depth as some video essays. Let me just put it that way. And there's some, kind of loose ends left, right? But this has all come about because she accused Legal Eagle of plagiarism, and then Legal Eagle said, that's not what happened. She apologized to Legal Eagle behind the scene. H-Bomber Guy came out with evidence that she had done some plagiarism. She's apologized to Legal Eagle. She's disputed that she did plagiarism. And then a bunch of people from a creator collective called Sad Milk that she used to be a part of popped up and alleged mistreatment. And this is one of those people. This is the Click. And the Click is showing what seem to be Discord messages between iIluminaughtii and somebody that is unnamed. That's the redacted red that I'm talking about, that I guess used to be the admin on her Discord. And they purport to show, and I'm saying this importantly, right? That as far as ironclad evidence that the Discord messages belong to a certain person, you would need to hover over that avatar and and show, you need to show the I don't know how many, is it like 8 digits or 9 digits or something? There's like a user number that's unique to every user of Discord. To really show that it's Blair, you need to show that this is Blair with that number, and then show Blair on Discord and say, you know, like that, right? So we're kind of, this isn't incontrovertible by any means, but it is damning if true, if that makes sense.
Screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair. Screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. She says 16 seconds. The alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw in the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit, and this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth.
So he just showed what seems to be Blair talking with the former admin, you know, having paid this person like $200 to go dig up dirt, to go find the evidence of Click saying the R slur, and then having like said that, wait a minute, something smells fishy here. Now, if this is Blair's admin, it's somebody that Blair trusts a lot, right? But what we just saw before this, right? I want to tell you why my spider sense is tingling here, right? I'm writing up the post. Okay, the alt is going to love this, right? Like, if this is real, then this is Blair talking about writing like a post under like an alt, right? There's just no reason for Blair to share this with this person. So when we talk about a conspiracy, right, the way that we're used to hearing that is like QAnon, like a really wild, out there conspiracy, right? You know, Trump is secretly still president, and Biden is under arrest, and Hillary Clinton's not alive, you know, like, right, stuff like that, right? That's what we're used to thinking about as a conspiracy. But conspiracies do really happen. A conspiracy is 2 or more people working together, I guess, to like deceive other people. At its very base level, that's like the definition of a conspiracy, right? So as conspiracies go, there's large conspiracies involving a ton of people. So like the QAnon people, for instance, they talk about the deep state, right? If the deep state conspiracy theory was true, that would mean that there's a ton of people in high positions in like intelligence and law enforcement and government and elsewhere that coordinate like illegal activity, deceptive, disingenuous, dishonest activity, right? The reason that that's not likely to be true is because the more people that are involved in a conspiracy, the more likely that that conspiracy is to be outed, to be, you know, for somebody to say, hey, you know, they're doing this stuff, right? So, you know, a large conspiracy, the larger the conspiracy is, the less likely it is to hold together. And therefore, the less likely it is that a conspiracy that large is really going on, right? The smaller conspiracy is, the more likely. There's less people that have to be trusted. There's less people that could, you know, potentially blow the whistle, right? And so this would be this is 2 people. Look, if this is to be taken at face value, this is 2 people talking about, you know, misleading people with a Reddit post that's really from iIluminaughtii, but that purports to be somebody else, right? And kind of doesn't make sense that Blair would like trust this person that much. I don't know, something. Yeah, this is way too convenient. Yeah. Also, like, I mean, so you know, hypothesis one, this is legit. This is Blair talking to the admin. Blair must have trusted this admin like it was her sibling, right? Like it was her best friend, right? Somebody that'll never, you know, that's totally cool with you doing, like, you know, dishonest stuff and is gonna hold your secrets, right? I don't know, right? So it's like that, and then, you know, we're seeing the Reddit post that got made be like created by Blair, right? Hypothesis two, that's somebody that made their name look like, oh god, but then they'd have to backdate it too. So what Shakespeare is saying is that this is really convenient, and that there is some chance that this was created after the post was made to try to attribute a post that was made on Reddit to Blair, you know, to paint her as like a dishonest actor. I'm not saying it's not one of those weird conspiracies meant to a certain extent to harm Illuminati's brand. The person was apparently an admin from her soap making company days. What? Oh, I didn't realize she made soap. That's wacky. The whole soap community there. Wait, that really? Okay, I wasn't aware that there was a soap making community. I didn't know that Illuminati made soap. That's wild. Why would Blair say these exact words in this exact way? Yeah, this is like, I mean, this would have to be like, and like there's nothing achieved by telling this person what she, like, this is like the big boss, the mafia boss being like, see, and then we're gonna do the illegal activities, see, and then if anybody talks, we're gonna have them rubbed out, see. Like, there's like, when mafia bosses like even give orders, right? If a mafia boss wants somebody to not be alive anymore, they're not gonna say go kill this person. They're gonna say something a little bit more ambiguous that the people like further down the line are gonna understand. Oh, you want me to unalive that person, right? You want them to wear cement shoes, right? I mean, that's where that phrase comes from, because, like, you know, it's like they're gonna say something with plausible deniability. This is zero plausible deniability. This is there is literally no reason other than if this is real, then this is Illuminati being like a comic book villain and being like, ha 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 ha, we're going to deceive them all with a fake Reddit post. Don't you think this is clever? I'm so smart, right? It doesn't make sense. If this is, you know, how Blair really gets down, then she actually is like a comic book supervillain. I don't know.
Comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doob.
Occam's Razor, Jay Davis says that if Blair's gonna do this, she's not gonna share it. Like, right? She's gonna get the information from that person, and then she's gonna make the Reddit post, but she's not gonna say anything to anyone. Because the one conspiracy that will never get outed is like a conspiracy of one. Like, right? So there's no reason that anybody else needs to know about, if Blair's being this underhanded, there's like no like I don't think even, like, you know, Creepshow, like, you know, talk to anybody about, you know, what she was doing, right? Like
be schmerz on Reddit, and this is
God, that's another,
the entirety of the post.
I actually haven't watched enough of the Creepshow art stuff to really know what was what, but
this is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on and so forth. And I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched some of his old videos. So this is actually Blair on an alt account making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account, spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image. Here's another little funny post from the same account where she forgot to switch accounts and interacting with the Animal Crossing.
Yeah, Blair is all about finding out scams and such. How could she let this happen?
Subreddit, at least according to us.
There's someone on Twitter claiming to be a former mod, so I'm curious if that could be the source. Could be.
Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, created differences. Click is a liar. And not to claim someone topic is friends with someone while pretending to be wholesome and good. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account.
Wait, to her own announcement or to her own Reddit post? Like, right? Wait. How is he just kind of using a weird word for that? Like, what? Quitter. That's what I feel like when I'm on Twitter these days. I feel like quitting. But like, she said those things. She's not making it that up. I don't get it. Something is weird. Well, he said those things. Sorry. She's not making that up. Glad I stayed away from the Discord, but I'm sad I didn't go get deeper on now. Seems like I could have lurked. Well, no, like my understanding is the receipts that you just saw, I think are DMs. Like I guess we could watch the like if you want to watch the video again and confirm that. Like I've rolled it back too many times. Yeah, I'm infamous for this, aren't I? I'm infamous for taking like 5 hours to go out after to get done with, like, I don't even know how many, like I've spent a lot of time on this, so I'm not going to roll it back again, right? But if you want to check, I'm pretty sure these are DMs, right? So, you know.
And it keeps going. Click said the N-word.
That would be super wild if this was said in like in Discord chat, in like an open Discord channel.
And replies and claiming I'm not going to reply and I'm horrible.
I was racing with you to say
Here
that.
is a long post. I'm not gonna. You can pause it if you want to read the whole thing. I don't want to. Here is the same account, Dubishmerz on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues.
Do we still have still have different language speakers in here? I'm kind of curious about this Dubishmerz stuff, right? Now Schmerz, I know in German is like, is it regret? Am I thinking like right? Is it, or like beschmerz. So in English, like there's a word beschmerz or besmirch. It's besmirch, right? Du beschmerz. I feel like this du beschmerz thing is like a linguistic joke of something or something, right? Is to play off of besmirch. So the alt that the account that he's claiming is an alt is literally like got like, it sounds like a joke, something along the lines of besmirch, right? And it's besmirching. I don't know. It's a little too on the nose, isn't it?
Sad Milk members, community members, stat, you name it. You name it.
Oh my god.
At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll.
Okay, what do you think about this? Are we going to do some body language interpretation of this? Is this real?
A little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it.
I don't know.
This was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread.
Wait, my assumption was in relation to Dudenschmerz. Duvenschmerz? Wait, is that the guy from, what's it called? The doctor guy? That's beyond dumb, but it's kind of a dumb thing a privileged leftist white lady like Blair would do if she really did think she was helping. Schmerz means pain or grief. Okay, pain or grief. It's not like regret necessarily. Schmerz means yeah. The guy from Phineas, Phineas and Ferb. Thank you. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Her stuff, because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was so petty that she could never actually make a public statement of it. So she did this just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this. She paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why? Why? And it keeps going. Here it is on Twitter, tagging me, tagging herself. Here it's tagging Deaf Noodles. Here it's tagging Midnight Palma, Damien. It's tagging a bunch of people from the community and Salty. It's tagging Amanda the Jedi. We had her on the guest on the podcast, and you come after Amanda the Jedi?
My spidey sense is going off right now. There's something weird about the situation.
Here's Vamps getting the same post.
Not our Vamps. This is this is somebody else. Right, Vamps. This is you're not also modding for Wait, I don't even know this is a Twitter account, Vamps. Okay.
Here arguing with a bunch of fans. Here's one topic with his wholesome the Halloween special. Oh, doobie schmerz. Right there. Well, isn't that just wholesome and sweet?
Okay, so this is somebody that's shown up in so many different places. It looks like on Reddit, like if this is an alt account, this is brazen. This is bold. This is like not very smart.
And mine with a cute artwork about myself, OT and Salty, and yep, iLluminauttii's right there with their alt account. Posting.
His argument makes no sense. He wants us to conclude things by how he frames the evidence with his personality, not his actual evidence. Yeah, the thing is, it would be so like look, if you were in communication with this person that's got like these things on their Twitter, if they're photoshopping them now it's one thing, like I don't know, maybe if iLluminaughtii like deleted all correspondence with this person, maybe they can't do that, but you'd want something more concrete. You'd want that. Okay, so go in there, download this program called OBS. I'll show you how to use it. Okay. Now set up a window capture. All right, set your window capture to Discord. All right, now I want you to scroll up and down hit record on Discord, record like a MP4 file. Okay, now scroll it up and down, Now hover over her name, right? There's her code. Okay, got it, right? You'd want something more concrete. There doesn't even seem to be an attempt to get that. Now, that doesn't mean that they're lying. People could be sloppy. People could not know about this stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, gathering, like, evidence from Discord is a painstaking process for sure. But, I mean, you'd want evidence that was unfalsifiable. This is not. Or wait, sorry, like, I'm saying this the wrong way. You'd want evidence that you just want more concrete evidence. You'd want to make sure, right? You okay, think this is not really iLluminaughtii? Boom, there it is. I'm hovering over. That's iLluminauttii's like number. Now I'm gonna scroll up and scroll down. You could see it move, so you know that this isn't a doctored screenshot. Like, you'd want to do, like, and I don't know if all that, even with all that, it might not be, like, 100%, like, unfakeable, but it would be better than what they've got. What they've got here is, it's not what it should be for, like, a smoking gun, right? And considering what you're trying to show here, you kind of need that.
This slanderous video that she edited together, collecting all the worst things she deemed from stuff I said when I was barely of legal age. And it keeps going. Here it keeps tagging one topic. Here it's tagging.
What do you think? Are you buying what Click is saying here?
Blair again. It goes on. It keeps going.
Are you on anyone's side? Look, I don't know any of these people. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. I do think that iLluminaughtii has done some bad things. Some of that she's admitted to. Some of it she hasn't, like with the, I think there's a really strong, in fact, nigh irrefutable case that Illuminati has done some plagiarism, has accused somebody falsely of plagiarism, and has done some plagiarism. And some of the stuff with Wonder is like, legitimately, a boss should not have that much control over an employee, right? So Blair is far from perfect here, but this is a pretty big accusation, and it's lacking of some of the things that I'd like to see to know for 100% sure, right? So a lot of what's, Blair has done, I am legitimately, that's not good, right? Like, I've said that in my previous videos. This new allegation of the alt accounts, it's something seems a little fishy about it, right? But I don't know. I'm not accusing anybody on Click's side of being dishonest. I don't have evidence of that either. But this isn't the kind of incontrovertible evidence that you'd like to see for this kind of claim. Does that make sense?
This isn't some
I'm on the justice for those dogs, right?
small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more work in a project or not.
Well, no, the problem, Iron Orchid, is that, like, we want evidence that account that we saw was actually Blair. And you can't ever 100% prove that, but there are, like, levels of proof. And what we see is there's no attempt to get those, right? There's no attempt to verify that the screenshots aren't doctored by scrolling up and down in Discord. And there's no attempt to show that like, I need to see that number, because I have definitely seen, like, fake screenshots made of people on Discord that just, like, they have the person's name and they have the person's, like, they have the person's avatar, right? I've seen that faked before. So to know that that's not what's happening here, I'd like to see them scroll over the name and show the extension code, show the full number of the user, and then see a picture of Blair's user number and verify that they're the same. That's what we're missing, right? And this could easily just be because they didn't think to get all that, right? And maybe it's ungettable, right? So this isn't like a Oh, I guess what I'm saying is I really don't know about this particular stuff. Like, I can't be sure. It's too convenient for Blair to say the exact words she needed to say in order to absolve him. And, well, it's not about absolving him. I mean, like, this is a pretty bad accusation against Blair, right? Yeah, there's decent evidence that he said, slurs back in the day, and there's a pretty good evidence, or there's some chance that he kept saying those, right? That's one thing, but what he's accusing her of is like way worse. And there definitely isn't incontrovertible evidence for this, right? I think she was sincere. He is either believing what supports his feelings, or he's not being entirely honest, or something is going on. I feel like I'm being manipulated. He wants me to believe something without asking too many questions.
I need a break, man. I need a break. I'll add this part to the video, and I'll let the rest of the video play out as it was originally.
Well, no, they weren't. It's not like they were removed. It's that like, if you want to if you want to show that, like, if you've got some, like, a screenshot of somebody in Discord, and you want to, like, showing them saying something bad, and you want to let people know this. No, this is for sure them. You've got to go one step further, and you got to hover over that name to be able to see the numbers. It's not like you wouldn't normally see the numbers just from the screenshot. You'd see the numbers from hovering over, I think. So, and the fact that we're not seeing that, and like I said, I am not accusing him of skullduggery. I am not even accusing Redacted of skullduggery, right? There's every chance that they just didn't think to get that, right? There's every chance that they just didn't think to do that. But I'm just... One thing I always look at is who is getting the most harmed. It's definitely Blair in this case. The power is on his side, and she's the one who will lose everything. This is weird. I don't know. I saw this as less about making her look mentally ill and more about making her look vindictive. Well, no, I don't... Did somebody suggest that she was mentally ill? What did... if the screenshots are legit, then she's really dishonest, right? She's very, 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 very dishonest and harming people through underhanded means, right? That's what, if true, these screenshots show. I don't see any evidence about her, I don't know where mental health comes into this, right? But the only way this would make full sense is if Blair was releasing this stuff on herself to kind of use the timing to snow job everything. Someone said that he was making... Oh, somebody said that somebody said he was making her look mentally ill. Honestly, this whole situation is just a clown show. Illuminati straight up did techno-feudalism with one... Yeah, okay, so Stepian, I agree. Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't think about it as techno-feudalism, but like either Illuminati is just like that oblivious to the position that she put Wonder in, or she put Wonder in that position like on purpose to have like complete control over her. So I mean that stuff does legitimately look bad. Compared to that, I think Click is less bad. Look, there's every chance that there's a possibility that these screenshots are faked and that Click doesn't know, right? Whoever this redacted person is would be the person who would have had to, forge the... Yo, oh my god! No, there's no way. There's no way. No, there's no way. I thought of a third possibility too. What if the redacted person didn't know that the person that they were talking to was not actually Illuminati? Now that one I kind of don't believe, because the redacted person worked with Illuminati, right? So in other words, if you got messages, right? Let's say that I had talked to you before on Discord, right? You DM'd me about something, you noticed something about the stream, and I was like, oh, hey, blah, 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 blah. So you got Discord messages from me. If you then see another message from No Comment Chick, and it's got my avatar, but it's like not connected to that conversation, that's a fake No Comment Chick, right? And I've had people impersonate me. I've had people impersonate my mods like that. But, if you had DMs with me, you would know that that wasn't really me. I've even started to answer DMs from what I thought was one of my mods, and then scrolled up to find there's no messages. And like, that's a mod of mine. I've talked to them a lot. Why don't I see the rest of their message? And I look down, and there's the real them. And the person that I was talking to was an impersonator of one of my mods, right? Really sus stuff happens on Discord. Be really careful on Discord. There's even people that will steal accounts. So I don't think that we're in a situation where like Illuminati got her account jacked. If she did, she would have said something about it, right? So I don't think that's what we're dealing with. But and if this person had talked to Illuminati in the past, then they would know that this was Illuminati. But they're not showing us that this is Illuminati. And they would do that by hovering over the avatar to show us the you know, the kind of the proof, right? So that's what we're missing. So it could, it's conceivable that in this case of the alt account, that neither Illuminati or Click are guilty, right? It could be that, you know, that redacted person, right? And I'm not saying that to throw shade on anybody. I don't have any way of knowing, but what I do know is that I haven't seen incontrovertible proof, right? And this is a pretty big. Lance already put his foot down. Wait, has Lance talked about this? I still don't understand the Illuminati versus Legal Eagle thing. Who is the bad person in the situation? So Illuminati did apologize to Legal Eagle, right? So Illuminati made you know, accusations about Legal Eagle that weren't true, and then realized it, and then apologized. So that's not the bad thing, right? That's the understandable thing, right? Of all the issues that we're dealing with, the accusations against Legal Eagle that Illuminati made, she's done right. She's apologized, right? She's apologized in private and then like let that be known in public. So Illuminati's come clean about the Legal Eagle stuff, right? But it's kind of like we're trying to determine if what's going on now is an illegitimate pile-on on Illuminati trying to blame her for anything and everything that people can, or whether, you know, if these receipts that we're seeing here are real, then Illuminati's extremely dishonest and underhanded and bad. But the reason that I'm not comfortable saying that I think that's what's going on is that we haven't seen the like kind of smoking gun, or the, I guess, the serial number, if you will, on the smoking gun to prove that that was Illuminati. Unrelated, but someone please take Nuke by Belly Fat from space. Who has the lasers? I need lasers. What? Oh, okay. Please nuke your belly fat from space. Wait. Lance was ratioed pretty badly for, yeah, so Lance defended Illuminati and was ratioed pretty bad for that. I think so did Ollie. I think Ollie was in that boat too. Lance is apparently going to interview Tim Pool or something. Oh, I forgot about that. Remember that Johnny Depp got a whole PR team to manipulate a lot of facts and spout a lot of misinfo against Amber Heard to win the trial after failing to get the appeal several times before. I think she put Wonder in that situation. Nobody is that dense to buy a BMW for an employee and not a cheaper alternative in addition to being a landlord, in addition to taking money. Yeah, I mean, that did look really bad, you know, and Wonder, you know, was just in a put in a situation that he never should have been. It makes me so sad. I love Lance. Well, look, I've had dealings with Lance before, and they haven't always been pleasant, all right? I don't say that to damn Lance. I say that to make what I'm about to say next more credible. I have every reason to, you know, want to, you know, cast, you know, a bad light on Lance if I held on to that grudge. I don't. And I think that Lance is an honest person. I think that Lance is a good person. I think that Lance defended Illuminati because she was a friend and he believed what she said, right? I don't see Lance in a bad light. And you know, with all the issues that I've had, you know, and it's more of a just like, you know, not being there for me when I needed him. But that being said, I still think Lance is a good person. You know, from everything that I've seen from him, personal interactions with him, Lance is a good guy. Wait, is Lance at the compound? Is Lance at the Tim Pool compound? Like, I mean, I don't agree with everything that Lance has done, right? But I think that I don't think he's a bad guy, right? Um, I think he's got. I think maybe he's not a great judge of character. That's, you know, the main fault that I see with Lance. But that's, you know, that's forgivable. I don't know if this is the same case with Illuminati versus Legal Eagle, but it could be possible since people love to ridicule women and defend men. Plagiarism. Well, so the Legal Eagle thing has sailed. You know, she admitted fault in the Legal Eagle shit, and you know, she made a good apology, right? That's what I've seen. Lance debating Tim Pool right now. Yeah, see, again, I wouldn't do it, but you know, I there's a reason why she would have chosen an expensive car legally or financially. There are minimums you have to meet to declare it against tax. So people think that the Wonder thing might have been a tax write-off situation. It doesn't mean the car choice was good at all, but she would know that to count it to have been written off via de minimis means a certain amount must be met. All right, let's get through the rest of this. I'm sorry for taking so long on this, chat. Wait, I don't hold this against Oz. He was more stuck than I was. I literally can't read that. I literally can't read that.
Chapter 5, some other comments. Content warning, self-harm, and depression.
Okay, so here's the, I think this is the Wonder part.
Her video goes into a few more topics, how she wasn't paid, even though her own screenshot shows me resolving the payment after I had issues with the credit card, along with offering to help out further. And also some out-of-context schedules, which I have no idea when the screenshot is taken or of exactly what. I have no real interest in addressing it, to be honest. It's just he said, she said.
So those screenshots were to show that she tried to set up a meet, that they needed to coordinate stuff to record their, you know, to record their audio for the videos, and to do, like, you know, they needed to hire editors. That's what that's talking about. And she's claiming that she was the one that was trying to get that going, and that the rest of them weren't super forthcoming with their availability. I guess that's
stuff, and I think I've shown enough in this video to clear my name and show that she has consistently presented half-truths and twisting events to their worst possible interpretation.
They were to show that they didn't respect her, and that seems to be clear.
My intention is that this is my last address of this situation. But I would like to quickly comment on other parts of the video. What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential suicide note, she also shares images and talking points suggesting this man is at the end of his rope. Kicking downwards is an understatement. Some people are commenting how she bought a nice car and leased to him and gave him a job. And I would like to point out that this in of itself is quite charitable. However, it comes with the cost of full control of his life. She is not just his friend, but his landlord, car leaser, and boss. Any conversation or disagreement would be very far from a peer-to-peer interaction. And if she really wanted to help a friend who needed a car, why not just buy a used one and write over ownership of it? It's cheaper, less dependent, and the wear doesn't matter. The whole thing seems very fishy to me, but I will let Wonder speak for himself. She also dodged Oz's entire statement, which
oh my God,
I'll let him tell his side of the things too. My only personal wish is that she just stops. Stop obsessing over people.
I feel like Lance is pulling a Lauren Southern with Tim Pool. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't agree with, you know, I think it's a bad idea to talk to Tim Pool. I mean, Bender did it. Obviously Vosh has done it. Now Lance is doing it. I don't know. But I obviously have more of a problem with the Lauren Southern thing. Lauren Southern was, like, deplatformed. Lauren Southern was out of commission. It was a really bad idea to have that conversation with her. That being said, that was like like 2 years ago or something, right? So, you know, I'm willing to, like I said, as far as a person, I think that Lance is a good person, right? I don't agree with, you know, maybe a decent number of decisions that he's made. but I think that I don't think that he was defending Illuminati like in bad faith, if that makes sense, right?
In Discord, stop trying to spin a narrative or dig up dirt just because someone left your collaboration channel. We just want to be left alone. Finally, I would like to thank my community for being respectful and patient, both towards myself and others throughout this whole ordeal. And I'm looking forward to getting back to business as usual and posting my silly videos and streaming video games. And as a small side note, just to address potential comments that might come up, yes, this video is monetized to ensure it's not throttled by YouTube, because I actually want people to see it. Now, I am gonna go get drunk, and I'm gonna touch grass. Take care and have a great rest of your day.
The implication being that the people on the other side of this drama don't touch grass. I don't know, I guess. Yeah, anyway, wow. YouTube chat, how are we doing? Has everybody liked the stream? Where are we at? Where are we at when it comes to that? I haven't checked in on you. I haven't been watching you like a hawk. We are at 44 likes. Can we get to 45 by 6:30? And like, yeah, 4 minutes. We got 40 minutes to get another like on YouTube. And we're gonna try to get to, can we get to I would love to get to 60 by the end of the stream, right? That's 15 likes, right? But first we have to get, yeah, there we go. 45 achieved. 45 achieved. So, you know, if we could get 5 more likes in the next half hour, and then 10 more likes in the half hour after that, I don't know. Chat. Can we do it? Let's see if we can do that. Like, right, we've been getting around 60 likes on YouTube during the recent streams. Let's see if we can at least match that to start with. Lance is talking to Tim Pool. Yeah.
Mwah.
Ew. Okay,
the classic,
I didn't need
like,
that.
YouTube addressal
I didn't
thing,
need
like-
that. I didn't need that. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting it. H3 Ollie with one eye, London. Ethan confronts Ollie London. Now, I mean, like, here's another... What the heck? Does Ethan really talk to Ollie London for 3 hours? That can't be right. Is the actual conversation, like, an hour and 40? Because, I mean, like, there's no way I can go over, like, 3 hours.
Ollie is on the chat.
Ollie is on the chat, right? So, I mean, like, this is another issue where, like I have an issue, like, Ollie London is somebody you shouldn't platform, right? You know, Tim Pool, I don't think it's smart for Lance to talk to him. I think that there's a very good chance that Tim Pool is going to manipulate the situation and, you know, benefit from the interaction with Lance, but that's a question of tactics and strategy, right? I disagree with Lance on strategy. I don't think he's like a bad person, and I think that the Lauren Southern thing was a massive mistake. I think that the Tim Pool thing is a mistake, but as far as Lance supporting Illuminati, I think you can just chalk that up to, like, you know, some people are better judges. You know, I don't know, he defended Illuminati on the Legal Eagle stuff, right? And that was, yeah. I don't know. I'm trying not to, like, right. I obviously disagree with Lance on a lot, but I just want to make sure that people understand that I don't hold any grudge against Lance. Okay, for what happened, you know, in the past, right? That was a long time ago, and I try not to hold grudges in general. And I was friends with Lance, you know, many like a year or more, maybe 2 years ago, right? And like I don't think that Lance is a bad guy. If that does that make sense? I guess the analogy between Southern is that he likely won't perform well enough against Pool to justify being there, possibly doing a net. Yeah. I mean, I can see what you're saying there. Lance doesn't need to debate alt-right grifters to make money and get an audience. I don't know why he agreed to debate Tim Pool since he doesn't debate. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember. I feel like I've seen at least one debate that Lance did okay in, and I thought it was more recent. But obviously the Lauren Southern thing didn't go well. I don't trust Ethan delving into important issues. I don't think this is a good idea. We'll take a look. When is that debate with that Lance Tim Pool thing? Is that like
graced by the
I guess we'll cover that tomorrow.
presence of Ollie? Let's go ahead and bring him on.
Hi Ethan, how's it going?
Hello, Ollie. Nice to
like your
meet you and
outfit.
sit and chat with you.
Nice to see you. I like your outfit, very French with the hat.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think you look wonderful too. We're kind of doing the same thing with our hats, aren't we?
Wasn't planned, but yeah.
Let me see your profile. Turn to the side. Let me see how it's looking.
Oh, I've actually quit surgery.
No. I mean the beanie. I'm not commenting on your surgery.
Oh, sorry. I thought
want
you
to
meant
see how
my
the
face. I was
beanie's
like,
sitting. You know.
yeah, no, it's very cool. How's your day so far?
Shit.
So we're just getting set up here a little bit. So tell me, when was your last surgery? I'm curious.
So I actually quit surgery. Well, my last surgery was last April, but I've completely quit, and I'm never going to do surgery again. I had recently I had a non-surgical facelift, but it's no surgery, it's threads, because you can do the same thing these days without the actual surgery. And I was getting to a point even where I would have probably died because I was going. I've probably gone under anesthetic 3 times every year. I was going under anesthetic, so it was like I could have died.
I read somewhere that you spent $300,000 on plastic surgery. I've always wondered, like, where do you get? That's a lot of money. Where'd you get that money?
Well, actually, I used to, before I started doing, social media and K-pop and stuff, I actually was a successful personal shopper.
Surgery usually isn't described like heroin, but okay.
So I had my own personal shopping business in London. So, I used to dress like really, like very wealthy ladies, celebrities.
Okay, like a stylist?
Members of the royal family. So, you dress.
That would take days. You're not wrong, Electric Brain. You're not wrong. I will have to watch it again. I thought she arranged it so he owed to her, and she would pay for the car to watch it again. But it was the car. It was the car he wanted. That's how the car got picked.
I was dressing them in like Gucci and Tom Ford and stuff, and you get a very high commission for that. So basically, I did all that, spent a lot of the money on the surgery.
I see.
And now I've got like a PR company basically helping influencers get publicity and help them get placements in like television and advertisements and stuff like that, and getting them brand deals. And of course, I do my own social media, and I've got a book as well coming out this year.
Stepan says, I don't really trust Ethan. The dude seems to switch his views based on whatever is popular in order to maintain his influence on YouTube, switching from alt-light. Oh, I didn't realize Ethan used to be alt-light. Tim Pool is... Okay, we're talking about Tim Pool's...
Right, we'll talk about that. But did you say you dressed members of the royal family?
Not the British royal family. So I'd actually met with Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and she shopped with me. She brought some
you hung with the Queen? Damn.
Yeah, no, but I met loads of people. I met, the Prime Minister of Thailand, the ex-Prime Minister. I used to shop with his wives and girlfriends.
Wow. It must have been hard to leave that behind because, you moved to South Korea, and we're all familiar with that.
Okay, so I'm checking out the Timcast IRL thing. It looks like the debate with Lance has already gone down. We're gonna watch this, but if anybody wants me to switch up my content and watch the Tim, look, if anybody makes this sub goal go burr, I will change the content to what you want. So if anybody has, would rather watch that content than this, you have the ability for only the low price of 8 subs. If people want to... No, wait, I shouldn't say it like that, because then it makes it sound like if you want this content, then don't sub. I'm definitely not good at managing the sub situation here. I will just shut up. I will just shut up.
Whole journey. That must have been hard to leave all that behind you if you were doing so well.
Well, actually, that was before. So when I lived in Korea as an English teacher, that was actually before. So it was basically, I was younger, I wanted an experience abroad, went to do some teaching in Korea, and then after I got back to London, I started like getting into fashion. I had some friends doing fashion, and then over a couple of years, I worked my way up from a stylist to a personal shopper, and
I see.
kind of did that for about 4 or 5 years.
So let's talk, Ollie, about, well, first of all, thank you for coming on. I understand you're promoting a book entitled Gender Madness, which comes out August 1st. So congratulations. This is your first book. Very exciting. Gender Madness. Also, you wanted to announce that you're the new spokesperson for Fairness First PAC. Caitlyn Jenner.
So Ollie identifies as a man, he, him pronouns. Ollie in the past has gotten surgery to look like am I gonna pronounce this right? To look like a K-pop star. Jimin? Is that the name of the K-pop star? He got paid to plug Ollie. Wait, who got paid to plug Ollie? Jimin is the name. Anyway, like, so Ollie London like, you know, got surgery to look like a K-pop star, said that his surgeries made him Korean and that he was transitioning to another race. Then for maybe a short time identified, like, you know, was identified as a woman with she, her pronouns, and now is calling himself a detransitioner and blaming the stuff that he did on trans on trans ideology, if that like helps. Considering Lance's personality, maybe he truly believes he can reach out to Tim's viewers, or yeah, I mean, that's entirely possible, yeah. Since still a big mistake though, because alt-writers harass people like Lance into debates until those people buy into their movements or propaganda. Yeah, Ollie London's a mess for real.
Jenner's organization, who famously ran someone over. But that's actually not the most important thing about Caitlyn Jenner.
What?
Yeah, so basically I've got a new book coming out August 1st, and basically a lot of people have, you know, obviously followed my journey over the years, and obviously I've struggled a lot with identity, and I had some very unhealthy behaviors basically due to my addiction to surgery, my body dysmorphia, which later turned into gender dysphoria. So I really struggled with that, and it was unhealthy. And, you know, I completely accept my past. You know, I don't try to deny the person I was. And, you know, I had some kind of bizarre behaviors basically in an attempt to feel validated and to try and, you know, feel loved, because I really resented
I
the
want
way
to get
I
into all those things.
Okay.
I'm really interested in your journey from you.
So Natalie's bringing up, he also said his pronouns were Kor and Ian, as in Korean, when he transitioned to be a K-pop star. Oh my god, why am I watching such terrible garbage today?
Identified as,
and if I changed over to this being like Lance and Tim Pool, it would be also terrible shit.
a trans woman, right? And then you kind of found God and pivoted to becoming a white British.
How about Griff and Terf? Yeah,
Christian man. Is that, do I have the synopsis correct?
Yeah, it sounds complicated, but yes, so I'm back to being myself now and like finally found happiness.
Okay. So I just want to get a few things straight. So do you still identify as gay?
Yes, so I'm still gay, but I have dated girls before, and you know, I still.
So you're bisexual, I guess.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. And You don't identify as Korean anymore.
No, correct.
Obviously. And then also, are you pro gay rights?
Yeah, absolutely.
You are.
I'm part of the LGBT community. I support people. My issue is just what's happening to children and also the erosion of women's rights. But
Okay, so this is the weird part. Yeah, this is the Milo Yiannopoulos path. I mean, here's what's weird about Ollie London. What he just said to Ethan, like, it kind of contradicts what I've seen on Twitter. Like, on Twitter, Ollie is absolutely a voice for the for anti, trans existence, right? Like, the stuff that Ollie posts on Twitter is not just like anti, children getting access to trans healthcare. It's anti-trans people. Like, right? I feel like he's being dishonest. I feel like you're seeing a different version of him talking to Ethan than you would, like, if he was going on like Matt Walsh. Like, let's say that Matt Walsh was like, Matt Walsh probably wouldn't. Matt Walsh is probably like, considers like, I don't know, like, probably considers Ollie London to be like demonic. Well, I don't know. Actually, has Matt Walsh interacted with Ollie London? But basically what I'm saying is this: if Ollie was talking to somebody further to the right, like, Ollie would be 100% like trans bad, right? But because it's Ethan, it's like, oh yeah, no, like, gay people are okay, trans people are okay. I just don't like the grooming. I'm just against the grooming, right? He's being disingenuous. An unhealthy Enneagram 9, okay. I gotta learn more about the Enneagram. Ollie has been on Tucker Carlson. Oh, I didn't... Oh, wait, I know what you're talking... Yeah. I think I remember seeing a clip from that. Here we go with the kids. Yeah, always, like, think of the children. I guess Ollie is trying to change a rhetoric to persuade... Probably, yeah.
I fully support people as an adult.
I mean, just understand, with Ollie, there is no authenticity. There is no honesty. This is a person who, wants attention, wants money and influence, and, doesn't care what he has to say to get it. That's the feeling that I get about Ollie London. There just is no center there. It's like, literally, what do I need to say to get the most attention? I will say that. Wants attention again. Yeah, they're right.
Making an informed decision to change themselves, but I don't support children being medically transitioned.
So you do support trans people in general?
So absolutely. So I support, people as an adult making a decision if they want to change and they're happy with that. But I feel that unfortunately the trans movement has been hijacked by a small but growing group of trans activists.
I just got a bicep cramp. What was that?
Which are basically pushing kind of an erosion of women's rights. So that's what I really take an issue with. There's a lot of trans people. I have a lot of trans friends. I know what it's like to be trans, that really just want to live their lives. And they're actually having a tough time now because of these trans activists. So my issue is with trans activists and not actual trans people.
Okay, so you say, here's a tweet of yours from just the end of last month, not that long ago. You say, the goal of the trans movement is not simply to exist. The goal is to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, and they're willing to do violence to obtain their goals.
So that's Ollie playing to a right-wing audience, right? But like here, he's trying to disambiguate trans people versus the trans movement. He was only a trans woman for like 3 months, yeah.
Say the trans movement, it seems to me that you are speaking generally about trans people having this goal. And when you say trans movement, I don't know exactly what you mean, because it seems that most trans people that I've seen, maybe with the exception of Caitlyn Jenner, seems to disagree with this, seems to identify as being parts of the trans movement. So what is the difference between, what is the trans movement? Who is a member of that? What is this organization?
Also think about Michael Knowles, right? Think about Michael Knowles saying that he wants to eliminate transgenderism, right? And we know what he's really saying, but he hides behind like, no, the ideology, not trans people themselves, like, right? It's pretty obvious with Michael Knowles. I think it's pretty obvious with Ollie London too. But just think about it along those lines.
Okay, so what I'm talking about here is the trans movement in the trans activist movement. So the people pushing these ideologies. So we
accurate NCC face.
See every single day. Just yesterday, the Texas state capitol was invaded. The trans protesters went there.
Ooh.
We see women being attacked at women's rights.
Almost at 50 likes. Can we get there?
He's physically attacked, and we're seeing this trans activist movement pushing for gender affirming care on kids, which is basically putting 11, 12-year-old kids on very harmful hormones. So that's what I'm talking about. When I talk, I'm not generalizing every single trans person. I'm talking about the current trans movement, which has been hijacked by trans activists. And, I really think that trans people that have been living as a trans person their whole life, they need to speak out against this, because the problem is that the LGBT community is being hijacked by these radical people.
Let me ask, sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to address things you said already, right? So you say that the people who are demonstrating at the Texas Capitol are part of this trans movement who wants to, sexualize kids and this whole list of things. They were there to protest a bill, SB 14, that would ban gender-related treatment for...
Mossberg says, imagine if somebody said eliminated all Republicans. No, just the ideology. Just the ideology, trust me. No, that what's funny about that, though, is that Florida Republicans tried to ban the Democratic Party. Unironically, tried to pass a bill to ban the Democratic Party down there in fascist Florida with dictator DeSantis.
Minors. So... these guys are, I guess, see that as an affront, as being transphobic. But
I got to get on my
disagree
trampoline
because
chat.
What is minor? Anyone 17 and under? Do you believe that ever there would be a 17-year-old that needed gender affirming care?
So minor is basically classified anyone under 18, and what these people were protesting against was the fact that Texas is trying to pass a law to ban hormones and puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgery being administered to children, basically. So, I think these people, firstly, that was an unlawful protest. You can't just go into a state capitol and do that. And if they want to have
Are you in favor of only lawful protests?
Well, I think, people need to follow the law. And if they want to have a protest, they can have that dialogue. But outside the state house, you can't just storm in a state house. I mean, it's comparable to January 6th when people stormed the Capitol, which was unlawful as well. So I think, these people were not protesting about their rights being taken away. It's the fact that they were protesting against a bill that would have actually protected children. So I think that's really harmful.
Some would say that it's actually harming kids, right?
Okay, now I don't know who you are, Ollie London. Oh my God, can we get a check? Is Ollie London anti-January 6th? It really feels like Ollie London is crafting and twisting and tailoring his message towards the audience that he's in front of. Like, I'm not sure about that. Ollie's a fucking idiot. This is just so many lies. Oh, Ollie's a right-wing grifter.
Right, to make it...
I feel like I've seen, like, Ollie not be against January 6th. Maybe I'm
illegal
wrong.
to do this because... As you probably know, or I think you did at one point, is that gender affirming care on children is exceedingly rare. It's actually so rare that it's if to express like irreversible gender changes on children is something like I've got the number here. 0.000493%.
Ollie most likely doesn't give a shit and just wants the money. Yeah, I believe that.
Of U.S. children aged 6 through 17 go through irreversible gender changes. So I guess I'm just curious because in the cases where they do undergo it, it's usually to save their life, right? Because they might be suicidal or yeah, right, and they go through like panels, they go through multiple rounds of talking to psychiatrists and doctors. And then they So I guess I'm just curious, why is it you think that this is threatening kids instead of actually helping kids?
So I mean, like Ethan kind of knows, but like the fact that he's like Ollie London is gonna have studied bullshit, right? Is gonna have studied like Matt Walsh talking points. Is gonna have studied Gays Against Groomers talking points, right? That's why if you want to have like, and I just don't think bringing him on like is a good idea. Now I get what Ethan's trying to do because the right wing is using Ollie just like it uses just like it uses like detransitioners in general as a bludgeoning against trans people, right? And Ethan's trying to take that weapon out of their toolkit, I guess. I just don't see the like, right, you gotta know this stuff like the back of your hand if you're gonna embarrass Ollie on this stuff.
Kids who are at high risk of hurting themselves.
So, Ethan, about 10 years ago, when gender affirming care was performed on whether that was minors or adults, there was a lot of checks and balances. Now it has become so easy. So they don't have the psychiatrist appointments anymore. They don't have, having to wait several years to transition. Now it's a very fast track process. And that's the real issue.
So it sounds like if you're to take this seriously, that he is pro WPATH and anti-informed consent, right? These are two different like standards of care for trans people. One that's based on, self-identification, and the other that's based on, kind of a more gatekeeping, medicalized vision of like, what trans people are, right? But if you're to take him serious, that's his contention. He's like, get back to maybe even prior to like WPATH. But I don't believe him. I'm just like you, chat.
Because many of these teens, and we're seeing thousands of teens being transitioned and put on hormones. The number's really gone up in the last few years. Now, many of these teens are struggling with other issues. There's a high case, around 1 in 6 of these children have autism. They're being misdiagnosed. There's also kids with depression, bipolar, and they're being told it must be, all of these issues must be because they're in the wrong gender. And they are being fast-tracked. There was a case in Missouri at the St. Louis Children's Hospital, and basically a whistleblower unveiled that they only required like 1 session with a therapist to get a child on hormones and puberty blockers. So that's the issue when a system is being exploited. And there's been trans people forever throughout history. There's so many examples of.
Wait, when he talked about the Gender Center, I thought, wasn't that the Washington University Gender Center? He said something about St. Louis. I'm getting the sense that maybe he doesn't know the. He's a little like the talking points aren't super,
trans people. But the thing is now is, previously, as difficult as it was, because it's so hard when you're trans to struggle and to think every day that I'm trapped in the wrong body. It is horrific to go through that. But the problem is, years ago, they would have 2 to 3 years they would have to undergo of psychiatrist appointments, doctor's appointments in order to qualify for a transition. Now it has become so easy, and there are thousands of kids being fast-tracked and put on.
This is literally not true.
Hormones, prescriptions, and some kids can now go to states like Colorado or Washington State, which have become sanctuary states, and they don't.
I want to stop. I want to actually address what you said about you had said something about Jamie Reed's.
Yeah, I think he's reading off the Gays Against Groomers talking point sheet or something.
Allegations, right? But
yeah, apparently people with autism can't be genuinely trans. Who is this person? Yo, he's feeding a narrative, right? He's feeding a narrative. He wants to portray this situation that there's people with autism and that like trans people are out there like being like, oh, maybe you're trans, and that somehow these being autism means you have no volition, and you're like, yes, maybe I am trans. Like, right? It's a very actual it's like a very ableist perspective on autism. Like, right? Like as if autistic people don't have any will or volition of their own, right?
That was debunked, right?
But we live in an ableist society, so it works, unfortunately. Yeah.
Because the parents and the the children there who actually were attending that facility actually told a completely different story. Have you read their account of that?
Yes, so I saw
Okay.
recently that they did an internal investigation. They said it wasn't true, but no, I don't
that
believe
well, that seems
because
significant.
We are 1 like away from 50 likes. 50 likes on YouTube. Can we get there?
Again.
yes, but I don't
So why
believe
do you-
that at all because
Bro, you don't
they're trying to
believe
cover
the
their back.
Okay, so here's my question, right? We're 8 subs away from the sub goal on Twitch. We are 11 likes away from the like goal on YouTube. Who is going to get there first, though? Or will anybody? Or will anybody? Will YouTube get to 60 likes first? Or will Twitch get to 10 subs first? I don't know. We'll see. And if you're looking for, you know, a way to, so there's 3 ways that you get out of ads on Twitch. The ad break comes twice an hour for us. Hassan, it comes once an hour. For us, it comes twice an hour. It's the same length, but it's just split up differently because I'm a smaller streamer. Check here, right? If you have a Amazon Prime, you can use that to sub, and to me, it counts the same. Actually, it means a lot more to me because you only have one of those, right? So it means a lot when people use their Amazon Prime for me. Another way is if you have $5, you can just take care of it like that and get out of the ad break by spending $5 on a sub for Twitch. You no longer are subject to the ad break, right? The third way is just you know, say that you don't have $5 because, like, right, if you don't have money to spare, if you need that money to take care of, you know, stuff for real life, I want you to stay here. I don't, like, you know, right, don't feel like you have to you know, buy a sub just to enjoy the stream. You absolutely don't, right? We value your contribution to the community, even if it's just as a chatter. And let me tell you, the people that chat the most, the people that make the best contributions, tend to be the people that get the sub through the third way, which is gift subs, right? So if somebody sees you there without a persona, what just happened? That just went up. How did that even go up? Okay, mysteriously, subs have gone up. I don't even know how that happened, but we're now only 7 away on YouTube, right? But yeah, just chatting and making a good contribution and being an awesome person is likely to get you targeted as a, you know, to make you the target of a gift sub. So, right, that's the third way that you can get it if you don't have the ability to pay for it yourself, or Amazon Prime in order to link to your account, right? That's the third way you can get it. So yeah, I'm not really keeping up on giving the spiel, but there's the spiel at least once during the stream.
You don't believe the internal investigation?
It's
no,
a
because
mystery,
there were multiple
yeah.
parents. When the Daily Caller originally did the interview with Jamie Reed, there were
Wait, I don't get it. Why didn't it show up?
multiple parents that said basically their kids weren't looked after once they left the clinic. There were no checks and balances, and there were parents confirming that. So, you know, I believe the investigation has a lot of bias because it's done by the clinic and they're profiting.
So the internal investigation said there was no wrongdoings. The patients said there was no wrongdoings. So I guess I'm just curious. The people who are claiming that there was something wrong there is like the Daily Caller.
Tucker and Crowder didn't get fired or laid off from their former employers because of a left-leaning debate, bro. They lost employment because they got caught off guard by their employers.
Tucker Carlson.
True.
Are you saying that they don't have a bias?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have a bias and stuff, but, you know, we have to look at these gender clinics as a whole. Project Veritas exposed multiple clinics the other day of talking about medically transitioning 8 to 11-year-olds. So
good point, Metal. If people like Ethan and Lance really want to catch people like Tim and Ollie, they need to catch them off guard when they aren't in the environments training on what they say to critics. Yeah, that's true. Like especially the thing about Tim Pool is if you appear on Tim Pool's show, you're going to Tim Pool's house, right? He does this on purpose. He doesn't really, I mean, I guess there's exceptions to this, but in general, he won't do call-ins. He won't take call-ins. He wants you to travel to where he lives. He wants you to come into the skate mansion, come into the compound. And he kind of uses this as like a way to, I don't know, sort of mollify. I guess that's the best word for it, to sort of mollify you into into being more malleable, but to his, opinions.
We have to acknowledge that this is going on in a lot of clinics, and a lot of these clinics are trying to cover their backs by trying to paint a rosy picture that it's perfect.
Did you say
fine.
Project Veritas?
Yes, they did an undercover investigation.
That's the guy who got ousted for being like a sex criminal and like scam artist, James O'Keefe. That's his organization, right?
He's not part of that organization now. So the organization that he left.
I'm so curious. Yeah, so we're talking about Project Veritas. If you don't know, these are the people that took down a community organization called Acorn, and they've done so much other damage. James O'Keefe is the point person behind that. James O'Keefe is an incredibly dishonest actor. Yeah, he did get outed for some really sus stuff, and he did finally get fired by Project Veritas. It'll be interesting to see how Project Veritas proceeds without James O'Keefe. He was kind of the main person there. A lot of their donors did not like the fact that they got rid of, like, same thing with when Fox News got rid of Tucker Carlson. The people that watch Tucker Carlson don't care why Tucker was fired, right? They just they want their they want their fascist back, and like their stands, right? Crowder stands, Tucker stands. James O'Keefe stands, right? It'll be interesting to see how Project Veritas is able to go on without James O'Keefe.
Project Veritas, the original organization, did this investigation.
They don't have a lot of credibility, Veritas. It seems like every investigation they do is just chock full holes of untruths and just blatant lies. I don't think it's a very credible.
So I'm keeping score here between YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is 7 subs away from your goal. YouTube, you are 9 likes away from your goal.
Institution for,
like I said, let's see who gets there first.
Pulling data from.
Well, there's multiple organizations like Project Veritas that do expose
Which other ones?
So Gays Against Groomers, I'm ambassador for them.
Yeah, my understanding about Tucker is that, like, as far as ratings wise, like, Fox was #1 with a bullet. Fox was dominating. With Tucker, Fox was dominating. Now that Tucker's no longer there, you've got MSNBC is now like overtaken Fox News in the ratings game, right? So I mean, not that I'm trying to glaze up MSNBC or anything like that, but you've seen a real drop off. You've seen, what was it? Was it OAN or Newsmax? I can't remember. Maybe it was Newsmax. Yeah, Newsmax is the one that got the Trump interview, right? They've actually their viewership has increased. Fox's viewership has decreased, and MSNBC's, I don't think they've increased or decreased, but they're now like the #1 cable news network for now. Fox will regret. Yeah, probably. You're right. A to K. Anonymous gifter with a gift sub to Tybalt the Blue. You just got a gift sub. So YouTube is now 6 away. Twitch is 6 away. YouTube is.
They are also exposing this happening in clinics. Mm-hmm.
Gays Against Groomers.
Okay, so here we go. Gays Against Groomers. Talk about dishonest organizations, right?
Have you heard of them?
I haven't, but who's the groomer then?
So basically, Gays Against Groomers is an organization of hundreds of LGBT people. It includes trans people as well. Basically, this organization is calling out the harms. They're doing investigations.
Hey, Buck Angel. When we say it includes trans people as well, we're talking about Buck Angel. But I mean, trans person.
Gender clinics calling out the harms of doing this to kids. Because look,
where's the grooming coming though? That's the part.
OAN and Newsmax can't realistically compete with Fox News. We'll never have the same level of credibility. Well, I mean, like, you say that, but no, understand that part of the reason that Fox had My Pillow on so much, Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, and platformed all that stuff that ended up costing them almost $800 million in that lawsuit, right, against Dominion. The reason for that was that their brand consultant was worried about them losing ground to OAN and Newsmax, right? So, I mean, will they compete? Will they overtake? They're not even close. You're right about that, right? They're not even close right now. But the Fox brand consultant was worried about it enough to say, hey, you got to do something. You can't ignore these election lies that are trying to be spread by Trump. You gotta platform that.
part that I find like really inflammatory, because grooming implies that trans people or trans activists, and it's what you said here in this tweet, that they're pedophiles, that they're sexualizing kids. So where's that evidence come from? Because it's one thing to say we're against gender affirming care for minors, but it's a whole different thing to say, you know, they're grooming.
Well, that word is basically used because we're seeing many drag shows, like adult drag shows, where kids are attending.
Oh yeah, Fox will probably get Jesse Waters. I've heard that, to replace Tucker, to get the younger viewers. That's so wild. By younger, we mean viewers in their 50s, right? Literally, though, Fox gaining more 50-year-olds would bring their average age down. The last time I checked, their average viewer age was like somewhere between 70 and 80, like maybe even on the higher end of that, right? Call it gag, Ethan. It's right there. They'll lose some people here and there, but if they keep feeding the delusion, they're lowering the ceiling for how many people they can bring back in.
And it's very sexually explicit. So that is a form of grooming. We also see these kids' books in public libraries.
YouTube, we're still on 51 likes. Can we get, we've got what? We've got 30 minutes to get to 60. Can we make it happen?
And in schools where they're teaching.
And more importantly, can you get there before Twitch gets to 10 sub points?
Kids about drag and being trans. You know, that's not a subject a kid should hear. So that is a form of grooming because it's indoctrinating kids.
I've heard, I know that there was that one drag show with kids that was kind of a hot button issue. What other examples can you think of?
Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Is he talking about the not gonna lick itself thing? Does Ethan think that there was something really bad about the, like, there was a drag show in an ice cream like shop, like an ice cream store. The ice cream store has a signage that says it's not gonna lick itself. All right, about ice cream. And like that's just so discredited. This makes me really worried. If Ethan thinks that, oh, that was a bad look, oh yeah, you know, oh, that wasn't a good, that was a really inappropriate drag show. No, it absolutely wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. It was a lie. It was moral panic. It was BS. If Ethan it sounds like Ethan just gave that point away. Oh my God. And he, like, his thing is, well, like, can you come up with other examples? I mean, that one was bad. No, it actually wasn't. It actually wasn't, right? That ice cream signage is weird, right? But that you can't blame the drag show for that. Harding made the Dust Bowl. Wait, which Harding are we talking about? Mike Lindell deserves what is happening to him, but it is kind of sad at the same time because he was a true believer and probably wouldn't have gotten there if he never watched all the alt-right crap. Yeah, Mike Lindell is not, he's kind of Mike Lindell's got problems, let's just put it that way. I'm not going to try to drag them out, but Ethan moves with the money. He's still a reactionary edgelord from early times of YouTube, in the same same with PewDiePie. Warren OG, we're talking about Warren Harding.
Of drag shows with kids involved, where they're being groomed.
So there's in the last year, there's an investigative journalist, Taylor Hanson. He's exposed at least 20 drag shows in Texas that are called all ages drag shows. They're called all ages drag shows, and they're basically doing sex acts on stage. They have
see, this is the thing. If you don't know what he's talking about, it makes it really hard to refute, right? And to know what he's talking about, you got to be in deep. You got to be in really deep, right? And I just don't think that Ethan, you know, given like his obligations with the podcast, I don't think he has the ability to do that.
Rest. You know, they're doing very.
I mean, you're right, Mossburbs. The thing to do is say put up or shut up. But...
things. So no, it's just.
So hold on, sorry, Ollie. You're making so many claims, and I just want to get to each one. You mentioned an organization, Gays Against Groomers.
Yo, has he got athletic greens there? Athletic greens, get at me. Do you need somebody to sell your gritty? Just kidding. I shouldn't. This is a great way to get a sponsor. Call their product gritty. That's. I'm sure it's not gritty. I'm sure it dissolves right into the water that or juice that you stir it into. It looks like athletic greens.
Which was founded by Jamie Mitchell. Is that right? So Jamie Mitchell and
Is
the
he literally getting fed stuff on Discord or something?
partner are ultra MAGA Trump followers, and there's
God.
nothing wrong with being a Trump supporter, but they're
Nothing wrong with being a Trump supporter. You don't say.
also anti-transgender. They spread
Not that that's bad or anything, but
Anti-gender
they're also
propag-
anti-transgender. Yeah, like all Trump supporters. Like,
propaganda with QAnon conspiracy theories, and interestingly, the founders are straight. So how is it that they can make a gays against a groomers organization when they themselves are not even gay? That seems disingenuous.
Well, firstly, that's a Wikipedia page. You know, Wikipedia has a lot of bias with the woke people that
So
write on
Jamie
there.
Mitchell is
Actually,
gay.
She's gay. She's a lesbian. All of the people, you have to be LGBT to be a member
How do they check that?
of Gays Against Groomers. So there's
How do
hundreds
they
of trans
verify
people.
the credentials?
No, I mean, you know, if someone says they're gay or bi, you know, you accept that. You don't say.
what about if somebody says they're trans? What if, like, do we accept gender? So anyway, see, like this, I feel like this is a trap though for Ethan. Right? Like, how do we know that they're telling the truth? Now, like, if you could name the founders and say blah 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 blah, who is not gay, you know, here's the receipt, blah 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 blah, who is not gay, because like I don't doubt what Ethan is saying, right? Jamie Mitchell is like the point per. Am I saying her name right? Jamie Mitchell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's her name. She's the point person for Gays Against Groomers, but Ethan seems to know about some kind of founder or something that was not even gay. There's, I mean, it's an astroturfy organization, you know, no pun intended, or major pun intended, depending on your. But like you gotta know this stuff. You can't just like have, you know, somebody feeding it to you through Discord.
Say, oh, can you prove that you're gay? How can you prove that? So, I mean, no, Jamie Mitchell is a lesbian. All of the members are lesbians, trans. It's not anti-transgender at all. They support people being.
I get the feeling that Ollie does not know the talking points as well as I thought that he would have, right? So there's an opportunity, but again, to do this, you'd have to like study this. You'd have to get ass deep with this.
Trans as an adult, but what they're trying to do is calling out the harm that we're seeing caused to children, and that's the.
You know what he should have done? He should have brought on. I feel like he should have brought on like Hassan. Like, I feel like, you know, like what they did with Sam Cedar and Steven Crowder. I feel like they should have done that, but with Hassan.
Real issue here is about protecting kids.
So go back to your claim about grooming. So you brought up the drag show for kids. Is there any other examples, or are we just talking about drag shows? Because I have to assume that the drag shows, even if it's as widespread as
I hate to say it, but it looks like YouTube is out of juice here.
Project Veritas claims, which heaven knows how credible they are. There's got to be other
YouTube,
examples to make such bold claims as that there's a whole movement trying to sexualize kids.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the music industry, you have really shocking performances like Sam Smith, for instance, who is pushing a specific agenda. He has concerts which are allowing all ages. And, you know, if you want to be a musician, do whatever you want, but don't be doing sexually graphic things. He's doing imitating blowjobs. He has, you know, fetish gear on, and there's kids in the audience. So it's not just about drag queens. It's about protecting kids in general.
Here,
So even if it's Cardi B, you know, I don't think kids should be at a Cardi B concert if she's twerking or doing like something very, very sexual. I think it's just about protecting
grooming.
kids.
I mean, you know, you turn on the TV. I mean, you see stuff worse than that, right? On YouTube and stuff. To say they're grooming them seems pretty disingenuous and actually really.
She has a clip of her saying that she was something like the straightest gay, or the gay who is straight. Is that what Ethan's talking about? Oh, you're a little baked. I would be right there with you, except like this content has been wild today.
Homophobic and transphobic to put this label that they're groomers, because you understand the gravity of such a claim, right?
Well, it's a very loaded word. I get that, but it's not an attack on the LGBT community at all. It's about basically calling out specific cases. It's not an attack on trans people, calling out specific cases where children are being exposed to something that's highly inappropriate and trying to raise awareness of that. So it's not a label that's attached to gay people, lesbians, trans people. It's literally about calling out specific instances of,
I want to ask you about something
children.
specific. Actually, since you bring it up, I have seen something troubling from a trans person that I thought was kind of gross. They were
Jon Stewart would eat this person alive.
selling, it was like a kid's
Oh no, check this
t-shirt
out.
with a
Check
trans
this out. Do you know where he's going here?
person on it, and then they had like kids' toys with trans people on it, and it was kind of gross and groomy. Have you seen anything like that before?
You know, I've seen T-shirts that the lieutenant.
Does anybody know where he's going with this? Does anybody know what he... Now listen, like, some of you in chat know where Ethan's going with this, right? But imagine if you're just like a casual observer. Let's say that you don't really have a strong opinion either way about any of this stuff, and you're just checking this out for the first time. You've heard of Ollie London, you know, you don't know, like, right, what he's about, right? So, I mean, you'll see in a second, but, like, imagine if you don't know Ethan that well, you don't know Ollie that well, and you just heard, yeah, no, I heard this, there was this one person selling merchandise with a trans person on it. It was kind of groomy. It was kind of bad, right? How does that come off to the normie?
Governor of Minnesota wore "Protect Trans Kids" with a knife on it. You know, things like that. I've seen T-shirts that says "Protect Trans Rights" with AK-47s on it and stuff. And you know, I don't think that's helpful messaging for. And that's just trans activists, by the way, Ethan. This is a small number of people, and that's who I'm calling out. That's who Gays Against Groomers are calling out. It's not the trans community as a whole. Specific trans activists who have highlighted, have hijacked the trans movement.
So actually, you know what's
YouTube
interesting?
is absolutely stuck on 51. That might be as high as we're going to go today. I don't know, YouTube. Prove me wrong.
Interesting, Ollie. If you go to your website right now, your merch website, I was actually talking about your merch.
Your merch. It's
you are actually selling kids' lunchboxes.
It's you. It's you, Ollie. It's you.
With a picture of you depicted as a trans woman. And you're selling
No, that's not a trans woman.
But now we know this issue. We know what's going on here, right? We know what Ethan's saying. But if you're somebody that's not really into this, now you've just heard there's a debate here, and both sides are saying showing kids trans stuff, including just a trans person on a lunchbox, that's bad. That's groomy. That shouldn't be happening, right? So the problem with Ollie London isn't that he's transphobic, isn't that he's getting used, isn't that he's, you know, part of this like anti-trans organization. The problem with Ollie London is that he's a hypocrite. Now I know that, like, to you that we know that's not what Ethan's saying, right? If you know, you're Ethan's audience, you know that that's not what he's saying. If you know you've been into this issue, you know that's not. I'm just like, you know, he's got such a big audience that there's going to be people that are very, very ignorant in that audience. And what are they supposed to think here, right? Like, Hassan even had a problem with this argument, right? Hassan, there's a specific thing you have to do with this kind of argument to let people know that, you know, what level you're operating on. And I don't think that Ethan does that here, so.
That's not a trans woman. That's just a K-pop picture of me.
It's clear to us, isn't it, Adadak? But I don't know if it's clear to, like, somebody, you know, that just doesn't really know much about the stuff at all.
I had a feeling you would say that, because here it is, you wearing that design, and it's pretty obvious to tell that this is depicting you. This is from just like a month ago. And this is when you were trans.
Wearing my merch.
Yeah. So do you think it's appropriate to sell this to kids?
Well, it's a lunchbox with a picture of a K-pop cartoon. There's
Well, it's you as a
inappropriate with
trans.
that.
It's you as a trans woman.
What do you have to do to let people know? You have to figure that out if you're going to make this kind of argument. That's on you. That's on Ethan, right? I mean, Hassan talked about it like he had an idea of how one should go about this, but I don't know. I kind of wouldn't. I mean, like, first of all, I wouldn't be talking to Ollie London. And second of all, if I got stuck in a situation where I had to, I wouldn't be making like this kind of an argument.
It's me as a K-pop star. It's nothing to do with being trans or not. That's just a cartoon of me as a K-pop star. So it's not. But that's not inappropriate.
Right, but at the time you were a trans woman.
Correct. At the time I was a trans woman, but there's nothing inappropriate.
So it's you as a trans woman.
That I was a trans woman at the time. That picture does not depict me as a trans woman. It depicts me as a K-pop star. But
I find that interesting that you're willing to make that separation when you're making such general claims about groomers and stuff, because to me, by your own definition, this is pretty groomy. And even if you go, and this is all
It's an
I'm,
innocent picture.
well, hold on,
It's an
Ollie, hold
innocent
on one
picture.
sec. Even if you go on your website right now, you're selling the same graphic, Ollie London, Ollie Merch Squad, as you depicted as a trans woman. And if you look at the available sizes, it's just kids, 3 to 4. Do you think it's appropriate for a 3 to 4-year-old to buy this shirt?
Yeah, of course. Any K-pop fan, if they want to buy my merch, they're absolutely entitled to. There's nothing.
So I mean, I absolutely get the point. Ollie London is a huge hypocrite, among so many other things, right? I just feel like this is a little bit sloppy and a little bit ill-conceived, and it just belies that somebody that's not really thinking this through from the perspective of somebody who's got like more skin in the game, right? I don't hate Ethan for this. I'm not making fun of Ethan or, anything like that. I just like, I don't know if it's a good idea to have this guy on at all. There's a lot of reasons for that. And, even to the extent where like, and you'll see Ollie's face gets red, like in a little bit, right? So, I think that maybe he made Ollie feel bad. Maybe he made Ollie feel caught, but it's just not, you got to think this through from the perspective of the totality of your audience, not just from, the perspective of somebody who's kind of in on what you're doing, right?
Inappropriate with that merch at all. It's
That is a trans woman, Ollie. You're not understanding your own logic.
You're clutching at straws.
How am
That's
I? You were
okay.
Hold on. Let's follow this through. You were a trans woman when you made.
You're gonna see Ollie's face turn red.
This.
I don't mean feels bad like it feels like feels like I don't mean to say that Ollie feels bad like feels like regretful or sorry or anything like that. I mean that Ollie feels caught, like, right, or feels embarrassed. I should have said, yeah. I do think he makes Ollie feel embarrassed, based on the fact that Ollie's face is about to turn red. But I just don't think that this came off as clear as he envisioned it.
There's a picture of you wearing it. It's obviously you as a trans woman. Here's you as a trans woman, and here's you as a trans woman on the shirt, on a kid's shirt. How am I clutching at straws?
Well, you're clutching at straws. It's an innocent cartoon. It doesn't say anything about indoctrinating
The tongue
children.
is
It's
somewhat
literally a
sexual.
cartoon.
How the tongue is out like that. It's a little disturbing.
Ethan, come on. I'm doing a K-pop pose. You're just clutching at straws.
No, why is the tongue out? I find that a little provocative.
Ethan, it's a cartoon. You're just trying to make a joke.
Well, I don't
out of
know
it.
because you're no, I'm not trying to make a joke. I think this is a somewhat serious issue to resolve here because I'm being serious, Ollie, because let's at least be consistent. If we're going to accuse people of grooming kids, and which you have made a short-lived but somewhat profitable career of doing, then I think we need to, we need to get on top of this. I just don't think it's appropriate to be selling lunch boxes with a trans woman on it.
Ethan, if that lunchbox had something inappropriate or sexual, that would be wrong. But this is an innocent cartoon of me doing a K-pop.
I just want to say, imagine the parents that are buying this lunchbox for their kid. Imagine the parents that are buying this T-shirt, right?
Pose. There's nothing wrong with that particular picture. If it was inappropriate or in a sexual way, that would be completely wrong. And of course, I would never sell that. But that's an innocent drawing of a cartoon, Ethan.
Let's say a kid's at a drag queen show.
This is more of a gotcha than a good argument.
It's grooming. And let's say they are selling lunch boxes to the kids with a picture of a drag queen on it, doing a cute pose or whatever, right? Not sexual, but they're in drag. Do you think it's appropriate for a kid to carry that lunchbox?
Well, I think it's appropriate if the kid's at a drag show that's inappropriate, because some drag shows are generally not inappropriate. But a lot of them are.
Yeah, so we looked at the sizes or really it had age ranges, and I think there was the youngest was 3 to 4, and the oldest was it 7 to 8, or was there one above that, right? But regardless, these were T-shirts being sold for kids, right? So, and it's weird too, because, you recognize the face that Ollie's doing in that picture? Oldest was 7 to 8, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So some drag shows are appropriate and some aren't.
Correct. It's about if you're going to do anything in front of kids, it should be PC. It should not have anything sexual, but sadly, a lot of these
Oh,
shows
he's disrespecting anime with that merch. True.
are doing sexual things, so kids should not be there. If the merch is there and it's a show that's sexual, they shouldn't be there in the first place.
Okay, this is interesting. So you're saying it is okay for kids to go to drag shows?
I'm not saying that at all. I don't think they should in
Hold
general,
on. You
but I'm just saying
if they're not sexual, and I would assume it's not because it's for kids, right? I mean, if they're doing sexual stuff, I would consider that. Obviously, everyone would consider that inappropriate. But I believe you've just said drag shows are safe for kids. In fact, you would even be okay. Well, hold on. You even said you'd be okay with them carrying a drag show lunchbox.
no, look, I just don't think kids should be anywhere that is putting ideas into their heads. If a show is innocent, that's obviously better than it being a sexual show, but I still don't think kids should be exposed to gender ideology.
But what about this lunchbox you're selling to kids?
That has nothing to do with any kind of ideology. It's a K-pop picture, so
yeah, but you're in drag in the picture. You're trans.
I'm not in drag.
Well, you're trans. Sorry, yeah, you're right. You're not in drag. I misspoke. You're trans. You're a woman. You're expressing yourself as a woman on the box.
It's just a cartoon, Ethan. I don't know why you keep going on about it's a cartoon.
It's just a cartoon. I mean, I feel like you're trying to downplay the significance of this, Ollie. I just afraid that some of the people that you associate with might consider this grooming by your own standard. I'm just looking out for you and your reputation.
It's just silly, Ethan. It's an innocent cartoon. If it was an inappropriate picture, that would be wrong.
Okay. What do you make of this picture? Are these kids in danger? Your thoughts?
Well, I haven't seen the video of that particular show, and it depends what book they're reading. If the drag queen is teaching them about gender ideology. It appears to be
depicting some fish, a couple of fish in the ocean. It seems like
that's the rainbow fish.
The rainbow fish. It seems to be the rainbow fish, Ollie.
Well, I think a lot of these books are pushing even subtle messages on gender ideology, trying to tell kids you should be trans and become LGBT, and kids should make that decision on their own. So if that book is teaching them about, transitioning or becoming a drag queen, that's inappropriate.
It's
and that's
the rainbow fish.
Yes, but I haven't read the book. I can't see what the book is. So based on that one picture, does that book contain subtle messaging that's trying to tell kids to change their gender when they shouldn't be thinking about things like that? And, in Florida, they've obviously banned books in the classroom that teach gender ideology. And there's a lot of books, kids' books. There's a book called The Gay ABCs, and that pushes gender ideology for 2-year-olds. It's 2+, and I don't think that's appropriate for a kid that just should be reading kids' books that are completely innocent. They shouldn't even be.
But what do you make of this? What do you make of this lunchbox, though?
Why do you keep going back to the lunchbox?
Because it's got a picture of a trans woman on a kid's lunchbox.
Got a picture of a K-pop star on the lunchbox.
Who's the K-pop star? Who is the K-pop?
Come on,
it's
Ethan,
you, right?
It's me.
It's you. And this K-pop star is a trans woman, right?
I was trans at the time. The image doesn't necessarily depict any.
Did that photo of you?
Not even it's not even a photo of me. It's literally a cartoon. I had an anime cartoon drawn of me.
Right.
Would you buy it for your kids?
I mean, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't, just because I don't want to support you financially. But but theoretically, I don't think I'd have a problem with. No, I wouldn't have a problem with my children looking up to a trans person. Of course not. What would be wrong with that?
No, and Ethan, look, I don't have a problem with trans people at all. I'm just saying that certain things, when it comes to gender ideology, if transgenderism is being pushed on young kids in preschool or even elementary school when they shouldn't be thinking about that, I think it's wrong to expose them to that. I think
exposing them to trans
discover
people.
Who they are.
Exposing them to trans people, like this lunchbox is. Right?
You're really obsessed with that lunchbox.
Well,
you need to get one.
But I think it's a really important point that you're not, coming to terms with. We're exposing kids to a trans woman. Don't you think that's wrong? Why is it still on your website, at least,
it's come on, Ethan. I don't know what to say. It's a cartoon of a K-pop star, and it's very innocent. It's just like a little anime drawing. It's nothing.
And like some background, like Ollie did want to be a K-pop star. That didn't work out, right? Ollie even like has gone on record like advising other K-pop stars, like, right, trying to coach them or whatever, right? And like, it's weird though. Like, I don't understand why. I get the feeling that Ollie not only is not, just like never really understood the genre and doesn't like really didn't know how many members were in BTS. I mean, like Ollie's not just a bad, Ollie's not just bad at K-pop, right? Bad as a K-pop coach, kind of a joke as a K-pop, practitioner, right? Ollie's like a bad K-pop fan. The video or the gameplay? Oh shit. Are you missing the video? Let's see. There. I've never even heard of K-pop. See, you've never heard of K-pop, and even you're a better fan of K-pop than Ollie.
If I was doing something inappropriate, if I had, protect trans kids on there, that would have a message. That would have a loaded gender ideology message.
Natalie.
But it literally says Ollie
I didn't actually realize that
doing
wasn't
the
up
peace
there.
sign. It's like super cute, super innocent. Just like most K-pop stars are like super cute, There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, aren't you making like the Ahigo face a little bit?
What do you think?
I'm gonna try to not listen. I'm a fake weeb, okay? Admitted, like proven to be a fake weeb, okay? So I don't have any standing to criticize like Ethan's pronunciation of Ahegao.
I think I should make it more masculine.
No, the Ahigo face is like some kind of hentai thing, isn't it?
I have no idea.
That's when you cross your eyes and stick out your tongue.
Oh, really? Well, my eyes are
you
wide
don't know
open.
about that?
Yo,
my eyes are wide open. I
Hold
do
on,
watch
hold on,
some
hold on,
anime,
hold on.
but I don't
Hold on.
know.
You don't know about the Ahigo face?
No.
I don't believe you. Come on.
No, I watch anime like I watch Attack of the Titans and
That's
stuff.
straight
but I'm
cap,
not
my
familiar
brother. This is it, and you can see the resemblance, right? Here's the Ahigo face.
Go on.
It's like a hentai reference. But
Okay.
but you see the resemblance, right?
Can you put them side by side?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to.
I mean, that's quite a...
Now, here's the question. Did Ollie ask for the Ahegao? Because I do think that is, a form of Ahegao. But, yeah, that's... Yeah. I do think that Ethan's right. I do think that is actually a form of Ahegao. But, my question is, did Ollie ask for this, or is the artist like clowning? Also, how did this end up on a lunchbox and a t-shirt? And a t-shirt that's being sold to like this is so wild to me that But what do we think? Did Ollie know that this what that face was? Cause I do get the feeling a lot that Ollie's kind of clueless, but also a massive hypocrite. I can't really tell which it is though. I'm legitimately conflicted here. They didn't set out to scam, but $250K in debt will do that to you. Cause whoever did that, and I mean, I'm guessing maybe this is an image that's going out on more than just the t-shirt. I'm hoping that wasn't just on, I don't think he knew. Yeah, I mean, he does seem legitimately clueless. More clueless than Ethan, right? Ethan at least knows about the existence of the Ahegao. Maybe doesn't pronounce it correctly, but still is aware of it. Well, I'll take back my criticism. Ethan was right. Ollie is the truest of weeboos. Yeah, that's... I see what you're saying there, yeah. I thought it was like a stylistic choice. Oh my god, this is so wild.
Right, but that's like a woman orgasming is what that is.
Well...
Or lustful. It's like a lustful kind of sexual gratification.
Adrian, you're
face.
really clutching at straws.
Am
I'm
I?
literally I've got my eyes open. I'm doing the peace sign, and you're trying to dissect it and say this. Honestly,
right. It just seems to me that even as a trans person, you shouldn't be exposing kids to that. It seems like you're shoving gender ideology down kids' throats by selling them a lunchbox with a trans woman on it. You don't see my point at all? You don't get it?
No, I don't. you know, if it, I would see your point completely. If, for instance, it had messaging on there, like some political, because I don't think kids should be exposed to politics either. You know, political or gender ideology message. If that was on there, that would be different. If it was a sexually suggestive image, but this is literally an innocent cartoon. I've got my eyes open. I'm doing the peace sign. You could not get innocent. What do I need to do, Ethan, like to please people? Do I have to like close my eyes?
Well, I personally don't necessarily have a problem. What is your
closing your eyes would make it more sexual? What are you
fascination
talking
with
about?
the eye wideness? I haven't said anything about that.
What?
About what? Sorry.
You said, what do I have to close my eyes? I didn't know what that meant. You kept mentioning about like the eye wideness of how wide it is. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
No, I'm just saying that, look, in the picture, my eyes, it's not even me, by the way, it's a cartoon, but the eyes are very wide open, like glistening. I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with having my eyes open? Like, we're human beings. We have to have our eyes open. Like, would it be better if I closed my eyes?
I don't know. You know what that means, Ollie. Here's a reference to popular culture with the Ahigo face. It's, you know, like kind of an e-girl thing. You're probably aware of that.
Well, I'm not an e-girl, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you're on the internet, and it's from anime, which you seem to be. Okay, but let's move on.
I do know anime and stuff. I don't know anything to do with that pose. Literally, I've got my mouth open like this. Peace. I always have my mouth open, you know, like.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Come on.
Let me see that again. Looks really natural when you do it.
Thanks.
Yes, girl. So are you? So the trans?
Yes,
but you
girl.
identify as a male now. You're not trans. We're over that.
No, I'm like, well, basically, I got to a point where I was going to probably die from all the surgery I was doing, and you know, I was really mentally struggling. Had a lot of mental health struggles based on a variety of issues, which I talk about in my book. From when I was being bullied very severely as a kid. I was always told I was like ugly, or I looked like a monster, or you know, I was more feminine, or I had man boobs. So you know, I just used to have all those things, and it left me with traumas. So it kind of messed up my head. And as an adult, I didn't deal with that in the way that I should have. I should have had therapy. I should have spoke to someone. Instead, it was almost like self-harming. So all this crazy surgery was me kind of lashing out at the bullies, and it was very, very destructive for me and for other people. So you know, I'm glad to be over that.
Do you think that people who are bullied are at a higher chance of becoming trans?
Yes, definitely. So I talk about this in my book. There's a lot of studies. There was a study in Finland by the top transgender clinic that was basically transitioning a lot of kids. And they said I think it's around 45% of the kids had experienced severe bullying. So that led to their gender dysphoria identity. But there's also the other side.
Your theory is that the bullying leads to the.
All he knows about the Ahigao shit, Ethan is just yanking their chain.
Dysphoria, not the dysphoria.
Yeah, the wearaboos are a whole different level, though. Yeah.
Leading to the bullying, which would be more logical.
I was just about to say as well, but there is also the flip side of that, where the kids are being bullied because of their identity, you know, because maybe a boy is more feminine or a girl is more like a tomboy. So they're also being bullied for that. But in certain studies, the one in Finland at Tampere University, they found that there was a significant correlation between a kid being bullied and then the onset of their gender dysphoria coming afterwards rather than before. But, you know, of course, it works both ways.
I have that theory you're citing in front of me.
Tampere University, Finland, yeah.
Here it is. Let's read the conclusion. There's the abstract and everything. Let's see.
I'm going to hand you over
the
to
conclusion says
capable,
gender identity, especially non-binary
a very
identity,
capable streamer
is associated
named Polly
with both
People,
being
who some of
bullied
you
and
may
perpetrating.
be familiar with, right? It's my understanding that Polly is doing the same content that I am doing at this very moment, right? Great minds think alike. So go over there and give Polly some love. And I will see you tomorrow. We're going to do the Tim Pool Lance thing, I guess. So go over there and give Polly my best. Much love, everybody. And yeah, thanks for helping me get through that content, because that was not easy. All right. Good night, everybody. Meow. Hey Voddies, how are you doing? Yeah, let the stream go a little bit longer than I meant to today. But we will be back for more tomorrow. I was getting done. I was tired of Ethan and Ollie, to be honest, so I'm gonna let Polly handle the rest of that. And I'm gonna go cover some cool stuff tomorrow. So make sure to be